supposed to be your evidence, so show that they're valid. And yeah, I do have reasons to doubt them, but go ahead.
I mean, the shadows line up. Everything works.
Shadows. What
Really?
fucking shadows?
Yeah.
The ones on the moon
Yeah.
that are going every which direction?
Yeah.
Thought the sun's light was
Yeah.
parallel and that was the only source of light there. Well, I guess that didn't work. What do you got next?
They had cameras.
They had what?
Cameras.
Are camera sources of light?
I don't know. They have flash probably.
Okay, this is pretty stupid. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you guys didn't answer any of my questions. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, our only use for you is for you to provide glow proof, so who cares what your questions are?
I didn't come here to do that. You're asking me to do something I don't want to do.
Yeah, but that's the job that I assigned to you, so, I mean, if you want to hang out...
I don't care what job...
Yeah, so anyway, all that stuff that you said so far was really stupid, so what's your next glow proof?
I assign you the job of sucking...
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that, because I'm in charge, not you, so next glow proof, please.
Can you prove the globe is flat?
The globe is flat.
Yeah, can you prove it?
What
That's
globe?
the dumbest shit ever, dude.
Can you prove it's flat?
What globe? I haven't seen the globe. Show me that first, and then I'll talk about whether it's flat.
Can you prove... I saw one in my teacher's classroom.
Oh, no, I can't prove that your teacher's globe is flat. So, is that your globe proof?
No, the real one. Can you give me a map that's accurate? I'm just asking for a map that's accurate.
Question. Yeah, so now you're asking me for things again. You're begging for maps now. I just asked for globe proof, that's all.
I didn't come here to provide that.
Yeah, but that was what I decided you were going to do for us if you're going to stay. So, next globe proof, please.
I don't know, man. This sounds like a Weasley way to get out of answer.
Yeah, it does sound like that on your part. So, start over. Globe proof, please.
You are making the claim that all organizations around the world...
What? No, I'm not. I'm just asking you for globe proof. Try again.
You are claiming that the Earth is flat?
Okay,
that is a claim that all organizations around the world are lying?
Yeah, you're delusional. I'm not sitting here saying that. I'm just asking you for globe proof. Try again.
You are claiming that.
Okay, you're still hallucinating, but I'm only asking you for globe proof.
You are implicitly claiming that, okay? Do you know what implicitly means?
Yeah, you can imagine that I'm claiming whatever you want to, but all I'm doing is asking you for globe proof. Everything that you gave me so far was really stupid, so anything else?
If Johnny, okay, has 5 apples.
Shut up, dude.
If Johnny has 5 apples.
Yeah, this doesn't sound like it's leading to a globe proof. I don't want to waste my time. Start over.
Is Johnny an astrophysicist?
And no. I say that Johnny has...
No, we're not going to entertain that fucking fuckwit question of yours.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that.
John.
Doesn't sound like a good use of time. I'm only looking for globe proof, and I mean, I don't have any time to waste on it. I need that globe proof right away. Can you help us out?
Then I am implicitly lying about the number of apples that Johnny has.
Yeah, he's done. He's fucking done.
Do you understand how that works?
No, shut the fuck up. No. We're not gonna entertain your dumbass question. Not gonna do it. Provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
I mean, there's plenty.
Nope. You're not doing it. Just provide it. That's all you gotta do. Provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
That's not what I came here to do.
All right,
I came here to ask questions.
Yeah, but no, because you're fucking
no,
all over
I
the
want
place,
you,
dude.
I want you to convince me, okay?
No, we're not here to do that, dude. Nobody's gonna be convinced. We're not. That's not what we're doing. We're exposing all the liars and pretender clowns like you. So everybody who thinks that the Earth is a globe, that's what we're doing. We're exposing them to the truth. And sorry that you don't like that, but that's just the way it is. You don't bring any evidence, then you can climb up. We're going to wait for the next person who thinks that they can provide evidence. Got it?
So you admit that you got...
Yeah, that's all we're here for.
You know, if you wanted to ask questions, it's a much better way to do it, right? If you be a prick, you can get treated like a prick.
Maybe you can help me out with something. You said pictures from the moon of the Earth, which is a globe, right? So then the Earth has curved oceans and lakes on it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Can you just help me find the curvature of this ocean right here? One sec. Just 1 second here.
Are you going to show me the picture of the oil rig again? I've seen that one.
Oh, you've seen it. Okay, good. So you must know where the curvature is in it.
Yeah, it's up your mama's ass.
I'm not seeing it there.
Unfortunately, you've disqualified yourself for any further conversation. You've
Well,
been
that's what I
classified.
thought.
You're answering my fucking questions.
You're a
You want to
cunt.
answer my questions?
You're a
I'll
cunt.
be happy to be respectful.
Dude, I'm just looking for the curvature of those oceans that you said that they took pictures of from the moon. That's all. I'm just asking for your help. I just posted another picture of what should be a curved ocean. Can you just point out that curvature to me? Because maybe I'm blind or something, but I'm just not seeing it. Can you help?
You're saying it looks flat.
Yeah, I'm
That's
just
your
not seeing
argument.
the curvature of that ocean that you said they took a picture of from the moon. I'm just asking
Your
for your help.
argument
No, I'm
is
not,
it
no, I'm
looks
not
flat.
making. No, I'm not making an argument. I'm just asking for your help, Globe Guy. So can you just point it out to me? Maybe I don't know. I'm not straining hard enough or something. Can you help?
Do you need me to explain explicit and implicit to you again?
No, I just need you to point out where the curvature of that ocean is in that picture I just posted.
You are implicitly making the claim.
No, that's not helping me find the curvature of that ocean I just posted. Try again.
You are implicitly making the
Yeah, I'm still not picking up on the curvature. Can you try again?
You are saying that it looks flat and therefore is flat.
No, I'm
Yes or
saying
no?
it looks
Yes or no?
flat, as in I didn't see the curvature that you said they were showing in those pictures from the moon. So can you just help me find it? Because I'm obviously just looking past it or
Are
something.
those
So
the
just,
pictures from-
yeah, I'm obviously just looking past it or something. Clearly, it's a curved ocean if they took pictures of it from the moon as such, right? So just help me out and just show me where the curvature is in that picture that I'm missing.
different pictures?
Yeah, I got the one
You're
with the
not
wind
sure-
turbines or, the oil rigs one. Whichever you want to do, just help us out.
You're not showing me the pictures from the moon that you said didn't show curvature.
No, I'm showing you a picture of the same oceans that they would have been photographing from the moon, if that's what those are.
Well, when you look at something really, really close up and really, really far away, it's a little bit of a different picture.
No, I'm
When I'm
taking the
staring
same.
at a brick wall,
I'm taking the same geometry into account that they claim that they took a photograph of from the moon, and that geometry in that picture gives me a 2.3 mile geometric horizon, if that is a curved ocean like the one they're showing in that moon pic. So maybe I'm just blind or something. I just can't see the 2.3 mile horizon. Just help me out.
Esoteric, you need to mute your mic.
No,
when objects get further away, they get smaller.
Okay, that has nothing to
And
do with
therefore,
that.
changes that don't look as big but are compounded, something like a curve, becomes more.
Okay, he's useless. Someone else can try.
no, we're not going to start reasoning with this idiot.
Yeah,
I think
I gave
I
up
think
on that fucker a long time ago.
Yeah, but thanks for having your fun, mate. That was kind of interesting. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay, yeah.
Esoteric, whatever your name is, Esoteric Rothschild. You did get muted because of background noise. Thank you for sorting that out. I have unmuted you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Isn't Cookie
Alright.
Monster another Glober?
That's rookie.
Oh, is that a
Rookie
rookie?
Cookie Monster.
Hey, I'm not sure who it was, but I was talking to a flat earther the other day, or he said that he believed the earth was flat. He showed me a picture of why the earth was flat, and it had to do with flight paths. Then if you have that picture where it pertains to New Zealand, to Argentina, like the flight pattern of that.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
think
know
I
what
know
I'm
what you're
talking
talking about. I know what you're
wanted
talking
to-
about.
Yeah, I lost it, so I wanted to take a look at it again.
Fuck. I know what you're referring to. It's
Yeah.
I think it's the Mercator projection, and it's got it's like an arc over Argentina.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It had two flight pattern lines. One was red, one was green, and it showed that the Asmarath or the Asmarath projection model worked for the flat Earth. I don't want to just take a look at that,
Oh.
or however you pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce that model.
Yeah, it's azimuthal equidistant. Yeah. Okay. Somebody has it somewhere. I don't save that. I know the argument. I was doing save.
Yeah, it's because so some guy sent it to me a while back, but I was deleting my messages and I accidentally deleted his without saving the picture first.
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
No, somebody might have it. I don't have it though. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I forgot
You should bring
the
the you
user.
should bring the guy in here. Like I don't know. Fuck, dude. Are you a flat Earth glober? What are you? Like I don't even know.
Well, I was just asking him. I forget what the user was like. How do you justify flat Earth when it comes to like flight patterns, right? And he showed me that picture, but I forgot to look at it, and I lost it.
Well, yeah. I'd like to say something about that because a lot of people that are in this arena, they have a misconception. Whether it be a flight path or it's sailing on the oceans, that's not going to give you the information you need to actually substantiate the shape of the earth as a geometric shape. I'm
Mhm.
telling you because we've had discussions with pilots, and even the globe pilot, the people that don't think that the earth is flat, they would say that when they do their job, they only use like navigational charts and a compass and altimeter, like the devices that they would need, the mechanical devices and or digital ones, but they don't use the idea that they're flying over a globe. Like they assume that they're flying over a flat and stationary plane. But even those that believe that they're flying over a globe, they don't assume that they're flying over a globe. They assume they're flying over a flat stationary plane, because when they leave from their point of origin to a destination, they're just
Mhm.
doing a job from getting from point A to point B, and in the most direct way that they can. Minus that, say that they didn't have to fly around no fly zones, and especially like in Asia and stuff, you have to fly around certain
Right.
areas. Like if you don't have to do that, then you just navigate to the most direct way you can possible, the most efficient way. But that's all they don't. It's not really an argument to be had, although you might think it is. But
Hmm.
investigating further, it's really not a contentious point. However, I will say that some flat earthers would say that it is, but
Right.
they're arguing from a map standpoint, like the azimuthal equidistant projection and so forth, saying that it works better on that than it does on any other map. But I would submit to you that all maps are flat, so it really doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is knowing the point of origin to the destination, and you know, kind of understanding what the pilot actually does. Once you start to realize, we're talking in this arena without having somebody who's actually doing that profession. And I think once we have somebody who's actually done a couple of flights, like in a airline business. If you talk to those guys and tell them, look, I just want to know, like, are you doing anything to fly over a globe, or like what? They're gonna tell you that they don't do that. Like it's like as if they treat the Earth as if it was flat and stationary. But they're
Yeah. Yeah.
not saying that they believe it. They just treat it that way. So they're not gonna give you the information that you might think, or in this arena, why people argue the toss over it. I have no idea, but it just seems to be something that people want to bring up as evidence for the globe, and it's really not. So there's that, right?
Uh,
I mean, and
yeah. For sure. A lot of the preconditions for like flight patterns is like it pertains to where it's like there's certain like stop pits, kind of like you think of it as a stop pit where
yeah,
you have to like
yeah.
land, refuel, and what have you, and
Well,
continue the forward of the flight.
I mean, yeah, you got stuff that pilots would have to do for contingency plans in case of an emergency. So you got stuff like that. But I mean, you gotta realize they're doing a job, so they're not. It's not like the main priority is to fly over a globe. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah,
not.
they're just aware of their flight pattern, and
Yeah, they're
that's
they're
yeah.
they're staying in their corridor where they need to be, and there's navigational beacons. Just it's like just performing a task. It's not. It's not as what people have made it in this arena out to be something grandiose, like, oh, he's flying over a globe, and like, no, it's not. They're just flying from point A to point B, and it's. I mean, you talk to these guys, and they just tell you, no, it's not like, because I say in the past, it used to be a really hot point for us to talk about, like, no, it's an AE map and shit, and everybody's like arguing over like what works better, kind of thing, and all maps are flat, so I mean, you can
Right.
take that for what you will, but then you wrap it, or wrap the Mercator around a globe, and you could still chart where you're going from point A to point B. There's not, you know what I'm saying? Like it works both ways. Like it's not gonna not work, is what I mean.
Yeah, gotcha.
So Yeah, for as far as the pilot goes, he's like, fuck, dude. I mean, you could just, if you wanted to, you could just go from point A to point B over a globe, or point A to point B over the AE map. It doesn't really matter. You still get to your destination using the same type of information that he would, with the navigational charts. He's following in certain flight corridors, and following beacons. And it's just a task, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, that's not what people in here make it out to be. Some people do. Like, oh man, we got to argue about. No, it's not. It's not that.
Well, it's kind of like the thought is that it's like two models superimposing each other that complement each other. Like you have the bearings, you have like 360-degree bearings, and then you have latitude and longitude, and from there you can form the globe.
Yeah, and I mean that stuff is derived from the celestial sphere, so it's not a terrestrial sphere they're deriving that from. Longitude and latitude are derived from the celestial sphere, so it's still not from the ground. They're not using the ground for longitude and latitude. I don't know if you know that or not.
No, I was aware that like that has to do with not the Earth itself, but kind of its positioning when it comes to constellations.
Yes,
if that
exactly.
Makes sense.
Correct. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, it's a non-point, but I'm saying that because it just seems to be a very contentious point for some new people. They're like, dude, let's talk about planes and boats, and let's see how we can figure out if they're going over an Earth that's a globe, and the other guys, no, it's a flat Earth. And so back and forth we go. It's like not going to stop. But it is a debate in that sense, but it shouldn't be, because it's like we're not going to derive radius, diameter, and circumference from that. It's not deriving from that. So you take that for what you will, but
yeah, gotcha.
However, if you want to debate it, you go ahead, man. You'll probably find a flat earther out there will throw the AE map on you and say, look, man, it only works this way. And then so it is what it is, I guess.
For sure. Yeah, because ever since I was a kid, like I was always interested in navigation, but life took me a different direction. That's something I always was interested as a kid to like further pursue.
Oh, for sure. No, it's interesting, man, because like one of the things that gets brought up in here is circumnavigation, right? How does that work on an AE map or how does that work on a flat Earth? Well, I mean, all you got to really think about is the people that are doing these things. They're actually going from port to port, from place to place, and they don't just like get up and take off and make a giant circle around a ball, or get up and take off and make a giant circle around a flat map. Like they don't. They're going from port to port, and then they wind up in the same place that they were. But there's not like it's not like mystical or magical. It's just they're just going from place to place, using a heading. So,
gotcha. Okay.
But I'm saying that because it feels like it can be a debate. Like like, oh, wait a minute, but then how does this work? You start to get into the minutia of like, why would pilots or mariners do this? And it's just because then you go, okay, so if you turn the clock back, right, and you're like, okay, what were ancient mariners doing? Because they didn't have the globe, but they were still using dead reckoning and other ways that they were navigating with the
yeah, there's some controversial things about that. Yeah.
And fucking, it's kind of hazy as far as history goes, right? Like
yes, I agree.
So
I believe that a lot of these like ancients, from whatever timeline you can surmise and try to deduce, is that these people understood longitude and latitude long before we did, and that's that's very controversial for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and I mean we could fucking debate about that, but it's like we don't know what they fucking actually did. I mean, but more or less we have the history about it. I mean, it's not. We can't say it's precise, but we do understand. Like, fuck, how did they figure it out? But navigating by the stars is one of the things that the ancients had. Of course.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's to me the ancient people, for what they had as capabilities, from what we understand, it wouldn't be hard for them to cross the Atlantic, and that's something I do believe like some seafaring culture did eventually. And they didn't understand like the globe model, right? Like
That's
And-
what
and
I'm saying.
so,
It wasn't
yeah.
that wasn't a prevalent idea. So it's like, how the fuck did they get around? You know, like, and vast oceans. Think about it. That ain't just like going across the street. You got to navigate where there is no barren. It's an ocean. There's all around you is ocean. Like, how the fuck do you know where you're going? Other than the sky telling you where you know from the sun. You know,
It's very
and then the
simple. Like
stars.
people make it out to be like some sort of grand task of crossing the Atlantic back then, but back then
Yeah.
the waters were much more calm, much more tame, and there was a bunch of land that you can set up like harbors and bases
Yeah.
to.
Well, not only that,
so,
but check this out.
yeah.
They were more in tune with like weather patterns because of like
Yep.
the cyclical nature of the weather patterns. They understood when it was time to actually hit the high waters, you know, the seas. They knew because they didn't fuck.
They
I mean,
understood
think about it.
currents for sure.
Yeah, there was they were more in tune with the earth than these like now mariners, you know, because everybody now is like on with the digital age. So it's like, well, fuck, if you don't have a
Yeah,
GPS,
we use industrial
you're done.
machines
Like,
to
fucking-
move boats. We use
I don't know.
industrial machines to move boats and what have you. They relied more on sails and muscle power.
Yeah, and ingenuity and like fucking like their wits, you know. So they I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I'm not saying they always made their voyage like where they needed to be, but I mean, for the most
mean,
part,
like-
they would get there, you know.
I mean, like we understand that seafaring cultures were very good at colonizing areas, so it wouldn't be surprised to me if like they set up some beacon islands to, you know, for like future endeavors
Travel?
beyond those beacon islands to crossing the Atlantic. Like that's very feasible, but it's very controversial because it kind of, for some reason or another, it antagonizes like, oh, Columbus, you know, was the first one to
Yeah,
kind of make contact with America, and that's a
Well,
no-no.
kind of a fake story, fake news, or whatever the fuck. Like,
Well, it's so weird because like it takes away from, and it's very petty. Like they're not going to admit to this, but it's very petty that if they feel like you take away from their past ancestral accomplishments of the first Atlantic crossings.
man, I tell you what, there was once again this lady who was a pilot. She told us stories about like the ancient culture because she was also Native American, and she said there was stories about like the history that was passed down through generations, like how the story of Columbus, and he was like a pretty bad dude, you know, like he was not the guy that everybody thinks he was. So
He had a bunch of sex slaves and everything.
yeah, dude, it was fucked up, you know. So yeah, the encounter was not what people thought. No, he didn't like eat a turkey with people and shit. So
Yeah, and it just shows like our nature to like self-grandize a bunch of things of our past.
well, see,
It's
that's
like,
what I'm
oh.
talking about, though. Esoteric. It's like it's hard to actually grasp like what happened in the past. Like we only got, you know, we're just kind of like, okay, we maybe can rely on what happened in the, you know, back then, but what if the story was a little bit different? Because
Well, all we have is all we can really base it off of is like pure interpretation of what these cultures have to offer to tell us.
yeah,
And a bunch of that gets destroyed over time, so you have a really blurry understanding.
yeah, word of mouth in the ancient cultures, like passed down to generations, is like storytelling was one of the biggest things, you know. So most of the ancient cultures spoke mostly about the same things that were going on.
Yes, I agree.
So I thought that was kind of cool. Like, I don't know, are you into that?
Well, I'll tell you this: like, think of a skyscraper, right? And that's a very universally understood thing throughout the world. A skyscraper is associated with something of wealth and prestige. And you take that same thing where a skyscraper is like a worldwide known thing. It got spread throughout like certain areas and certain areas like after that. And after a while, like there's just skyscrapers everywhere. Like I believe it was the same thing with like these megalithic structures with pyramids. Like it was very similar to that. Like I do believe that the world was interconnected in a way where pyramids were understood by everybody, and there was a reason for them to build them.
Interesting.
So it's kind of the same thing. Like I do believe there was a lot of contact that's just not really documented, really, because
I'm kind
Yeah.
of curious. Do you know what the fuck is his name? He did a Netflix special about ancient cultures. He's an old dude. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I think it's still on Netflix.
Oh, you're talking about Ancient Apocalypse?
No, he's got
Yeah, Graham Hancock.
Graham Hancock, man. I don't know why his name is Graham Hancock. Have you seen that, Esoteric? You gotta watch that.
I haven't watched that, no, but he pisses people off.
Yeah, a lot.
With what he has to
Yeah, I
say.
know. But needless to say, he doesn't agree with like what the stories were about. He's like, yeah, they're more poetic than they are actually depicting like actual events and so forth. But the ancient cultures were all talking about this almost the same type of figurehead that would come into their like civilization, well, not civilization. They would come into their tribe and then civilize them. He would bring this newcomer, this guy that came out of nowhere, would come and teach them how to teach them agriculture and fucking
Is that what Graham
pharmakia.
Hancock says, right?
Well, the
Yeah.
ancient cultures were saying this, like they had stories about it, like so. But he's more of like, and they were talking about giants in the land and like just different shit, stuff that you wouldn't even think. You're like, dude, this is like,
Yeah,
it's not like
Genesis
a
was
wild.
the same way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Genesis,
Like,
yeah.
so there's a lot of tie-ins to like what ancient cultures were saying, how it was back then, but it was a vastly different world. Like, and I'm use this analogy only a little bit so that you can. I don't know if you've heard of this anime called Attack on Titan. Like it's about these giants like eat people and shit. Like back then,
Right.
these giants that were in the land, like the ones that Graham Hancock talks about, like in the civilizations where they had to deal with this, like because they were like roaming around these creatures, these giant people. But he's more of like, yeah, but we don't believe that because it's more poetic language. Like he was like, they're more like figureheads, like they were important people.
Like a status. Yeah, it was a status thing. Yeah.
So that's what he was kind of relating it to. So he's like, yeah, that's what they actually meant. It's,
in regards to wisdom, in regards to capabilities. Yeah.
Yeah, but every single place that they would investigate these ancient tribes, they had this same similar story. And it was almost like somebody was introduced to their tribe and would teach them, all the things that are reading of the clouds and, like just things that the people didn't have. So what's interesting to me is that it ties into the biblical side of things, like where the fallen ones, the angels, they came in and they showed the people like the secrets of heaven, like given to the people. But they weren't doing it. They weren't doing it for the benefit of the people. They wanted the people to be
to worship them.
Yeah, to worship. They wanted to be the gods on earth. So the mythological like stories that you hear from the different cultures all stem from them being worshipped as gods on earth. So like Zeus and all them guys that they were, they were actually gods on earth and then worshipped and all that. So that's how it was with these guys. So ancient cultures were built on these guys' technology, and so forth. So it's kind of weird, but it's like when you see you're drawing in all the similarities and how we are so far off the mark today about like what is like it all. It's weird, but flat Earth ties in like the people back to the truth. Like what are we all here for? I mean, it's really like because we're not just gonna argue the toss about the creation if we're not actually talking about something. It's got to be about something specific, and it's truth. And we're talking about truth, and what is truth, right? Like, does it mean like what you think is true or what everybody understands as truth, like objectively, or is it subjective? So just gleaning stuff from the past and then bringing it fast forward to today, we're still fighting the same battles we were 2,000 years ago. And I'll tell you why. The idea of atomism, like I posed the question, what do you think about space? Do you think it was discovered or do you think it was invented? Which one of those do you think it was? Was it invented or discovered? And a lot of people didn't understand that they thought everybody thinks space was discovered. Well, it was like the 1800s or some push it back a little further. It was actually in the BC. It was invented by Lepsius. I butcher his name. Lepsius or Lepsius. I don't know. I'll give you a little I have a little tidbit of who this guy is, but he invented this idea of the cosmos. See if I have this here. Ah, yes, this is it. I'll put it in the text for you. He also invented atomism. Now, if you can believe that. So 2,000 years ago, right? 5th century BC. Let's see here.
There's a
The
bunch of other
Lipschitz-
phenomenons too.
Right. It's just a little bit anyway. I'll just read a little bit of what it says here. Where is it? All right, it says Lysippus flourished 5th century BC, probably at Miletus on the west coast of Asia Minor. Greek philosopher credited by Aristotle and by Theophrastus with having originated the theory of atomism. Originated, bro. That is a whopper of a thing, right? It has been difficult to distinguish his contribution from that of his most famous pupil, Democritus. Only fragments of Lysippus' writings remain, but the two works believed to have been written by him are The Great World System and On the Mind. His theory stated that matter is homogeneous, but consists of an infinity of small indivisible particles. These atoms are constantly in motion, and though their collisions are regroupings from various compounds. A cosmos is formed by the collision of atoms that gather together into a whirl, and the drum-shaped Earth is located in the center of man's cosmos. I mean, 2,000 years, dude, this is crazy, right? Because you're like, wow. So, in order for this to be planted in man's mind, there needs to be a vehicle, right, for that to happen. Otherwise, it's just a story. So, and I'm thinking, well, what do you think was back then that they had to be the vehicle? And
They're
if
very
that's
spiritual.
well, spiritual, but there needs to be something demonstrated. And I tell you, it's math. Math was still back then, so their construct of how things could be, they could easily put it together with math. So math was a vehicle for this, as in a language. You could speak the language of math and then show somebody some type of construct and then formulate an idea and put it into math and then say, look, this is what I mean. And then people could say, look at this. We got something. So 2,000 years
Yeah.
ago, they were still talking about this. The truthers were still fighting against these ideas, right, of the mind, but it came from philosophers. So really from philosophy, this originated from way back then. So now we're dealing with people that believe that atoms are real. It's like we're dealing with this today. They don't know it was invented by some philosopher back then. It was
Well,
invented.
the ancients understood, like the Egyptians and the Greeks, they really did understand that man is relative to Earth in its measurements, and the pace is very integral. Like the walking pace of a person is integral to creating a whole metric system of measurement. And people, and to me, that's very spiritual in a way, because that's creation. Like if you make something relative to another, that's some sort of intent of creation, and that doesn't jive well with a lot of people.
Well, yeah, they were actually, those same people that you just said were used in Eratosthenes. They were called striders. So they took some walkers, some striders that were, probably they knew, they were very good at math or whatever, but they took them from one place to the other. And with their strides, the regular strides would, I mean, nowadays it would be the most inefficient thing, but like, because you got other conditions and variables that could happen while they were walking over there. But that's the measurement that they were using for Eratosthenes. Believe it or not. I mean, that's what the story says.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we got ancient history talking about this kind of stuff, and then whether or not you want to believe that's the case or not, like whether you think atoms were discovered or invented, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because there's like a story about it, like where it began. So the father of that was Lysippus, inventing this. But of course, Democritus has like his whole other thing where he came out with atomism, and he was, I guess, a pupil of this guy. And then Epicurus was a pupil of Democritus. So you get like how it just propagated forward, and each one put a new spin on the other's idea, and it just became more and more. And that's all we're dealing with today. Because at the very base root of when we ask people the question, how do you know the Earth is a globe? It's really an idea in man's mind, and it's a mathematical construct. Has no relation to reality. Although your mind makes it real, you can't go somewhere and test it because it doesn't exist. So this is the issue. Because of this, right? It has its foundation in philosophy, right? All of it. It's almost spiritual, I would say, esoteric. I feel like it almost is. It's probably closer to being spiritual than anything else. Kind of like, dare I say it, a religion? So it has the hallmarks of it being that. I mean, because of the fact that you have to believe in it, right? You can't just say, "Well, I know the Earth is a globe," because we asked that question many times, and no one, I don't care who it is, from the guys who think they got it all together to the ones who are laymen or whatever it is, they don't know, and we just simply ask them for the thing that the evidence. I mean, they could regurgitate the information, like mainstream says, but there's no way to put it to the test. You can't go and demonstrate it. You're not going to find curvature. I mean, just like spoiler alert, right? You're not going to be able to find it. So, yeah, it's rooted in spirituality. Now that you brought it up, I mean, how else can you say it is? Because I don't know. It's
Yes, humans are just very. I don't know what it is about humans, but we're just fascinated by
we love
shapes.
stories. We love stories, esoteric. You can't. That's not. It's a part of us. All of us, when somebody tells us a good story, we love it. And granted, it might not be real, whatever, but we love to hear a good story. Look at whole industries are built on this, man. We love good stories. We love drama. We love it's just we like that. But because of that, it's also good and it's bad because now you're believing shit that doesn't exist, but on the basis of somebody telling a really good story, never expanding cosmos where you can travel the stars and to the nearest life-giving planet, and your mind is just like, ooh, wow, like Star Trek and shit. So yeah, what do we got but more stories? It is what it is, man. This is a day and age where you can tell somebody, okay, how are we going to figure this out? And when the rubber meets the road, esoteric, people aren't ready to go look and see what's behind door number 1. They don't want to know. They don't want to see that what they've been believing this whole time is just all smoke and mirrors. So they'll come in here and not tell us how they know that the Earth is a globe. They'd rather just argue, which is their version of like not looking at the truth that they don't know. And it's
a
gonna
tale
remain
as
that
old
way.
as forever. I mean, in today's day, you go up to a government body in America and you tell them that the FDA lets us eat poison in their food, practically poison, things that are bad for us, and they just look at you with a weird eye. It's like, what do you mean it's poison? We have a health and regulatory board for this. We want to keep like health and safety. Hello, it's in the name. That's what we say. It's for your health and safety. It's very silly.
Well, yeah. I mean, just different things like water, like what we drink. It's just, dude, everything. Our air is filthy. Our water is filthy. It's just every single faucet of our life. Like, and then you got all kinds of new things that pop up that people are ill from. It's just different things.
And then it's almost like natural selection never really left, because I feel like in our society we try to counteract the natural ways of life, but at the same time we create our own perish. We create our own ways of perishing to be sick. But at the same time, there's like a natural selection where certain people will adapt to try and counteract their environment and conditions to like be better.
That's interesting.
Like people who put effort towards changing how they consume things, what they put in their body, the water they drink, and anything, when they put work into that to make it more, actually just natural, I guess, like for the sake of what I'm saying.
Have you ever thought about that? Like you personally, have you thought about the effects of just like
Oh yeah, I talk about it
living
all the time.
carefree and just like, yeah, I'm just gonna not worry about stuff or
I,
let me just be more conscious about things. Like let me pick the right things. Let me make good choices. Like or would you? Because listen, man, some people are just
it's a very natural
screw it, man.
selection thing, and it's very wicked almost because you have these institutions that you're supposed to trust, but these institutions already failed you, and you're still under the guise that they're helping you, they're keeping you safe, but they're really not. And so it's
Everybody's
like a
all about
natural
the bottom
selection
line,
thing,
man. Everybody's about
and
the
it's
bottom line. So you're trying to
yeah,
make the best you can. Like, I mean, just think about it. Like, if a company is brought up to push an agenda, whatever it is, like a product. Let's say a product wants to come roll out. They want to market that product as best as they can to get as much consumers as they can possible for whatever the duration of the product. So they're not focused on the ramifications of the damn thing. They're just like, dude, what is the
yeah.
best way we can get people's dollars into this thing? Like, that's so yeah. So who's out there really looking out for you and me? Like us. That's it. We're the only
You're
ones,
yourself. You can't
Fucking
rely
hell.
on these institutions. Like it's very like the more creative and adaptive people will survive longer, and they'll have healthier
Yeah,
lives
it's not
for
like,
it.
dude, I put it like this, man. It's like you don't have to be so paranoid about everything. Just be conscious about things, like when you go in your
Yeah,
daily life, just be aware. That's all. Look at the things you eat, look at the things you do, like everything contributes to a good and healthy lifestyle. I mean, good choices, like you don't have to be kicking back pop every day, like that's I don't know.
I almost wish I had enough capital to where I can try and make all these different things run out of business and kind of create the Amazon of food.
you yeah, but you're fighting with
I
the
like
David and Goliath situation, man.
I truly want to
You,
make these grocery stores are so bad too, like the food
oh
that they
my
sell,
god,
because
yeah, hell yeah, dude.
the pesticides,
Yeah,
the pesticides in the crops and vegetables, it's all bad for you. And
I know.
I think I can, if I had the money, I could surmise like I could make the Amazon of food. Like how Amazon is all cheap products and what have you. Like in my head, I want to create the Amazon version of like food to like make this huge nationwide kind
I
of
know.
grocery depot where there's much better alternatives that sure they may perish, like the perishables that will expire sooner, but hey, better that than having to consume preservatives and other types of
Or just give people the ability to teach them how to do agriculture. Just like a little bit of gardening doesn't hurt, goes a long way. Can can stuff, can
that
I don't
too.
know.
Yeah,
It's just
it's not enough though. You
yeah,
need to
that's true. That's
rely.
true. That's true. Because you
You
gotta
need
you
to
gotta
rely on
get a
grocery stores and
yeah, you
everything.
do. I mean, let's just get real here, man. You're not gonna be a carrot farmer and then that's gonna be good enough. Like you have to.
You
There's
don't have so much time in the day, right? Like my aunt,
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
she has a pretty big lot for a backyard, and she's been having like these lemon trees, and man, like we get lemon every single time around this time of the year. We get lemons. We don't have to buy stuff anymore. Like she doesn't use pesticides; she just lets it grow naturally. She doesn't mess with it. She just waters it and it grows.
And those
And
lemons
she
are so good for you.
and she uses like natural things too, like peppermint kind of makes a bunch of like flies and mosquitoes, like like it repels them away. Other insects are repelled by the peppermint too.
Imagine
And
what the ancient people knew. Their knowledge was freaking vast, bro. They knew a lot of remedies. Like,
yeah,
you
exactly.
know what I mean? Like they lived. And one of the things that I always say, dude, look at old people, man. How did they get to the age? Now you see people in their 90s, and it's like that's a long and healthy life. Like people are already getting way too old for that. I don't know, man. I've been veering off the subject of flat Earth for just. It's exciting to me because it's like I think the benefit of understanding the truth is like, yeah, now you can make good choices. You don't have to just say that the government's going to supply you with everything you need and you're good. No, this is one
And-
step into understanding. Like, dude, you need to look out for yourself, like big time. You don't.
and guess what? That in itself is a path of natural selection. Again, like it's a very cruel world that we've set up for ourselves, where we lie and say that we're safe and all, but in reality, it's just you get sick more often. It's insane. I mean, it's for this here reason why like mental illness is on the rise. Is because like the food that we consume here in America affects your gut,
like that.
your guts,
that's
and
what
your
I'm
gut
saying.
affects your mental being.
Dude, freaking hell, man! Like
it's
you're spitting
a
facts.
compounding issue.
Yeah, no, I mean like seed oils. Oh my god. Anyway, I because if I get into
It's craziness.
industrial lubricants, bro. Like
it almost makes you mad that this happens, but what can you do? Like it's a cruel world, so you either adapt or you get sick. And I intend for my family to to not get sick.
But then you hear people saying like, "Nah, I'm all right. I'm okay." You're like, "No, bro, you don't get it. You
let
don't
them perish.
Get it."
Let them,
but that's all you can do.
it's harsh.
That's the only thing. What you're saying, man. Just like all you can do is say la vie, man. I mean, that's all I can do is because I try to tell you, but you just like fucking
it's very harsh.
Alone. Like, yeah,
it's very harsh. They want.
Isn't that crazy though?
To keep the way they are. Yeah.
No, like I'll put it in flat Earth. I kind of bring it back a little bit. It's like even if you tell them about the truth that the Earth isn't a globe, like just whatever it is, like because of the fact that there isn't any evidence to support it. There's only people saying things, and it's like I could tell you until you go investigate it, you're not gonna know. So it's like it's frustrating, dude, because it's like, yeah, we could argue till we're blue in the face until the cows come home on Discord, but until you go out into the field and you go check this shit out, it's just gonna sound like a bunch of kooky people talking about ideas that they think the Earth is flat. Like it sounds fucked up because you were first told that it was a globe. So that's what hit you first as a child. So now you have this ingrained idea that it is a globe for sure, and nothing else can take you away from that. So it's like that in and of like thinking of the food pyramid and all this other shit, like all that stuff is just ingrained. Like you don't know about anything else.
Yeah, the food pyramid is so asinine. Like if.
Well, you
really
know, it's I don't know, man. I just because like it to me, I think it just.
Oh, bro. You know what's the stupidest thing about the food pyramid? Is that it's a triangle, not a pyramid.
That is true.
The food pyramid is not a pyramid. Now, I'm telling you, man.
Our societies can't build these megalithic structures, so instead we just kind of say, "Oh, here's a pyramid that we drew up." Instead, here's our glamorization.
I mean that you know that shit's bought and paid for, right? That's Terry.
Oh, definitely.
I heard just recently that there's, I think shredded wheat is on there now. Fucking shredded wheat, bro, is up on the pyramid. It's up there, bro. There's a lot of things that companies will pay top dollar to get their shit on that pyramid. Imagine having your product on that pyramid. Like that's fucking like a gold standard. People like, dude, let me check out what does the food pyramid say? And they're just going by it and they're like, yeah, let's eat like that so we can.
Makes sense.
Well,
so like,
I mean,
like in grocery stores, the food companies pay the grocery store where to place their food on the aisles and on what shelf. The grocery store doesn't decide that. They have shelves available to the food vendors, and the food vendors say, "I want my food on the third shelf. Here's the money."
Yeah, or they make they design like little cardboard stands to place more food. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I want my food on the top of the food pyramid. Here's the money.
All the candies up front, ease of access.
And who does it appeal to?
Wait a minute.
Little kids.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, dude. That's interesting. Remember how earlier we were talking about how kids should be allowed to get into the workforce earlier? Maybe that was a bad idea. Maybe putting them in charge of the food pyramid was a bad idea. Look, Mom, it says candy right at the top. It's clearly the healthiest choice.
Oh my god, dude. Now he's kind of saying, I know what you mean, esoteric. I get you, man. Like it's hard because I don't natural selection. That's kind of a big thing, but even if you tell the people, look, man, the shit is bad for you. Like you can scream it out the top of your lungs on the top of your roof with a megaphone and fucking get everybody's attention. They're gonna be like, shut up, like while they're munching down on the. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't. Fuck, dude.
Fucking phosphoric acid Coca-Cola and like the
Yeah, dude. Like
seed
fuck,
oil
you just-
made fried fries.
dude. Oh my god, the fucking seed oil shit it's like industrial lubricant, bro. Like you're putting in your body, like shit. It's just like regular food. It's not like it's out there. You can see it's on the shelf.
Yeah, even
my
if you try to
God.
eat healthy, you can't avoid all the bad stuff that's been sprayed over the food as well.
You see, yeah, it's like
It's like it's such a cruel world we live in where it's like this twisted, sick game of like double meaning. It's like, oh, I'm eating healthy, but yeah, things are sprayed over this food. It's
Fucking
so
hell.
fucking cruel. It's just so.
Oh fuck.
It boggles the mind if you really care about these things.
Yeah, it almost feels like the deeper you think about it, the more you feel like you're going berserk because of all of it. It's like, fuck. Anywhere I turn, it's all fucked. Like
I'm somebody who really like I aspire efficiency like in systems and anything like that. Like and
yeah.
whenever I see like these governments just like so asinine and like their mentality when it comes to food is so backwards where it makes me livid where instead of figuring out if certain things that we put in our food like preservatives or what have you red 40 are bad for you, and just instead what they do is like they just put it in first and then ask questions later. It should be the way around. It should be, hey, let's test this out. Let's see what the effects are and the ramifications of it are, and then we'll decide. No, it's the other way around. Let's do it, and then let's fucking. Yeah, it's so.
Well, we got because they're working off of percentages, bro. What percentages actually like what we have like a fucking tolerance level? We haven't hit our 10%, of people getting fucked over from this thing, so we're good. As long as we don't hit our threshold, just keep it under 10%. Like fuck, dude.
Do you go to Costco?
I have a Costco that's near me, but I don't go to it.
In the food court place, they have something called a chicken bake. Do you know what that is?
Mm-mm.
A chicken bake is like a glorified hot pocket, right? It's much thicker. It's much more tastier. The bread is higher quality, and inside this chicken bake is chicken, and other ingredients like bacon and what have you. One chicken bake itself alone has like 2,000 milligrams of sodium. Like no wonder people's fucking blood pressure in America is high. No wonder like we have such high rates of heart diseases. Yeah, 2,000 milligrams of sodium. Look it up right now.
How big is it? Yeah, but how big is one of those? Is it like the size of a regular?
It's like
hot pocket?
700. It's like 770 calories. No, it's a glorified hot pocket, so it's more
bigger than
nice.
Like double one.
Yeah. And they're glorified hot pockets, pretty much. And
but imagine when you're really hungry, you can probably down like 2 of those.
oh, for sure, dude. And
oh fuck, dude.
There goes your blood pressure. 4,000 milligrams of sodium. Keep in mind, 2,500 milligrams or 2,100 milligrams of sodium is 107% of your like daily nutritional value.
And then if you're not sweating that shit out, then oh shit,
that goes straight. That's straight plaque for your heart.
Yeah, dude. Like, oh, fuck, dude. But that's
like
thing,
no
though,
wonder
like,
we have such high rates of heart disease in this country. It's shit like that.
I mean, it's a sodium. It's almost in it. You know what else is in a lot of shit? I even made people aware about this. They didn't know. Like another ingredient that people didn't realize: garlic. Garlic is in every fucking thing, dude. I'm like, you know what garlic is? Do you know what it is? What it does to the bloodstream? Like, when you consume too much of it? I don't know if you know.
It's proactive. I know that much.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like an aspirin. It's a blood thinner. So yeah, garlic is they some people that need that. It's like kind of like an aspirin. So if you need it, garlic in your it's medicinal, let's say, but it needs to be regulated. If it's in everything, then that's no bueno, right? Because like you're eating garlic all the time.
Garlic fries, garlic bread.
Yeah, garlic everything, dude. It's like, and some people like the taste of garlic, but it's like I don't know. It's
the garlic buttery is what they love. The buttery. part
I
of the
don't know, man.
garlic.
I'd say like in looking like I would just say just look at all your foods like in the labels and you'll see garlic in almost every fucking thing. It's weird. I don't know, just being more conscious because I think like once you become aware of truth, it seems like your mind is a critical thinking mind. Like you ignite this engine, you start up the furnace, and it's just like your mind is
Yeah.
like lit up. So everything you see, everything you hear, you're thinking about stuff. So in this arena, that's why I'm like, I really like the fact that when we first came into the knowledge of this, when I first like in 2014, when I came across it, it's like the part of my brain that was dormant, it fired up like boom, like all of this stuff. I started to think about things, and it's like new things, I never thought of. I started
Yeah.
getting to science, geography, like history, like all these subjects. Math was starting to come, and I really didn't care about a lot of stuff, right? I just went through life and I didn't really care. And this
Yeah, I
was
was the
like putting
same.
me, and it put me like on, whoa, I need to pay attention. Like, because if I don't, something's gonna slip by and I'm not thinking
You're gonna
about
get
it.
left
So
behind. Yeah.
yeah. So I don't want that. So now it's like somebody even said like, "Well, what's gonna change in my life if I know that the earth is flat?" And I wanted to tell them the story like of how everything everything matters, right? But I can't say that to somebody who's apathetic or who's indifferent, right? They're like, "Ah, fuck, what does it matter if I know the earth is a globe or flat? I'm still going to go to work tomorrow." I'm like,
Yeah, we call
"Dude,
those people docile.
yeah, I'm like, dude, fucking truth is the reason why. Because if you don't understand, if truth isn't important to you, then like you said, fucking nature will take care of them. Like they'll be eating all the wrong shit and doing all the wrong things, and then
Yeah.
fucking say la vie. Like you're not
Like
never see those
sure in
guys.
our society we don't starve, but at the same time it's like, do you really want to eat this stuff? Like
Yeah,
it's
can you
not
imagine the
doing you any
fucking?
favors.
Can you imagine the okay? So if you swing too much to the left, you get all fucked up with all the types of shit that you can eat, and if you swing too far to the right, you're fucking starving to death. Like it's like one or the other. You're just like you're gonna be eating all the bad shit, or you're gonna be not eating anything. You know what I'm saying? So there's like, and then the middle ground is like eating the right thing and knowing what you like putting in your body is, I don't know.
And there's just like a lot which is we're barely understanding too, is like the whole peanut allergy thing in America in children that's been on the rise since the 60s and 50s. That has to do with it's like very man-made, but I forget what the root cost of it is. Another thing too is like when it comes to being lactose intolerant, it has to do with certain vegetable starchy parts of like ingredients in baby food that over time you just become lactose intolerant, and it's so bizarre.
I was wondering, do you
There's
think people can recover from that? Like, that's interesting. That topic of that is, I don't know. There must
well, I
be.
mean,
I think because the body heals itself, and I know I need to talk to Gemsy about stuff, but and it's I don't want to get too far into it, but I'm thinking I think people can recover from anything. To be honest, that's my opinion. I think the body can heal itself. You just have to know how to do it. It's like,
Yeah, I think
you know
you're
what I'm
right.
saying? Just keeping it natural and just knowing like what's wrong with your body, and just like
yeah,
because
like
the
peanut
ancients knew a
allergies is
long time
something.
ago.
Yeah, like peanut allergies is like something we like. It's almost like an anomaly as to why
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
more
there you go.
prevalent
Yeah.
in industrialized food.
Because it's almost too weird, right? It's like, well, fuck, dude, people they didn't have much back then, so they didn't really. They just put whatever they could in front
Yeah,
of
they
their
relied
face and
on
eat.
bread. Yeah, bread. A lot of decent good bread too. Not the bread in fucking grocery stores, man. That's different, completely different from actual good authentic bread.
Yeah, I mean, because I hear like, well, I look at some of the scriptures and like people are eating bread and they're eating stuff, and like you're like, well, bread. Think about bread. Like you see it at the store. It's like that's poison. Well, I don't want to get too much into it, but look at the ingredients, man. Just that's all I gotta say. There's unnatural
Yeah.
stuff in there, synthetic stuff, and
I mean, it's so obvious too. It's like it hits you in the face when people go to get cheese like from Amish communities and buy it from them instead of going to stores, and like they don't get bloated or they don't get the lactose intolerant effects
see,
of Amish
that's
made
what I'm
cheese.
talking about.
It just goes to show you, like, man, like what the fuck have we been doing for the past decades? Like what the like are we like we're asleep under the wheel pretty much, and we just don't give a fuck about it. And it's
Yeah, that's it right there, esoteric. That's people just don't give a fuck, dude. They're just like, dude, just go to fucking Walmart and get your shit and come back, eat, and fucking go to bed. Like,
Yeah.
there's no You know what I'm saying? There's no like people are being conscious. They're like, oh, let me see what I can, how healthy I can eat. Or they're just like, fuck, dude, just go get your shit and yeah, you'll be all
And
right
you
tomorrow.
can blame the past generations
Fuck.
for this too. It's like you can blame the past generations for having this mentality of not being precautious, like at all.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you care too much about the price of food and try to go for the cheapest thing possible instead of how wholesome the food is.
Okay,
Ugh.
okay. That being said, I'm about to eat this egg salad, egg mayo mustard thingy that I got from this gas station. Is it gonna be healthy or not? What,
Fuck,
what's the
dude.
Anything gas
Fuck.
station is sure to be very
Yeah, I was gonna say gas
processed.
station. You're just rolling the dice right there, bud. Like you're just. Hopefully you don't crap out. I mean, and I mean that in the literal sense too.
But hey, listen, you can't avoid it, right? You can't avoid
Well,
it.
I mean, a man's got to eat, right? Like what
Yep.
else? What else has he got? What he's gonna
Dude,
stare?
egg salad from a gas station is one of my favorites, bro.
Were the famous last words of AI overlord? Like,
Dude, this place don't sell food on the regular. Like it's got a whole deli and food thing. So
I was telling
it's
Esoteric
not
that.
just a random gas station with some egg salad sandwiches in it.
Well, yeah, and you just made it sound like you just pulled over and like some Chevron and just
What's wrong with this?
No, but I mean, like
You know what?
inside of the ingredients and shit that are in. I don't know, man. Like maybe.
It tastes real good, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's what it's meant to do, so you can want it more. Just keep feeding on it. But I don't know. I long for that. To me, man, it's like the simple life, I was having a conversation with my old lady, just like just a little piece of land out there somewhere, and just tend to a garden, have a few chickens, or just just keep it out there simple. Whatever. With chickens, you can get a bunch of eggs. You can eat healthy with those. Anyway.
Don't go wrong with gas stations. I've been to gas stations here in the U.S. I bought unpasteurized milk that it hasn't been heated or probably basically raw milk, but it's in the fridge, so it's not raw that you get it right away, but it is. And I also bought like honey, like raw honey in gas stations, so you can find some good stuff in some gas stations.
I feel like people are blessed if they live near Amish country, Jemsy, because then you can go to some of their stores.
Yeah,
Really good.
yeah, you can find some good stuff. Yeah, and in the U.S., if you can go into the country away from the cities, you might be able to find many farms that are probably have some decent stuff, especially like honey, fruits, some fruits, and decent meat and eggs, milk, cream, kefir. Some good,
Wow,
there's
you drink
good
kefir?
stuff out there. Sometimes I do if I can get it because it's not I have to go to New Hampshire to find the good one. I do buy some raw milk sometimes around here. Goat's raw milk, it's pretty decent. But one of the underrated items that is very abundant and people have emotional trigger when they hear it, just like Earth is not a globe. Oh, you're wrong. And one a very abundant, good water that is out there is actually DSW, seawater, which is you probably gonna some people are gonna get triggered by hearing this, but seawater is actually drinkable and it's good. And it provides a bunch of the electrolytes that people go to Walgreens and CVS to buy and put it in the water. You get all the electrolytes in seawater. So there's studies about this. There's much information about it. It's just that people heard it in the TV. Seawater bad for you. You go crazy. Oh, therefore it's true.
Yeah, I was thinking Trinity's putting. That's why surfing is so healthy. Big wave surfing. Well,
Yeah, because
like,
you wipe out and you drink all that water and
you
you get
drink all
it.
that water. You take on
Yeah,
a
because
bunch of
you're
water,
wiping
don't
out
you?
all the time and you're going underneath and you're getting pulled under and you're like gasping for breath and you're just surviving and then you're drinking all that water and yeah, you get super healthy. You can be sick and you can go surfing and you come back and you're like, was I sick? I'm suddenly feeling good now.
Really?
If you mix it with the sun, your body's absorbing water, your skin is absorbing water, but
So
also
many
there's
minerals.
water that, yeah, being hydrated is the ability of the tissue to absorb the mineral. So you could be drinking water, regular water, and if your body cannot bring the minerals into the tissue, you still be dehydrated. But
Yeah,
with
it's
seawater, you can deliver a decent amount of minerals into the tissue just with a little bit of it, not much. It's not like you're gonna be drinking gallons like you normally drink with the regular water to be satiated. With seawater, you drink a little bit and you feel the effects of it. Especially, actually, in like Trinity said, in your skin, you feel better. I mean, there's a science to it. There's studies about it, so you just gotta check it out.
Yeah, people that live by the oceans, they live longer. They have long lifespans.
Yeah, it's the same when you drink coconut water that is being produced at the shore by the palm tree. That water from the coconut, it has a bunch of minerals that it's getting from the surrounding, including the seawater. And yeah, it's pretty good water when you get it directly from the palm tree. But yeah, deep sea water DSW, one of the first ones that worked with it. I mean, the first one is, I will say, the ones that is in record in history and have was used by medical professionals, and they did many things with it. Was Rene Quinton, and they did a lot of different things. Even IVs into people, like people that were really sick, and put in the bloodstream.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Have you heard of fresh spring water as well? Like the
Oh
actually
yeah.
that out in nature?
Yeah,
Spring water is.
definitely. That's amazing.
And do you know that there is a map that you can get where it has the nearest spring water that you can go get free water, but you even put it in glass bottles, you know, for it. But there's a map that actually has all the natural springs that you can go and get the fresh water from, like this
You
fresh
can go
spring
check
water.
anywhere around the world, and within a certain mile radius, you're gonna find spring water, water springs everywhere. There's so much water coming out of the ground. It's nonstop. It's 24/7 coming out of the ground. We're gonna run out of the water. Would you
I
go
was in
ahead?
a place where they
Fatima?
had mountain spring water running in the municipal tap water system.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
Well, it was Keystone, Colorado, at 9,000 feet.
Oh
high,
well,
so yes.
you must have been like. I bet you that water tastes so crisp and clean. Like it's just.
Oh, it was
Probably
amazing.
the best tasting H2O, high quality H2O.
Just don't use plastic bottles, please. Glass bottles only here.
Yeah.
Plastic bottles they're designed to kill you. They choose the one. There's like 180 plastics, right? But they choose the one that can kill you, and the one that gives you cancer. They choose that one to use for all the bottles. How does that work? They choose the only the one that kills you. They choose.
It's because it's cheaper. They're trying to make more money.
They're trying to kill you. It's called genocide.
They don't want to kill you. They just want to make you sick.
You're not going to be able to have children because that plastic kills your fertility, whatever. It turns you into a woman. It turns your hormones into, you become like a female, like a frog, whatever.
The water does that too.
Whatever.
You know,
frogs.
water. I mean, there is a production of salt that they grab. They basically allow the seawater to go into some banks, and then they cover the exit of it. So they allow the water to dry with the sun, right? The sun and the wind and whatever. And the salt from the sea gets a structure. It's like a pyramid structure, and this is like a natural structure that gets when the salt is being dried by the sun. And you can do something similar, restructure water directly in the sunlight. So you can actually put water in glass or even some people use copper and other stuff, and you can leave that water under the sun. I mean, it has to be sealed, obviously, because if not, it's gonna go get away. But you can restructure water just with sunlight, and just leave it over there for a couple hours. It might be warm after a while, and then you can drink that water. It's decent. It's a very simple thing to do. It's just think
You know what
about
you
it.
can also do? You can actually tachyonize water. Take a tachyon, and you can actually what tachyon does. It creates the perfect structure of whatever you put it next to. So basically, you put it next to your water for about 2 minutes or 3 minutes. It creates the water becomes more quality, efficient. So basically, the structures of the molecules, whatever, they go into perfect formation. Instead of being all random and stuff, they get tachyonized. That's what it does. Basically, a tachyonized magnet thing. It basically just makes your water and your food as well into its perfect form, which is always better because it's high quality. So you're eating high quality food and water. The tachyonized water and food is really awesome.
Yeah, and there should be some stuff to that. I don't have the material tectonized, uh,
It's
but
called
the stone is
tachyon.
always out
So,
there.
yeah,
Tachyon. Yeah.
you can tachyonize your food and water, and it affects your body as well. If you put it in your radiance around you, it gives you energy as well. It energizes your body as well. But it's like a magnetism or something. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's some kind of science thing. But someone gave it to me once, and since I've been having it around me, it's like it really works because it gives you like extra energy. You just got an extra boost. I don't know what it is, but I don't know what's in there. I don't know how it works. Some kind of it's apparently Tulsa invented it. It's Nicholas Tulsa's one of his secret inventions or whatever.
Yeah. You got any questions about deep sea water? Let me know. I got some links for you. It's an interesting topic. It's part of that abundance that is actually available, but it has been demonized to create scarcity. Just like you heard in the TV, Earth is globe, seawater is bad for you. Same logic. And it's actually DSW, which is deep sea water. It's 200 meters under the surface water. So it's a different concentration than the one above. A little bit different, but about the same.
Another thing is good to like wash your vegetables as well for about 15 minutes. You get the special stuff. You can actually try and get all the poisons and stuff off them as well.
I just don't eat any. I stopped. I mean, sometimes I might eat a meal that someone offered me, and I might have some vegetables, but I just don't bother. I just don't eat any. That's it. I'm done.
Some vegetables are like okay, because like squashes, you know, they got their hard skins around them, or like things that are really like hard on the outside. You can get by with those a bit, but still, I mean, we want to stick to organic, but you can't even trust the organic signs nowadays because you don't know what. I mean, if they're really putting organic there or not. So you can try. I mean, organic, but you still. There's certain things that have hard skins. Those are pretty good. The tough skin stuff. So try and aim for those. That's good.
You just
It's
need to
best to
crush
stay
it
away
when
from the unorganic stuff. Anything unorganic, just like run, basically, if you can. Avoid.
organic, like carbon based.
Okay.
Nothing.
Oh man.
And then with meat, like try to stay away from anything that's not grass fed and anything that's not hormone free. But you don't even know if you can trust that as well. There's certain brands I think they're
I just
lying.
skip all
They
that,
mix it in
bro.
from overseas.
If you just eat the grass yourself, you can just skip all that process.
Yeah, if you got your own cows and you slaughter your own cows, yeah, that's the way. Grass fed here. Just get some cows, slaughter your own cows. That's pretty expensive though, but yeah, if you got some money, you can do that. The best is to have a farm, right? Ideal.
No, you need a neighbor that has one. That's the trick.
Yeah, that's yeah, a neighbor with a farm. That's perfect. Yeah, because if you got a farm, it's a full-time job. You need a lot of help as well. Or just work on a farm. It's That's a good one. But one of the worst things is those oils, man. Those things are bad. Bad oils, oh man, stay away from those things, man. Those things really wipe you out.
Like motor oil?
No, we're talking about cottonseed. We're talking about sunflower. We're talking about all the bad oils. What's that? Rapeseed oil. All those bad ones. The only good one is even olive oil. You got to be careful. There's a good one that you can get from Egypt, and but it's really expensive. But a lot of them in the shops as well. They're fake. Not really.
Dude, I heard that olive oil. So you know, like normally olive oil is just put on a shelf forever, and you go there and you buy it. And you think it's aged, so it's good. But I heard that you're supposed to eat it fresh, and if it's like greater than 2 weeks old, it's garbage. I don't know if that's true or not. It's just something I heard recently.
MTC coconut oil. Coconut oil's good. And
Nah, just buy tallow. Come on, guys, just buy tallow, beef tallow, or something like that. There's an abundance of that. Just find animal fat, and even ghee. It's pretty decent, but tallow, I would say, it's one of the superior ones, and you can find that pretty easily. You can find a couple gallons of that. Oh yeah, if you don't want to do the oils, which is, I mean, I try not to touch them, even though you're gonna find them almost everywhere. But if you don't want to touch, if you don't want to touch them to put them in your food, you can use ghee or tallow. That's decent stuff.
Okay, I'll be careful if I see any olive oil, okay?
There's a good one from Tunisia. I think it's Tunisia. It's quite expensive, but it's really good. High quality stuff.
Yeah, they're trying to get you, bro. They're trying to get you. They're just gonna hike the price, and they're gonna say, "Yeah, this is the expensive one. Get it."
Well, I mean, I got all this ad running this cool Discord channel. I mean, I'll buy whatever oil I need.
Pretty good.
If you see the oil in the eye, he's trying to get you, bro. Trying to get you to buy it.
Yeah, be careful around those oils. Don't turn your back on them. Well, I guess this is what twiddling our thumbs looking for a Glober looks like.
What did you kick out all the fake Globers?
We don't need the anti-flats here tying us up all day. I thought they might help to stimulate conversation, but they actually seem to do the opposite. They just discourage new people from wanting to talk.
They do.
I think
They've
it's
been doing
just
that
kind of a lull
for
right now.
5 years.
Yeah.
They've been doing that for 5 years, because when I first became a flat earther, all those guys, the same people that are on here, the same people, because I know what they say, they were trying to persuade me in YouTube, like, this and that, but they were talking total nonsense, and I could see through them, because what you guys said was totally, like, real, legit stuff. It was, like, real good points. And everything they said was just, like, total garbage. It was like they just made the stuff up. It was like, I could see, I mean, I could just look at the two. It's like, this is trash. This is McDonald's. Real good food, you know what I mean? I could tell the difference.
Yeah, they'll take over the whole conversation if you let them, and it'll just be them day in and day out, all the time. Yeah, I used to think like, oh, just leave them here so that it keeps the channel going, but yeah, like I said, I found that then nobody else really wanted to speak up, and it was just them dominating.
He just popped in now, one of the panda guys.
Oh yeah, he's staying muted.
Scotty, yeah.
Yeah, Tio's banned him earlier.
They used to live in Panda the whole time. Those guys are all from Panda. A lot of them are from Panda right now. Because I know them, because I used to go to Panda quite a bit. And just go preach there and preach a lot. Mainly preach, yeah. And just give them a bit of flat earth and preaching in between.
What Jin does, basically.
Well, Jin doesn't preach much, really. A little bit, I think.
Yeah, he does.
Does he preach a bit?
He basically just gets on his soapbox and goes. He doesn't care what anybody says. He doesn't like debate or go back and forth. He just he preaches.
I don't voice though. I just go and chat there because voice they just shut you down every time you try and talk over you. And they start screaming as well. What's his name? Panda. The Panda guy, he starts shouting and screaming at you and insulting you. And then he just like has like a fit, and then so I don't even bother talking to them. I just chat with them and preach them and talk some flat earth and post lots of flat earth memes. Me and that other guy, that youngster, what's his name? We went in there once and he was there for like 12 hours posting, and we both got kicked out the site. And we just posting memes the whole time. Like, well, I was posting memes for about 3 hours, and he'd been there for 12 hours just posting memes non-stop. It's quite funny. And then they said, we're kicking you because you're too young. You're underage. Can you believe it? Underage.
Who was the young guy?
He wasn't underage, but he's about 20. He's about 23. He's one of our flat earthers. I can't remember his name because he keeps changing his name. The karate guy.
Saints? No.
The ninja guy, the guy who does karate and stuff, and gym, and what's his name?
Oh, Michelangelo, you mean?
Young guy.
Raphael?
I think it's Raphael.
Donatello?
I can't keep up with his name. He's got so many different names. I can't keep up with all his names. But yeah, he's pretty
Not
cool.
Cuddy. Not the shit.
Yeah, I think it's what the shit. Yeah.
Breathe. Yeah, he goes by Breathe now.
Yeah.
Breathe
talk.
Entropy. Yeah.
But they banned me there for being too young, for underage. That's funny.
Yeah, you're too young. Get out of here.
Yeah. I was complimented though. I thought, wow, I'm too young. Cool.
Need to see some ID, please, sir.
I was like, it's like when they come in, you want to buy alcohol and they come to your door and they say, can I see your ID, please? I don't think you're 18. What?
Yeah, quick, ban him, heretic.
Only in America.
That's it. You gotta get rid of this guy.
Armenian wine, you know? I mean,
Why can't people who drive Range Rovers drive? Just because they don't care.
So
that's it. Earth's flat.
Yeah.
No arguments.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Yeah, so how about that Black Swan?
Black Swan. Yeah. Black Swan won already.
I'm almost at a point where I can't be bothered arguing with them anymore. It's like, okay, Earth's like, water's flat. You can't show me that plumb lines aren't parallel to each other in different areas all over the world. So what are we doing? You know, like, you say my down is different to someone else's down somewhere else, but no one can prove it. Well, shut the fuck up then. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really have to do much. Just ask for their
Yeah,
proof,
yeah.
basically. Well, I mean, I used to think that we had like this huge case to defend when I started arguing this, and I'd come with all this, information, all these different proofs and things. But now it's like, I mean, you already experienced the world as what we're saying it is. So what do you have to go against that?
The stars. Look at the stars.
You just know when they start talking, they just the junk that comes out their mouths. Like, oh no, not again. They're just going to come up with this weird, stupid comment like that doesn't even answer the question, doesn't even address anything. It's just like totally unrelated, and they just come up with this total junk. It's like, again, they do it again and again and again every day. They'll do the same thing, just make up this total. It's like, where do they get all this junk from? Do they have like a script book or something?
Well, I mean, they DM newbies as they're talking to us and stuff. Like, I'm sure that they exchange all kinds of crap in their own servers. They do the same kind of thing we do with their own servers and their own DMs and whatever, obviously.
I just got thrown out. I don't know what happened.
Tim, are you hot micing or what?
No.
Yeah, he's hot micing. Just mute him.
Okay, I just never know with Timbo, but you got thrown out of here?
Yeah, I just
Oh.
Like I had to reload it and everything. Shut up, James.
Yeah, it happens sometimes to me too. Like, for some reason, like when I come off mute and I'm about to talk, it just throws me out all of a sudden.
On your mobile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Called cheap internet.
I don't know. I think it's something to do with the app.
Yeah, the app does that. It's done.
Hold on, friends. This Dogs Are Gods just appeared out of nowhere and was going here. Sounds like he answered the call of the glow proceeds.
All right.
Yeah, what are you guys looking for?
Him. Take him off mute.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. What's going on, guys?
Hey, you sound like Timbo. Why?
I don't know. Do you guys have like anything that isn't cartoons of the flat Earth?
Yes. Look out your window.
Now, unfortunately, my vision of the Earth doesn't positively indicate either a flat or a round Earth, so that's not evidence either way. You need something that positively indicates your theory.
Theory? What's that?
Theory is a collection of testable ideas, and then as you test those ideas, you validate your theory.
It doesn't indicate curved or flat?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just real quick. It doesn't indicate curved or flat?
No, a human looking out over the landscape or over the ocean doesn't indicate curved or flat.
Well,
It's
it is kind of
subjective
it is
belief
kind of a
that it does.
dichotomy, isn't it?
Yes, but you're confusing ontology with epistemology.
I mean, either it seems to be curved or seems to not be, right?
No, there's a third stance in that where it is impossible to tell either way, or it is hard to tell either way from just that.
There's a difference between
viewing
impossible and hard. Which one is it?
I'd say hard. It's not impossible, but you need measurements in order to do that. You need like a camera and straight edges and things like that.
I'm just talking about what it seems to be from your perspective.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah. It's impossible. It's impossibly hard to tell what it seems to be to you.
Uh-huh. So I'm just trying to point out that your evidence so far has been, if you look out your window, it looks flat. That's a purely subjective piece of evidence, and it doesn't positively indicate either theory.
Where
it's just
can
you've
you
decided
look?
it does because
You say where can you look at reality without looking at a cartoon? And I ask, just look out of the window. That is not proof of anything. It's just that it's not a cartoon, bro. Because you're saying
so reality isn't a cartoon.
Reality is not a cartoon. I said look out of the window.
But the concept and the model of a flat Earth is only ever represented in cartoons.
I think Timbo brought up a good one earlier. Plumb bobs or parallel. So Timbo, what do you say? I think this is a good one for him because he's in a building right now. So the building next to him is probably parallel to his building. Go ahead, Timbo.
Yeah, it's just funny that, they say that plumb bobs aren't parallel, but there's no proof that this plumb bob here and the one in Sydney is not parallel to each other.
You see?
So you can prove that.
How?
And I emailed the Humber Tower Bridge Society, and they emailed back that yes, the towers are not on the same plumb line.
I'm not talking about
so there's
bridges.
a deviation from the top to the bottom.
You guys say that plumb bobs aren't parallel when they're in different positions, but we don't know that.
Well, I just gave an example of two plumb things being not parallel.
Can you show us that email?
Who cares?
Probably could.
I don't really care if he shows it or not. You need to show is it demonstrably existing in reality.
Reality, bro.
Well, the way to test that would be so difficult.
Bridge Society claiming so is much different than actually demonstrating so. So do they provide you with any demonstration?
So for me to demonstrate that would be so difficult that I can't do it. Can you demonstrate the opposite?
No,
That's
dude.
not our claim.
You're saying that this Humboldt guy told you such and so is true. Okay, so how did they give you any credence that it is? They just said so?
Great. No, so the engineering specifications for that bridge, they say included the deviation as a necessary deviation to make sure that the tower bridges were individually plumb.
Holy crap, dude.
So the bridge is curved?
Dude.
Yeah, the bridge is curved.
Is it a curve up from horizontal or down from horizontal?
Up or down from horizontal. So you have it on either way, depending on where you put the horizontal.
So it's perspective, it's not actual.
No, it is actual. It's just whatever point that you choose on the earth or on that part of the bridge, you'll have horizontal either deviate down from you in either direction, or actually no, it'll only ever deviate down from because it's on water. So it'll only ever.
So it's always down.
On water, yes, you can have topography change that. On land for limited distances.
Never a hump though, right?
A hump, I don't understand what that word is in context to. Can you plot it out, map it out, explain it?
Up from horizontal.
Up from horizontal.
Right.
No, you'll make a horizontal line and it'll only deviate down in either direction unless there's topography changing that.
Right. So when people come in here and say that Jaren shot a laser and it hit the earth, so he had to lift the laser up over the hump, I can count on you to tell him, no. That wouldn't happen because Earth doesn't hump up.
Yeah,
right?
Because he wasn't shooting horizontally.
Great. Fantastic.
Yeah. He was trying to shoot from one point to another point, and he assumed that between those 2 points, because they were at the same elevation, you would have that as a horizontal shot. But what actually happened was he was shooting below horizontal in order to get to the other person who, at the same elevation, was lower down because of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So we have the bridge, right, which you say curves. Now, if we have a person on either end of the bridge, what is the bridge doing from, if you connected a straight line between the feet of the people on each end of the bridge, which way is the bridge curving, up or down?
You would get a hump in the middle if you connected the feet of those two people with a straight line.
Oh, so it is a hump.
There's a hump if you connect a straight line between those two places, but if you run a horizontal off any plumb on that bridge, it will only ever go down. You're missing the difference between horizontal and the difference between a straight line. A straight line isn't always horizontal. Horizontal is always a straight line.
Right. So it doesn't drop from either side. It humps up.
The straight line won't, no, but the horizontal will.
The horizontal will hump up.
The horizontal will only drop. The straight line will hump up between the two individuals.
Okay.
Yes, and he
I'm
knows
done with this
this.
guy.
He knows this because he
Anybody
got
else?
an email from the Humboldt Bridges. So where's the juicy details from this email, Holmes?
I don't know. I sent an email to them. Do you want me to link the picture or what? Because someone said they didn't need it.
I do. The juicy details. That's what we need. Don't need a story. Details.
Okay.
Is,
I'll take a
this going to
screenshot
be
of the email
another?
and
Is this going to be another
link
toe
it.
tank episode? Is it?
Yeah, dude. Freaking toe tanks. This
I mean,
homeboy dude didn't even read the freaking toe tank article. Freaking lame.
He doesn't need to.
Yeah,
He'll
what
just
part
make
didn't
up
I
what it
read?
says.
What part didn't I read?
Dude, go back and listen to the recording, homie. You want me to give you the link so you can listen to it?
Not really, but why don't you just actually use your big boy words and explain what I missed?
Dude, what you missed was the fact that I called out that they were leveling the thing to make it parallel with the water. And you said, no, it's empty. But actually, they have a water leveling trough on the side, which they just adjust two pins that break the water tension. And that's how they get it parallel. So all they did in the entire toe tank thing was just parallel the rails to the water. Right? No curvature whatsoever. They just assumed it was curved. But all they were doing was paralleling every point. That's it.
Yeah, so they do a level, and because the level has straight out from either direction, it will drop. They need to then change from level to conforming to the surface of the water. So there's a difference between those two.
You're just
But
claiming
anyway,
the water is curved. That's all you're doing.
Dude. They used a trough of water down the entire length, filled with, guess what? Water.
Cool.
Oh my goodness, dude! Don't worry, we don't have to rehash it. We have it on recording for posterity's sake.
Yeah.
Your opinion
So
of
just
what happened
quickly,
is irrelevant.
let's say they take 1 point and they do a horizontal off that 1 point, that one plumb that they've got somewhere in the toe tank. Now that horizontal will deviate from the surface of the water.
Who
on
cares,
a
dude? Who cares? That's not how they did it.
In another way.
I don't care. That's not how they did
Why are
it.
you screeching at me? What's upset you now?
Because I already said that we're putting a stake in it, and then you want to bring it up again.
Yeah, I wanted to have my final say on the topic. But anyway, I dropped a screenshot of the email I got back from the Humber Tower Bridge Society. So, again, why are you screeching at me? Is this Screecher 24/7 or is it
Oh
flat
my
Earth?
goodness, dude. Dude, haven't you learned that I talk loud by now?
Well,
I'd be
that's
okay
right.
We
With
had
that,
the
but you
same
don't
problem.
actually have
We had the
anything to
same
say.
problem. What are you talking about, dude? Oh, do you have anything to say? Oh, you say so? That's your opinion?
No, it's not my opinion. It's a fact. Well, it's an experience that I've had consistently over talking to you.
Yeah,
other
really.
people
So
on this
that's
channel.
why we have an entire recording of me schooling your ass left, right, and sideways about the very article you presented about the toe tanks.
You can frame it however you want. I don't really care. I could have been wrong in what I've said in the past. That doesn't mean I'm wrong in what I'm saying at the moment. Can you just let me finish what I'm saying before you start screeching? 24/7 screecher.
That's the way I like it. Now, move on to the
so
toe tanks.
do you guys only have cartoons or do you have actual images of the flat Earth? Like photos?
What?
Images from where?
Do you have a photo of the flat Earth?
From where?
Anywhere to anywhere, as long as you can show that it positively indicates the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, the beach. Go take a photo.
No, that's you shifting the burden of proof onto me. So,
No,
do you have anything that positively indicates the
dude,
flat
you
Earth?
said from anywhere that shows the shape of the Earth. I just told you where.
Yeah, how? Explain it, show it, give me some evidence, because right now you're just burden shifting.
No. First of all, I'm not. You said
Yeah, you
have a
are.
picture of the flat Earth. I said from where. You said from anywhere,
Uh-huh.
and then I told you where. How is that shifting the burden of
Yeah.
proof?
So the burden was on you to give me a picture of the flat Earth, something you believe in. You then said, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go tell you to do that." That's shifting the
Oh,
burden
you
on
want a
me
picture from the
to
beach?
show
Sure. Okay,
the
hold
flat
on.
Earth.
Yeah, I'll get a picture from the beach. This is like that because these don't exist anywhere, right?
So does that picture of the beach show the Earth is flat?
Yes,
In what way?
because most of the surface of the Earth is water.
That doesn't explain it. That doesn't positively indicate the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so if most of the surface of the Earth is water and water's flat, then the surface of the Earth is flat and not a ball.
Oh, how did you know water's flat? Isn't that just a presupposition?
No, it's not a presupposition because when you have a substance, right, that's a liquid, it takes on one consistent feature on the surface. It's not a supposition.
And
It's
how have you
observable
measured and
reality.
demonstrated that?
Well, I mean, you could take the Bolivian salt flats for one. So the reflection of the sky and the reflected image are perfectly symmetrical.
That doesn't indicate it either way. And the Bolivian salt flats.
Then you're
the
brainless
Bolivian-
because so you're brainless because if it's a curved surface, then the sky and the image of the sky can't be symmetrical.
I don't know. Have you done the maths to show that they wouldn't
Yeah,
be symmetrical? Can you show me that?
within
But just
200
quickly,
within 210 feet, within 220 feet will be anywhere further distant than that will be a large enough angle to detect a deviation from visually detect it, a deviation from symmetrical.
So two quick things. The Bolivian salt flat article that shows that it is comparatively flat to other parts of the Earth referenced it to a geoid, and that was taken by a satellite. So it was shown to be fairly flat from a satellite as reference towards a geoid, in that it
That's
didn't
not what I'm
change
talking
elevation.
about.
That's in the article. The second part,
Yeah,
the
that's not
image
what I'm
that you're
talking
talking about. Okay, but the image you're talking about, I'd like a reference to show that that image indicates a flat Earth, or some mathematics or some
Can I ask you a
actual
clarifying
explanation with
question?
details.
Okay. Well, go ahead, AI.
I just wanted to ask about his thing about the salt flats. Are you trying to say that it's okay, imagine a sphere and then you slice off a flat spot. You're trying to say that it's a flat spot on a sphere?
No, what I'm saying is that there isn't a change of elevation from one point to another point. So it is curved, but elevation is a reference towards the distance from the
How would
center
you
of
measure
the
that
Earth.
curve?
And how would you measure what?
How would you measure something that's not an elevation change? Please explain that for the class. Thank you.
Well, there's images from space taken of the thing. Like that's how
Very
we got
good.
that's how we got the evidence of Bolivian salt flat is because of satellites in space. You can also just do simple measurements of drop over distance optically.
Yeah, that's
you
called.
making
what
shit
do you
up.
guys
No,
want?
dude. This is hilarious, dude. You're like making shit up. No, they figured out the Bolivian salt flats are flat because it rains and you can look at the water. And then there's a reflection of the sky. Yeah, so look in the chat, right? So you see how this reflection and what is reflected are symmetrical? This can't happen on a curved surface. Do you know why?
I don't
Because
know if
the
they're actually
angles,
symmetrical.
you don't know? Can't you see?
Yeah, I don't know. This is something that would be my opinion based on an image and not a calculation or any sort of modeling out of it. So it's just an opinion. So it just reinforces the
No,
idea
it's
that
not.
all
It's
flat
not
Earth
an opinion.
evidence
It's an
is
argument from
purely
ignorance.
subjective.
You said you didn't do the calculation, so that you're making an argument from ignorance. Just you saying
no.
I didn't do the calculation doesn't mean that the calculation can't be done, and it doesn't agree with what I said. So it's an argument
That's
from
not what I
ignorance.
said either. I didn't say.
You said it was my opinion.
I didn't
No,
stop.
no,
Indy,
no. It's not my opinion.
It's my turn to talk now.
Yeah, it's
my
not
turn
my
to
opinion,
talk.
though. It's not my opinion, though.
Coming to a conclusion either way that this shows a flat Earth or a globe Earth is just the person's opinion when they look at the image, unless you can show some mathematics or modeling has been done to it to remove it from just an opinion to like a piece of empirical evidence.
No.
And it is just a
That's not how it
subjective
works.
opinion.
No, that's not how it works.
Of course
dude.
it is.
Okay, just because you're not aware of what the mathematics are does not make it an opinion.
Well, are you aware of what the mathematics are?
Yeah, so on the globe model predicts that for every 110 feet, there's 0.01 degrees of curvature.
Mm-hmm.
That means the angle of the light will be different. So the angle's reflecting off the surface. So it hits one point, right? And a point 110 feet away from that point will be at a different angle, 0.01 degrees from the light that comes directly from the sky. So in 200 feet, or in 220 feet, that'll be 0.02 degrees. That's detectable with the naked eye.
In what way can you show that's detectable with the naked eye? Do you have some?
We know
model
the
that you
angular
created to show
resolution.
that?
We know the angular resolution of the eye. It's 1 arc second, which is 0.02 degrees. That means you can resolve angles larger than 0.02 degrees.
Do you have some modeling showing that that image,
I don't
one
need
that
a mod.
is necessarily, excuse me, I'm still talking, is necessarily going to be distorted by the camera, which is likely going to be some form of fisheye, and will necessarily be distorted by atmospheric conditions, does not show the globe Earth?
Do you have dressing for that word salad?
No, it's pretty simple. I can explain everything I just said. So I said
please
the
do.
camera will distort the image, and that will cause
You said it's most likely
some
distorted.
necessary curvature, and then the difference in atmospheric pressures between where the water sits and the top of the sky will change the way the light travels towards the camera. All of which invalidates your opinion of what the image should be doing.
No,
your
see,
opinion
everything
that
you
it
just said
shows
is
a certain thing.
speculation. Everything
Just like
you
you
just
with
said
the
is
image, yes.
complete speculation. No, see,
Just
I
like you
can
with the
just
image,
look at
yes.
it and say, I looked at it and that's what it is. When you're saying you
Again,
looked at it and
subjective.
that's not what it is, that's an optical illusion. It's on you to prove
Purely
that that is an
subjective, yes.
optical illusion.
Well, no, it's not, because you have a subjective
it's not.
opinion of what it is. I have a subjective opinion of what it is. Unless you can prove that my opinion is wrong or that your opinion is right, it's just subjective, and who cares?
Nah, you're arguing with what we see, okay? So back up your argument if that's the case. We all see what we see, and you go, nuh-uh, what we see isn't actually that, so it's on you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't need to. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, it's not a refutation, bro.
That's not
Yeah,
what I
you
said.
don't need
I said,
to.
I don't
You can
need
live in
to.
your delusional little fantasy world, and you don't have to back up any of it. You're right. You don't have to. But, I mean, if you wouldn't mind, it would help the rest of us out. Thanks.
Yeah, so I'm going to explain to you again. There's a positive, the negative, and then a neutral position. Now, you guys are claiming that an image is positive evidence for your belief. I'm not saying that it's positive evidence for my belief. I'm saying I'm neutral on it because I haven't looked at it hard enough. I haven't done the empirical study of it to see whether it fits my position. So I'm going to reject that evidence because it doesn't show either way. It's not positively indicative. I'd rather go for positively indicative evidence.
Okay, it is positively indicative. In what way is it not positively indicative?
Because it is your subjective opinion.
In what way does this fit a ball?
It's not about that. It's because it's your opinion
In what
that it fits a
way
flat
does
Earth, and
this
you
fit a
can't
ball?
show because it's your opinion that it fits flat Earth.
Okay.
That's all.
In what way does this fit a ball?
That's all I have to show, and that's the truth.
In what way does this fit a ball? Like, just tell me, in what way?
So I never claimed that image fit a ball. It could be distorted, but I don't know. I don't know any of it. That's why it's purely subjective, because you also don't know any of it.
Because you can
Again,
imagine something.
Purely subjective.
Because you can imagine something in your head of some possibility, then it's not true because you have an imagination. That's what it is.
So you just did the exact same thing. When you look at this image, you imagine in your head that it fits a flat Earth.
I'm not
and
imagining
so you
it.
reject the globe Earth. And you say that it's evidence for a flat Earth purely based off what you imagine it showing.
I can see it. I can measure
Exactly.
you can take you can load this into like EarthInView or a program, and you can measure the distances, right, from the dividing line, and measure the same distance. You can actually measure it in the image.
Go on, off you go then.
Yeah, and they can't. No, I've already done it. Maybe you should
Have
go
you?
do it.
Please show me, because that would be
No,
positively indicative
I
evidence, and it
think
would
you
actually
should do
sway
it.
me on the shape of the Earth.
No, I think you should do it.
No, I
think
don't
you
want
should
to,
do it.
because it's purely
Yeah, I know you
subjective
don't
at this
want to.
point, and I have other evidence that's
So I
empirical
just gave you
that shows the
your
shape of the
other.
Earth.
Yeah, okay, your Humboldt towers, dude.
That's one of them, yeah.
That's idiotic, dude. You're a damn fool if you think that they measured a
All right, ad
deviation of
hominem, if
33
that's the way you
millimeters.
want to go. Ad hominem, if
Give
that's the
us
way you want to
any.
go.
You
No.
didn't give us any evidence for that either, though.
Yeah.
Well, I
someone
dropped
else
the
is claiming.
email saying that they viewed the engineering specs, and the engineering specs were 36
No,
millimeters.
that's not what the email said. It says, I talked to the
All right,
engineering
let me just bring it
manager.
up.
It said, I talked to the engineering manager, and the engineering manager said XYZ. Now, if this person who replied to the
What's
email...
wrong with that? How is that different to what I said?
You said they looked at the engineering specs. That was a lie.
Oh, no, an engineering manager looked at the specs and then conveyed that
It doesn't
information
say
to the
that in
person
the
writing
email.
the
Doesn't
email.
say that in the email.
My email prompted someone
It does
to
not
look at
say
the
that in the
specs
email.
and then give me
does
the
not say.
information.
It doesn't say they looked at anything in the email. It says so-and-so talked to so.
Wait a minute. So secondhand hearsay?
Oh, yeah, I see that now.
You didn't read it till just now? Jesus Christ.
Kind of like the
no, I didn't read it thoroughly, but why does that...
debacle, remember
Dude,
that?
just shut this dude up. Dude, I can't take this honest bullshit.
That was like the toe tanks where he didn't read ahead.
Didn't read his own email and is going to argue for it. And then try to correct me. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to ask this dude. How dogs and gods, how far apart are these towers?
I can't remember off the top of my head. It's something like 550 meters apart.
Okay. So what's the tolerance to get a 33 millimeter accuracy? What's the tolerance for? What's the tolerance?
It's all down to the plumb.
What's the tolerance per meter?
I don't know off the top of my head, but the towers are plumb, so that there isn't a tolerance of making the towers 36 millimeters apart at the top compared to the bottom. The tolerance is making sure that they're plumb. If they're plumb, then they should be 36 millimeters. And it showed that they were plumb in the way they built them.
How high are the towers and how thick are they?
I think they're 150 meters high, something like that.
Yeah, and at the base are they skinnier than the top?
I don't know.
Dude,
but why does any of that matter? All of this is just critiquing something that I've backed up my claim.
All right, shut the fuck up.
Why? What do you want? What do you want?
You're talking to people that actually build shit, dude.
So boom, there you go. So check this out, Holmes. I just want to critique what you said, and then I'll give you a chance to critique my critique. Okay? Fair. So it sounded to me like you just said, the only thing that matters is they wanted the towers plumb. If they made the towers plumb and they're this far apart, they should be off at the top by this much. It sounds like it's just a projection of a model of what it would be if they were splayed out radially. Not that they actually were measured or engineered to have that variation. So you can go ahead and critique what I said by providing the counter evidence that they did do either of the two, engineering or measuring, rather than just you saying it should be that and them saying it should be that based on a model. All right, I'm going to unmute you so you can respond. 1 second.
Millimeters
apart go
at the
ahead.
top. And my evidence for that is the email saying that they confirmed that that's the case as experts on the bridge. That's all I claim.
It's the second-hand hearsay.
Well, no, it's expert.
It's still hearsay, right?
It's a case.
No,
it's
not an expert. It's somebody saying that an expert. Look, it's somebody saying somebody else said something. It's worse than hearsay. It's second-hand hearsay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but that's somebody who has consulted with that person saying. But I don't understand the criticism here. Like, what's the problem with this?
Oh, dude, for all
Have you
we
ever had a
know,
job
the
in
guy
your life,
asked the
dude?
question.
Yeah, I've had heaps of jobs in my life.
That's
All
not a
right,
good
just hold
sign
on,
either,
bro.
bro.
Let's play out.
But what's
Let's
the
just
point?
play out a practical. Let's just play out a practical thing that could have happened. Homeboy
So you mean
one
you're
asked
going to
homeboy.
subjectively skew it now?
Oh,
Is that what you're
dude,
going to do?
shut your fucking mouth, kid.
Yep, keep whining and calling me names. It's a really good argument
All
for a
right,
flat earth.
get muted again. Muted again, bro. Fucking annoying. All right, now that I can speak and complete my sentences, then you critique afterwards. Fair. Sounds like homeboy one asked homeboy two, "Oh, did you have to account for the curve of the Earth when we built this bridge?" And then homeboy says, "Well, if the Earth was a globe and the towers were this far apart and they were erected plumb, they would be, 33 centimeters off at the top rather than the bottom." "Oh, well, did you measure that?" "Oh, no, that's just what they should be if the Earth was a globe, and we already know the Earth is a globe, therefore they're that far apart at the top." All right, go ahead, critique. Hold on, wait till I mute you, though. Otherwise, you'd be talking and no one's going to hear you, so hold on a second.
Wasn't it 33 millimeters?
All right, go ahead.
I understand your criticism. Your criticism is just you creating a story to sort of push your own narrative. So I don't understand why it invalidates an expert giving someone information about the tower bridges, and why you just in bad faith would assume that they hadn't talked to an engineer who had confirmed the distance between the tops
Why
of
would you
towers.
assume they did?
Because
how did they say?
I wouldn't lie about this. There's no reason to lie about this. People who lie about this all the time generally don't keep their jobs. You asked if I'd ever had a job. I've had lots of jobs, and lying
Who said
as
lie?
an expert all the time about something gets you fired from a job pretty soon. Can you wait till I'm finished talking and then you can start?
No, because if you're going to start with bullshit, then you're going to get called out your bullshit. Who said lie?
You did.
No, nobody. The only fucking liar around here is you.
So
Nobody mentioned the word lie except for you.
Indy, to quote.
Hey, dogs, 1 second, man. Just
no one ever said.
They said they consulted an engineer.
Dogs,
To quote, they said
man.
they consulted an engineer.
No.
Why?
She said she consulted the engineering manager. You know the difference between an engineer and an engineering manager, right?
Potentially, there's no difference between them.
Potentially.
Are you saying it's 33?
Yeah, one is just the administrative role of the people with the qualifications.
Dogs. Hey, are you?
So he's a manager.
30.
This is the sweet irony of everyone else barking at me. This dog.
Are you saying it's
every
33
5 seconds
millimeters
is beautiful.
further apart? I just need to clarify something. Are you saying it's 33 millimeters wider apart at the top?
I think it's 36, but yeah.
36 millimeters?
Uh-huh.
Do you know the allowance for a tolerance on a 3-meter wall, vertical?
Yeah, 3-meter wall aren't perfectly plumb towers, so I don't really care.
No. So 3-meter wall.
Let's think about it. If you
shut up 1 second. 3-meter wall tolerance of plumb is 10 millimeters allowable. So if you've got
what's the pressure on a 3-meter wall?
Shut up. So you're saying it's 36 millimeters apart. You got to divide that by 2 and say each tower is off by what? 17 millimeters, 18 millimeters. You're saying that that's not within tolerance of building a tower? 18 millimeters
probably
each
not.
tower? You're a fucking
Probably not.
idiot.
Do you want to know
man.
why? Do you want to know why? So a 3-meter tall wall would only have a couple of 100 kilos worth of weight if it was like a brick wall, a double brick wall,
doesn't
something
matter.
like that.
There's a tolerance for plumb. So your tolerance over the height of the towers is 18. You're saying that they built into the towers 18 millimeters apart, 18 millimeters off plumb in each tower? You're a fucking
So I'm just going
moron,
to say what I was saying before you started getting upsetty spaghetti.
No,
so
you're stupid,
the tolerance for a 3-meter high wall,
You've never built
the
anything
tolerance
in your
for
life, and you don't know anything about it. You read a book, You read an article.
Okay,
that
so we're
said
getting
it
to
could be that
the
far
point where you
apart.
just over
I'm going
talk
to mute you in
until
a
I can't
second.
actually
So
say anything.
you're
Do you
saying
want to
that you
actually
read
learn
something.
something, buddy? Would you
Want
like
me
to
to
learn
learn
something?
something
You're
here?
not capable
Yes.
of teaching anybody anything. You're the
Yeah.
dumbest fucking
Okay.
person in here.
Hold on. I'm gonna mute you, good dogs. Then we're gonna ask you a question. Then you can respond. Okay. So listen. What materials was the alleged tower constructed, and what are the tolerances at those distances, and what are the engineering methodologies that could construct a tower to be precisely that amount of millimeters off? Go ahead. Let us know.
So, a 3-meter high wall with a deviation of 10 millimeters would only have a certain amount of weight applied to it, maybe a couple hundred kilograms, whereas a 6-meter high wall would have twice that amount of weight. So any deviance with extra weight added to it can ruin the structural integrity of that wall. So if you scale that all the way up to 150-meter tall tower or whatever it was, then any tolerance deviation has tonnage and tonnage of concrete and steel added to it, as well as the downforce of the cables that cannot be easily absorbed by the material in the same way that a 3-meter brick wall can do it.
So what's the expansion
this
rate
kid-
on concrete towers?
Dude,
150
bro, this kid
meters
has
high.
no idea.
He's got no
I
idea.
think we all realize this kid has no idea about steel and concrete and anything about building whatsoever.
None whatsoever. Has no idea about
That's a
compressive
great ad
strength. Has no
hominem
idea about
argument,
thickness.
guys.
Has no idea about.
Do you think talking
rebar.
louder than me is an actual argument and calling me a
No,
kid is an
you're just a
argument?
dumb
Is that all you guys have? I thought you guys were better than this. You're
embarrassing.
pathetic, honestly. This is
you're
just ad
embarrassing
hominem time now with the pathetic little cowards.
You're embarrassing
Serve and mute
yourself,
me
bro.
again, dickheads. Prove that I'm right. Serve and mute me again. That's all you guys have. It's pathetic.
So just for the record, this dude
Come
said.
on, it's pathetic. Just ad hominem. Just show me something you can't screen if you're flat earth for once, you coward.
Spazzing out. So just for the record, what this person is saying, that don't unmute him, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. So okay, just for the record, this dude is saying they built a 535-foot tower, and that tower has a tolerance of leaning away from another tower that's also 530 feet. That's something like a fucking a kilometer away of 30 millimeters. Fucking believe that. You smoke crack, and I don't know what to do. You need help. You need to go to the fucking rehab or something.
Right, which is why we know for a fact. Hold on,
guys.
dude.
Do you have
We
any
don't
like
care what you have to
images of
say, dude. We don't care, bro. Okay, you were asked a question earlier. You were muted during the time you were given the question. You were released to answer the question. You failed to answer it, so who cares? But anyway, what all this proves is exactly what I predicted, which is that this is just a model applied to splayed radial lines at this range, what those lines would be off. And it's just asserted and claimed based on that model. It's not measured, it's not engineered, because you yourself said you just erect the towers plumb this far away from each other, and if they're erected plumb, they'll automatically be this far apart if they're erected perfectly plumb, right? With the edges of the boundaries of the walls in perfect linears all the way to the ground, which we know because we actually build shit for a living doesn't exist.
You build shit.
Great. Due to your childish inability to have a conversation, I turned you down while you were talking. So would you like to say that like an adult again?
Yeah, dude. If you're just gonna mute turn everybody
No,
down, dude.
I'm listening. Well, I only did that
No,
while I
you're
was
not,
muted.
dude.
So
You're done, dude. Goodbye. Pointless, dude. We mute you so we could speak, and then unmute you to answer. And the whole time you just had us turned down. So you only want us to speak when you're allowed to overtalk. You're an absolute asshole, dude.
It's called filibustering.
Wow. Yeah. What's happening?
Okay, so just to reiterate, so dogs are clowns here is saying that on a flat Earth there'd be two 530-foot towers that are completely parallel, but because the Earth's a ball, they're not parallel, and the tops had to be engineered to be separated 33 millimeters apart. Otherwise, the bridge would collapse.
Right.
Yes, that was his argument, right? That if they didn't make it off parallel 33 millimeters, then the bridge would have collapsed. Yeah, dude, you're that. That's why I said you're the stupidest motherfucker in this chat.
Dude,
The internet is
concrete.
great.
I'll just put it to you like this: there's no 500-foot long concrete form, right? That's been engineered to be perfectly rigid and straight the entire length, right? So that means you have to construct this thing in segments. That's already introducing variability that's going to be greater than those millimeters at that height, dude. The concept is ridiculous.
I might be actually find out that because the Big Dig here in Boston, they made the largest single form concrete slabs that have. I mean, maybe since then they've made bigger ones, but when they was being built, it was the longest concrete slabs. They were made at the fuck's the name of that place? Some place in Berkshire County. But I knew people that worked there. I might be able to find out like what their tolerance was. What was it called?
Petrica.
Yeah, Patrica. Yeah, Patrica or whatever. Yeah. They used to block off like the entire freaking Mass Pike to bring those fuckers in at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, they're massive. Yeah, exactly.
But they prefab them, and then they freaking drove them here, and then they set them up. But they couldn't be longer than, I'd say maybe 110 feet, 120 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, keep coping, dude.
I don't know. I've heard a rumor that after they construct these giant cement tall structures with steel and cement, that they actually take a sander and they polish them until they're perfectly straight.
I mean, can you even control can you even control the expansion of the concrete when it's curing of something that big to 33 millimeters?
No.
Because concrete doesn't cure uniform. It's not like
exactly.
And they have to run water pipes through the concrete to when you have towers that big to because the curing process is over years, so they have to keep it cool to actually make sure it doesn't crack.
Yeah, they didn't
Yeah,
do
if I'm
that
not
around
mistaken,
here.
it's like fully cured concrete is like 80 years.
Yeah, there was this thing called a Big Dig that they built here in Boston. Big Pig is more like it, but I can it's already cracking, bro. It's only been built for like a decade. It's already breaking.
Let me get this straight. His big evidence, right, wasn't the actual engineering plans, wasn't a practical measurement in the field. It was just some guy asked another guy who said it was the case.
I think you misgendered Ashley in the email. Then again, Ashley could be a unisex name.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
But I
Just
have to
ask him
say,
if
this email is sus anyway, dude.
Did he actually link
ask
it or
him
post
if
it?
a surveyor could establish a horizontal line that goes all the way across the bridge. Ask him if he can do that.
Isn't this? Didn't dogs are gods? Didn't he give us this? Heretic is still here. Do you remember? Remember he gave us the little sensors on the tops of the. Was this the same dude? The sensors on the tops of the towers.
The sway sensors.
Yeah. Which is greater than 33
I can't remember.
millimeters.
I can't remember if it was him. He was doing the tower bridges before he did the tow tanks, but I don't remember what his actual tower bridge argument was. Yeah, 'cause Heretic was critiquing it. Okay, they didn't actually. These little sensors aren't designed to measure whether it's adjusting for the curve of the Earth. It's designed to understand the stresses over time between the towers. Like they were sway sensors, not accounting for the Earth's curvature sensors. So, meaning, this is what it means, that throughout the year, the towers are closer together sometimes and further apart other times. So if you just wait, right, till they're a particular closeness together, and you say, aha, that's the distance that it would be if the Earth was curved. Aha. Just ignore the rest of the year.
Yeah, and another thing too is they were just floating the sensors as like a potential way to measure it. They didn't even say that they did. They're just like, hey, you know what? In theory, we could measure the Earth curve like this.
I don't even think they were trying to measure Earth curve. I thought they were just like measuring just the structural integrity of the bridge, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're never trying to measure it at all. Just some joker on the internet wrote an article where he just said, well, we could try to use these sensors to do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Looking flat is now my opinion.
The funny thing is, us flippers and globers, right? We can't get along.
Well, that's great news,
I've got
Bridge. Thanks for
Fucking
that.
Bridge, how did you slither in here?
It's all right. It'll
I've got a
slip right
section
in.
No, I
here
love
in
you,
the
Bridge. Not really,
I've got a
but
section
yeah,
here
kinda.
in the bridge construction, concrete, cast in place bridges, deviation from plumb, tolerance of 1.5 inches per vertical.
Wow, dude. For vertical length? But how tall is the vertical length?
It doesn't specify.
Okay, well, if it's cast in place, they're still not having a continuous form, right? So that would be between the length of each form would have that much variance. So if that's the case, dude, if that's the case, which by the way, me and Timbo already knew, right? Because we've probably done concrete before, duh. But not at that scale, but enough of a scale to know that with all the seams and the different forms and everything, you have a very wide tolerance.
Yeah.
Right? But if that's the case, 1.5 inches, dude, per one section of verticality, that means if you have two sections, right, 1.5 inches, one could be off a little bit to the right versus the one being off to the left. So let's say at those two you have a median deviation of 1 inch, and then the next one you have 1.5 inches. I mean, dude, this idea that these bridges are constructed perfectly parallel to each other on their faces is retarded on so many levels.
So check this out. I just did the calculation for the tilt angle for a 510-foot tower, which is what they say it is, and a 33-inch deviation. It's 0.012163 degrees. So that's how much that would be the tilt relative to parallel, right? Say to tilt away from parallel by 0.01 degrees. And I'm not sure how they detected that with a frickin' plumb line.
I mean, they
They
didn't.
don't, dude.
Of course
They just erected
Not awesome.
towers.
Like honestly, bro, like if
You can't even see 0.01 degrees, dude. You would need a special fucking instrument that had like a readout that
I know,
tells you
man,
what
but
the angle measurement is.
if I was to tell you why I thought this is real, then you guys would just mute me.
Yeah, probably.
I was gonna say, like, if you lick a girl out and you're a little bit like
That's probably why. There you go.
You look a girl out. Something
Yeah.
you've never done.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Branch, man.
Now,
Go to like a 12-step program, buddy. It's been fucking
now
years
check
of this
this
shit,
out.
dude. Stop drinking.
What I thought, from the way Dogs Are Gods hyped up this email, I thought he was going to show us engineering document that displayed bridges being intentionally put in out of plumb so that when they were under the stress, the cables, they would be pulled into plumb so that the tower would then be plumb and be at maximum compression while the cables were under tension. I thought he was going to provide that, and that was quite juicy, and I was like, man, I can't wait to see this. This is going to be great. But instead, we got what we got.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The argument's stupid and idiotic in the first place. This email is suspect. Okay, dude came in the other server. I just looked it up. It was back in March, or no, it was May. Had the same freaking argument, but he had no evidence, right? Actually, Heretic asked him, yeah, so show us. And now he comes up with this alleged email, right?
I
Around the
think
same
what he
time,
did
right?
was, yeah.
Well, here's the funny thing is this email's from May. He had the argument in May, but he didn't bring the email with him back then. Why not? He didn't show this email back in our server back in May.
But he already knew back then what it's attempting to prove, right?
So, copy this. You already knew. So 4 days later, he must have sent the email. And he's been hanging around here for how long? And he did the big freaking bridge reveal of an email from Ashley. Dude, I want to see the details of this email. Click that little details thing and show me the actual freaking the raw
Email
transmission.
address?
Yeah, I want to see the raw transmission, dude. I want to see the whole thing.
He's probably Ashley.
Ha! Probably.
Does the email address at least say at humboldtbridge.org?
No, we can't see the email address.
Oh, well then, dude, then how the heck are we supposed to, dude? I mean,
Titled
I didn't look at this, but
Humbard Bridge Mail. That's the name. But it's not, you know how it like will auto, like how you can have like a name and like, and then the email address? Yeah, so it just says Humbard Bridge Mail, which sounds obviously really legit because that's what you'd call it. Humbard Bridge Mail. You wouldn't call it like, the Humbard, Bridge Authority or whatever they call, however they name, public works in that country. They would just call it Humbard Bridge Mail.
They have one of those forms that you can email them through. Like, it looks like they don't actually give an email address on their website, and I don't think the email coming back would look like this.
dude, who would name their firm? Who would name their firm, their engineering firm or whatever, after the bridge? It's like, is that the only thing you've ever done? Like maybe let's see, Capstone Construction Group, right?
Yeah, good call.
or something along those lines. Not bridge down the street.
Yeah. Yeah, why would they have the engineering manager? It'd be the company that actually built it.
Right.
Too bad he's not here to ask some more questions about that.
Oh man, there is someone named Ashley there. Ashley Bailey. She runs the Humber Bridge Poetry Competition.
Oh.
Well, that solves it.
Yeah. You ask the poet to ask the engineer manager.
Humber Bridge Engineering Manager, James Barnes. Oh, here's his LinkedIn. Let's see what he's got. Project Manager. Institution for Civil Engineers. Skills, Value Engineering, Civil Engineering. Oh, kind of weird. I don't see any temporary work coordinator. Not sure what that is. Paint inspector. He's an I-Corps paint inspector, and I don't even know what this is. Institution for Civil Engineers. You don't have a degree in anything, that's for sure. Engineering manager, Humber Bridge Board. Yeah, I don't really like this guy. Is looking at engineering diagrams.
Also, what they do sometimes is when there's like a maintenance, like the building manager, or the bridge maintenance contractor, like someone who organizes things to get repaired and stuff like that. Sometimes they give them the title of engineering manager because they deal with structural work.
Well, we have the same thing here. It's called a general contractor. So you hire a general contractor. They won't actually do the work. They'll hire plumbers, electricians, roofers, framers, carpenters, masons.
Yeah, that's like my license, my builder's license.
Yeah,
that's the same equivalent. Yeah.
I have a technique for this, which maybe might work here. That's certainly well in the past. So what I do is I call up the firm in question and I tell them that somebody is using their name to make claims in certain avenues, and I just wanted to check with them that if they've authorized anyone to make these claims or given out this information. And almost without fail, they say, no, we didn't make those claims and we didn't give out this information. Right? Now, whether that's true or not, usually it's to disavow. But either way, it impugns the other party as being fraudulent because they have no way to prove their claim that these people said anything, and the people themselves say, no, we didn't, on the record.
Well, you know goddamn well if we had this guy in the chat and we were like, yeah, did you guys measure that 33 millimeter tolerance? He'd be like, hell no. Are you kidding? What, are you stupid?
Inch and a half, dude.
It's not even possible to measure it. Dude, seriously, you can look at. So when I think of like these projects, right? These I think of CERN, right? So CERN has their proton ring, and when they made that, they had to use, because the tolerances of that, they had to use a custom datum, a custom Basically, they didn't do an ellipsoid or anything like that. They didn't use the WGS84 or anything like that. They used a custom datum, which was completely flat. But because the tolerances are so high, they didn't use like optics to measure any distances. They used like a stainless steel cable, right, that wouldn't like flex or change size with heat, right? It had a tolerance of something like a fucking 100th of a millimeter. And they can't measure the tolerances. Like they couldn't measure the tolerance of this. They're not measuring the deviation of a degree of 0.01 degrees, dude, over a span of 500 feet. That's ridiculous. Like that's not possible.
So now that I think about it, that homeboy is actually accusing bridge builders of putting everyone on the bridge in danger if they can't engineer the bridge within those tolerances. And then we got Timbo saying that in one span of verticality, whatever that is, the tolerance is allowable up to an inch and a half. And so the Verrazano Narrows Bridge is alleged to be 1 5/8 out if it was perfectly parallel. Sorry, perfectly perfectly vertical and plumb as the two towers. So the very claim at the bridge, right, is 1/8 off from the tolerance, and you know that there's more than one vertical span of construction in that bridge because they didn't set it as one solid piece. So, I mean, I don't think there's any hope for this. It's clearly been driven into the dirt and the incoherent oblivion from which it came.
Well, hey, I mean, shouldn't like too bad the World Trade Center is gone because like we'd be able to measure the difference in distance at the bottom compared to the top, right? Should be some measurable distance or something like 1,000 feet high. Right? They should have been closer at the bottom than the top. They made them plumb.
Oh, but that argument would be, they're too close, too negligible. Well, those guys from Convex Earth documentary did that with some towers and buildings around their city. Found that there was no appreciable differential between the tops and the bottoms of the buildings.
I mean, the thing is, if we like say like we did all those measurements, right? Right? And they were like, look, these buildings are parallel. They're not tilted away from each other. What do you think that they would say as a refutation of that?
Well, the tolerances of the buildings are such that there's no
Yeah,
way to tell
exactly.
whether or not blah, blah, blah.
Exactly. They would just say the exact same thing.
Globe. Right, we already know the Earth's a globe. We know that if things are constructed perfectly vertical, that they'd be splayed out by this much. And we know the tolerances of the material are this much. So therefore, the orientation of the building is within those tolerances. Therefore, the Earth's still a globe.
I love how he jumped off the Bolivian salt flats, man.
Yeah, isn't the angle of reflection referred to as a law, or no?
Yeah, it's the law of reflection. Yes, it is a law.
Which is what? The angle of incidence is inverse to the angle of
reflection. Yeah. So if it hits at a 45-degree angle, it reflects at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at something, right, the image the reflected image of whatever you're looking at should all have the same angles if the surface is flat. That means so when you're looking at it, right, the angular separations, they should all be the same.
Yeah.
Because of perspective, right? Everything's converging to the horizon. So you're looking at the sky at so I'm looking at a point in the sky that's a 45-degree angle from me. And then I'm looking at the water at a point that's 45-degree angle from me.
Yep.
They should be divided by the horizon an equal distance, right? And if they're not, then there's something, the surface isn't flat, or that surface.
Yep.
When I say flat, I mean the surface is tilted, or that surface is curved, right? So you can compare one spot that's like at a 45-degree angle and a spot that's at a 36-degree angle, and see if that distance between those 2 points is the same as the distance in the sky at those 2 points. And if they're different distances, then the angles aren't equal. So you know that the surface is not the same as the sky, and you can infer that the surface is either curving or tilted.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen such a reflection before. That informs you that the surface is tilted or angled or curved.
Well, definitely not in water. You've never seen a tilted surface of water, not like maybe a river or something, a waterfall, not.
Yeah, but they usually are. Well, sub-rivers are kind of reflective. But usually, like, they're all frothy and stuff if they're falling down.
Think about the Bolivian salt flats, the longest view, because there is shit way in the distance and you can see it. I think the longest stretch that I've been able to measure out on Google Maps is something like 16 miles or something, which isn't really that far, because there's like a little island in the Bolivian salt flats. There's like a little island of rock that you can get up on, and people they have a little restaurant there or something. So you can take a long view. So that's when you're gonna have the more surface you see, the more distortion you see, right? Because you got to think the angle that's closest to you and the angle of the surface that's farthest away from you is going to have the biggest difference between what's in the sky, what you see in the sky. Because one surface is tilted away and the other one's tilted at the other angle, right? So those angles diverge, so they should seem farther apart than looking directly at it.
Yeah, I mean, the only way they could even hope to explain it is that the object that's being reflected at the great distance is hurling its light like artillery fire, so that it arrives at the opposite side of the hump of Earth curve in between you and it, to hit it at just the perfect angle to then get a reflected angle to your eye. Freaking retarded.
Well, what was his refutation? Well,
It's a subjective opinion.
No, refraction in a fucked up camera. Right? We have atmospheric refraction in a fucked up camera that just makes it look like a perfect reflection. And I did the math, and he doesn't know the math, so that makes it my subjective opinion until he knows the math, and it becomes objective the moment he knows the math. Right? So he's the arbiter of objectivity. It has to pass into his mind before it becomes objective. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, that's why he thinks he's schizophrenic. I tend to agree. The video people really should watch on the Bolivian Salt Flats. There's one in 4K where they drive it around and they're doing all sorts of shit and they're taking, like, look, you can't detect any. And the idea that it wouldn't be detectable, like I said, like the difference is amplified because you can compare it, right? As opposed to just, oh, I'm looking at the water looks flat, the reflection doesn't look distorted. But you can actually compare it to something, right? You can compare it to looking directly at the thing that's being reflected. And you know that, right? The sky is the geometry. And like the reflection of the sky should be the identical geometry. But if it's a ball, right, as we all know, a spherical mirror reflects the rays diverge. And if the rays diverge, that means that you're going to have an image whose geometry is not preserved, whose geometry is distorted relative to the original image.
I would imagine that you'd have, so like the first thing that came to my mind would be like, so you have the mountain, right? And then the reflection underneath it would be like only in a third as tall or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, for stuff on the ground, yeah, so, well, yeah, that's the other problem. If the mountain is like too far away and it's supposed to be under the horizon, if you can see like a reflection of a mountain that's not even supposed to be reflected off the water, so that's like another problem with like the oil rigs, right? We got lights on the oil rigs that are supposed to be getting reflected in a direction that's not even towards the camera. But the camera can see it. Like how is it being reflected towards the camera? It's doing like a J-hook, dude. It's doing a U-turn. It's hitting the surface of the water, hitting the air, and doing a literal U-turn and going in the other direction.
Pretty much. Do you remember that model of refraction that I drew one time? The most accurate model ever?
No.
It was,
no, you're drawing a bunch of good ones. Come on.
I basically just took like 5 different colors and just squiggled circular lines every which way. And then I said, okay, all you got to do is just put what you're looking at there, put where you are there, and then just follow one of these lines till you arrive.
Spaghetti monster earthers. You know, I think it's Dogs Are Gods is just quite funny, dude. That's what he's come to. Everything is subjective. Everything is your subjective opinion. It's just like every time I hear that dude talk, he has a new gimmick.
That's the whole model. You're always on top. You don't have any straight lines. It's all relative to your position.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't even have straight plumb lines in their model. So, I mean, there's that problem too. Like, literally nothing
Exactly.
straight.
Exactly. They can't measure anything.
I was actually
There's no shortest
arguing with a
distance.
Glober about that. Like, he's like, the sun sets through the globe. Like, look, when the sun sets, your globe model says that's not even the sun, that the sun is already physically over the horizon, and your globe model says that's not the horizon. So you don't even have a geometry from which the sun sets, right? You have an optical illusion.
Hey, don't make fun of my spear tard. I like my spear tard. It's curvy and...
I thought it was the ball tard.
Oh, well, Oblake spear tard. Oblake spear ball tard.
Yeah, so I thought of a good retort for when Globetard asked about the frickin' dome. Like, dude, well, it's not a perfect dome. It's oblate.
Well, okay. What bothers me the most is that, like, every time that I've even heard, and I mean, I'm a spear tard, But anytime I've heard like spiritards make an argument or a counter to a flat, their first instinct is to jump right to gravity. Gravity this, gravity that. But then when you ask them, like, well, what's gravity applicable to in your spiritard? They don't know what to say. They just say, well, gravity is a constant. Like that, I have yet to hear an argument besides just gravity. I'm waiting for somebody.
That's because there's no measurements. That's so you can actually.
Well,
so
no, I'm
there's.
agreeing with you. I'm not arguing against.
Well, no. Well, they admit it. Like it's not like, look. They even admit in the so there's a guy named Helmer. He's considered the grandfather of geodesy, which is surveying, right? So he wrote the first book on it. It's called Higher Forms of Mathematical Geodesy or something stupid like that. But even in that text, it says we can't measure the Earth because of deflection of the vertical. So we have to use a theory of formation and a theory of rotation, and from this we make like an oblate ellipsoid. So like they have a theory, right? So basically they start with a presupposition: Earth is a ball. Okay, let's go out in the world and do some measurements, and we're going to put those measurements onto the ball. They're not going out and like, oh, we went out and we measured the Earth as a ball. It's not happening like that. It's like we're going to come up with a preconception, and then we're going to take whatever we do and we're going to shoehorn it into our preconception.
Man, that guy fucks.
Yeah, it's the law of formation, of which factors are the centrifugal force of a rotating body and the gravitation of mass particles. Right? So they're assuming a rotating sphere with outward forces and gravity inward, and that's how they have that idea, and then they form through a law of formation, right? So the data is put through that mathematical transform and applied to this idea that the Earth is already this shape. So it's not actually measured as that shape. The data is overlaid on that presupposition.
So Brendan, shouldn't it go like this? Okay, so the proof the Earth is a globe is we went out at this place and we did these measurements, and the Earth was curving at this particular rate instead of what is actually done. Oh, we have a theory of gravity, and that theory says that everything gets crushed into a ball, therefore the Earth's a ball. Right, those are two different things, right? So even if the second one was true, right, or even if the second one, okay, yeah, gravity crushes everything into a ball. You know, that's the theory. Well, wouldn't you have to go out and validate the theory with the first part, right? Go in and do the measurements and measure the curvature that you think exists because of gravity. You have to go validate that.
Sorry about that. I'm back. I heard everything you said. Yes. No, I heard everything you said. Yes, I would concur. I guess what bothers me the most about the argument that the Globers make is, and this is not one position that I would take, is again, they come at it like you said, gravity. Okay, gravity. Since the Glober argument, you can't. It's more so in the physics and the math point of view.
Yes, exactly.
More,
it's a physics argument.
Well, that, and it's also a constant. It's a constant under the assumption that it's 9.8, a uniform constant. And in the sake of hold on. In the sake of conversation, right? There's only so much. Even if we were to agree on that number, there's only so much that I can argue on that, because eventually we're going to rotate back to the argument of, okay, well, why is the Earth a spiritard? It doesn't address that point.
You're mixing two gravities together. So you're the 9.8 meters per second squared. That's little g, right? So that's just the measured acceleration, average the
I'm
supposed
not talking
average.
about big G. Yep.
Well, big G is what makes the ball form, because the inverse square law has a particular property. Shit, do I really want to get into this?
No. Hold on. I agree. No.
That's
What
how
I'm
the
saying
ball
is
comes about, right? So,
100%.
okay.
Yep.
So the inverse square law is based upon Gauss's flux law. So Gauss's flux law means that the surface. So you could take a mass, right, and make an imaginary sphere about that mass, right, of any size.
Sure.
And the gravitational force along that entire imaginary sphere surface is same as the force that's at any other point within the sphere. So if I have a sphere that's, 10 grams and, 1 mile radius, it's the same force as a sphere that's 2 mile radius and 10 grams. It's the same force this force doesn't matter. It's just a property of the inverse square law and how it propagates out. So this is why they say, well, the force is a sphere in every direction. So the gravity, so the matter has to form along with that force into a ball because the force is a ball. You understand?
I'm 100% with you. I was just to clarify, I was referring to it wasn't me making that point. I'm talking about the people that have come in here and said little g with respect to the argument of a globe,
Oh,
not
Jesus
big G.
Christ! Yeah,
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
That's
I have
a train
heard
wreck. I
that
agree.
time and time again, And the first thing that happens is somebody such as yourself will state the correction. Hey, are you talking about little g, the 9.8 meters per second square? Or are you talking about big G? And they'll say little g, and you'll go, oh, well, okay, you already lost. GG. You know what the fuck you're talking about.
Little G.
Yeah, but let's keep in mind that the fundamental link between big G and the idea of globe formation is that word formation.
Right.
It's in itself a creation story, right? Like that's why it's so intrinsically linked for them. It's because gravity forms spheres, and then spheres go on to then have gravity pulling everything inward radially towards the center, right?
Correct.
So they think that because that's the case, if gravity exists, then that means that down is not down, but it's actually inwards. And so proving down by just dropping something is the same in their eyes as proving inwards to a giant ball, which of course it's not.
Well, and like I said, I think I've had this conversation. I think it was Alpha when he was here, because when he's here, we had this conversation the other night. Listen, I have my position as a spear tarter, right? But the observation that I've made in this VC over the last few weeks is repetitive, which is those that are coming from again, the spear tard perspective, they come in and they all are making just not even a scientifically based argument. Ironically, the flat earthers are the ones that actually are making arguments in fact, right? Where the others are just throwing out gravity. So this idea that I brought up here, I mean, I've observed that on several occasions, and I find it quite ironic because the people that want to come in here and shit on flat earthers, and this is coming from me as a scientific background, the people that want to shit on flat earthers are the ones that aren't really providing a scientific counter argument to their points. Like that seems to be a continuous trend here, you know?
Yeah, we notice.
I'm sure you do.
We've been noticing for about, I don't know, 7 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been through all sorts of I mean, you're just getting a sliver. I mean, we've heard it all, dude. Like you can't even. We've heard it all. Like that's the only way I can put it, man.
And listen, I'm going to say we agree to disagree. I mean, I have my stance, you have your stance, but at the same time here, right? It's just embarrassing that people that would be on quote unquote my side can't make a scientific fucking argument against the latter. You know, they just want to come in and say, "Hey, look up at the sky. It looks curved." Yeah, well, blue looks like red. I mean, what fucking difference does that make? That doesn't fucking add any substance.
So the one that
Right.
kills me really, the so-called, I don't even know what you call it, the horizon.
Yeah.
We spent 5 or 6 years arguing with Globers that the horizon was a physical edge of the ball that the sun sets behind and ships go over and mountains disappear behind. and then the black swan came out. I was actually just listening to an old one just a little while ago before the black swan of dudes arguing that the frickin' timing the sunset proves the radius, the sun setting behind the horizon, and all that shit. And now we're at the point where Glovers are saying they've never said that in the first place, that the horizon's always been apparent. It's never been the edge of a ball, but they'll still on the other side of their mouth say ships go over the horizon and that's the geometric ball edge. So, like, they don't understand that, like, that you can't have it both ways, dude. You can't have an optical illusion and not an optical illusion at the same time. It's either one or the other. At least Matt here, he takes the position of you can't tell anything squinting at the horizon, and I hope that's a quote.
Yep. Well, I would concur with that because I mean, I'm not flexing my meteorology degree. I think many of you already know I have that. I'm not trying to do that. But the one thing that they drill in your head right away in atmospheric science is you need to do qualitative and quantitative. Can't just go off qualitative. You can't just go off your eyes. You need numbers and data to back it up. You know, and what I've heard, I mean, to your point, it's either somebody comes in with the horizon argument, which is just strictly qualitative, nothing else to back it up other than I fucking licked my finger and stuck it up at the sky and it looks curved. And then you have the others that are citing physics constant values, not formulas, not theories, hypotheses, literally just constants, and trying to equate that to why the Earth is a sphere tard. One or the other.
Well,
There's no uniform.
Our position has never been that the horizon is a physical anything. It's always been that it's optical. We were called stupid, retarded, idiots, fools for years. And now, after all this time, they've taken our position.
Yeah, go figure.
Yeah, I mean, we've always said it's optical. It always has been optical, always will be optical because of just from the fact that it changes position for whatever reason. You can make up whatever reason it changes position. It doesn't matter. Just the fact that it does change position is enough, right? That it's not physical, because physical things don't, like your house ain't moving around. You don't go to New York City and the Empire State Building's in one place one day and another place another day. Right? So it's optical. I mean, you can, and yeah, so yeah, you can make qualitative observations of what you're seeing. And, you know, I guess to draw conclusions, you need a lot of observations. The one thing I've noticed is this idea that, so I've asked a lot of Globers this question, like, ships over the horizon, how often is that actually seen? Oh, every time. Every time. They'll say that. They'll say every single time a ship sails out to sea, it'll appear like it's sinking over the horizon. If that was the case, there would be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of videos of ships freaking sailing over the horizon. It's typically not what happens. Typically what happens, and they used to have a name for it, was called the offing. Have you ever heard this terminology?
The offing?
No.
The offing.
No,
It was
I
a
haven't.
name for, like, when a ship disappears, kind of like it vanishes, like into the mist, like out there, like, you know, in sea. Because typically over the sea, the air is not particularly clear, you know, especially as you get farther and farther away and you get more and more haze, you know, the salt water sloshing around and all that shit, right? And you typically have a marine layer that floats above the water. So they used to call it, it's called the offing. It's an old, like, 18th century mariner term. And that's typically how ships disappear. They sail away and they just kind of slowly vanish. They don't just, like, sail over the edge of a ball. I mean, yeah, it appears that happens sometimes. But typically, at least the videos I've seen, if you look for, like, patterns in these videos, right? Typically there'll be an inferior mirage right at the horizon where you'll see that the ship or whatever, there's a reflected image of it about a third of the way down. And typically the water will be, and I don't know how this correlates to anything, but the water is usually very rough, and it looks like it's flowing in a direction. So this is just my observation. I've never seen a ship go quote unquote over the horizon on a calm, clear day. Right, where the water's calm, like in the Black Swan ones, where the water's completely calm, looks like there's absolutely no waves. Right, and the air's crystal clear. Never seen that. But they'll say that it's observed every single time, which is just not true. So that's why we've been battling back and forth. Ships go over the horizon. No, they don't. Here's my picture. Here's your picture. Here's my video. Here's your video. I guarantee you there's a lot more videos of ships not disappearing than are disappearing.
Right.
They're not being cut off, like as if it's going over, the cliff.
Yeah, so in actuality, when you have the aggregate sum of all of these evidences, every single piece of this evidence only adds to the aggregate evidence that there's no definitive geometric edge that anything's going over, right? It's all some form of an optical effect at any given time. Because the reason why you know this is because every time someone gives a new picture, it's not consistent, right? The horizon's in different locations. The amount of the object in question isn't seen. Sometimes they disappear bottom up. Sometimes they disappear top down. Sometimes they develop into each other. Sometimes they disappear in total, like the offing explanation. Sometimes they disappear sideways.
Sometimes they disappear in the middle, dude, where you can see the bottom and the top, but not the middle.
That one I get to see personally. All the other ones I've seen with my own eyes, right? So when, growing up, they always tell you the way the horizon is based on the globe. And, you never really test it out that much or really focus on it until one day you start doing it. And then you realize, wait a minute, all this thing I've been told my whole life, it just isn't true.
So I've done a 30-mile observation in Boston Harbor of a ship, and it never completely disappeared, but what ended up happening is it just starts fading away, right? You just can't see it because the air is just opaque at a certain distance, right? It's going further and further away, and it just loses contrast against the background, and it just fades. Doesn't look like it's sinking over anything. Just kind of just fades away into the offing. Like I said, that's what they call it. And I think this is the most common probable observation. Now, I don't have the numbers to back that shit up, but that's just I go by the ocean, and typically I've never seen a boat go over the horizon. Not in the way they say.
So the kicker for me was this claim, boats disappear from the bottom up because of the curve of the Earth. This can only be explained by an obstruction. The loss of resolvability or disappearance at the bottom of an object. But very quickly I found when I started coming across these ideas, and I was just, barely getting into it, that there's actually mathematical reasons why the available light at those low angles is impossible to resolve. They have nothing to do with Earth curvature. And in fact, I corroborated this in my own life by going to ranges and locations to where it would be impossible for any Earth curvature to be causing this effect, and I witnessed these effects, proving to myself unequivocally that it's not necessarily true that you must have Earth curvature for the bottom of something to disappear. And that sent a tremor through my entire worldview, because I'd been told my whole life that this was the case, and I was omitted this other information my entire life. No one ever had told me this other information. It's like it was hush hush. You know, things about perspective, things about angular resolution, all these types of things that were never ever included in the way in which people talk about the phenomenon that they're claiming is caused by Earth curvature. And I would tell myself, well, let's say the Earth was a globe and things were being cut off from the bottom, you would also have these other effects compounding it. So you'd have a triad of effects, not just a singular effect. And because they didn't mention the other two effects, it immediately made it suspect. And the more I delved into it, I quickly realized that it's a charade.
Yeah, the argument that irritates me is the lifting shit up over the horizon. That argument is just it's nonsense. It's geometrically nonsense. It's not even like even if the effect happened, it wouldn't look like it looks. So they typically will show a diagram of like something being picked up, right? So the ray will curve, and then you'll see the image of the object in the sky, right, above where it normally would be. That's not how it would look. What would actually look like is if you're elevated, not the object. The ray that would reach your eye would be a ray that came up off a higher portion of the object, and it would curve down into your eye. But that path, if the straight path, because it's an optical illusion, right? So your brain says the light is traveling straight. It came from that direction. So to you, it would be like as if you're looking at it from above it, right? So that path, that elevated path that the ray emitted from, would reach your eye. And it's just kind of like hard to visualize, but it's just actually, I'll show a diagram. This stuff. So if you look at the mountain, the bottom mountain, the actual object, where this ray comes out from the top of the mountain, that's at like, let's say that's a downward 2-degree angle. But elevated, it shows a straight line ray going at, say, downward 10-degree angle. It's not gonna, that's the ray that looks like you're 10 degrees below the mountain is not the ray that's gonna hit your eye. It's gonna be the ray that is coming off it at 2 degrees. So that's the way, that's gonna be the viewpoint it appears to be. So this image can't be right. So the only image that can be actually right would be as if you elevated the man higher and the ray that came off the top of the mountain curved down and around to reach this dude. So that ray would be as if you're looking down on it, not as if you're underneath it. And this might seem like a trivial distinction, but it's not.
So sometimes the mountain can appear higher than it really is, and sometimes it can be lower than it really is.
No, it should appear as if you were looking at like, so let's take the black swan, right? The black swan should, it's not that like in globe world, it's not like that's getting picked up. It should appear as if you're looking at that ocean from an elevated position, right? As if you're up 100 feet. Because that's the ray that reaches your eye. So there's no refraction, and you were elevated 100 feet, and you're looking at the scene, right? The ocean there, and the rays are coming straight to your eye. That's the ray that reaches your eye in a refracted position while you're on the ground. The ray that came from that direction. Right? Because it's curving down, right? It's going up into the air. It headed toward 100 feet, but refraction bends it down and hits the person that's 1 foot off the beach. But the other way is like in this diagram, right? Would be the ray that gets curved down would have to come from the bottom, would have to be a ray that, as if you're looking at it from underneath it, to curve down, right? So you're looking. So you understand what I'm saying? Because the ray, like the light goes in every direction, right? And like we see, like when we're looking at it from a viewpoint, from an elevated viewpoint, dead in the center or underneath it, a particular ray is coming from that particular direction that we're looking, right? And when you're saying it's curving, so the ray has to originate somewhere from into a particular direction and curve to wherever you are. So to appear elevated as like this diagram, if you look at the image, right, not the real mountain, to make it appear as if you're looking at the mountain from like underneath it, as if it's elevated above your head, right? Of course, this diagram's exaggerated, right? So if underneath your head, it would be a ray that would be coming down from the real object. It has to be the same starting direction. So I don't know if I'm explaining this right.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
It's
So like when you look down, right, especially with a camera, you really notice it. The horizon, right, is rendered higher and higher in the frame, right? Because the angles of propagation to your eye have changed. And so the lower angles have more available sensor, right? So the portion of ground or water or whatever that you're looking at that's below the horizon takes up more of your field of view, right? So if this globe refraction is happening the way they say it should happen, when you're looking straight ahead with a perfectly level head, every now and then it should appear like you're looking down. But that never happens.
Yeah, I guess I don't have enough experience with that type of stuff.
Well, part of the problem is that whenever they do these models, they just trace a line back to the observation point, right? They don't even consider the angles, and they don't consider that the angle is going to invert after it passes the focal axis or plane or whatever the hell it's called, right? You know, so homeboy, what's his name? Freaking Earth Curve Calculator boy tried to make a path of light from the black swan that would work, but he flipped the angles before they reached the focal plane. You know what that would mean? That would mean by the time it arrives at your eye, the image would already be upside down. So when it passes your focal plane, it'd be right side up, which means your brain would flip it upside down. So you'd be seeing upside down. That's nuts, bro. Nuts. Oh, Bislin, that's who. Sorry. If I
Is
didn't mention
anybody
his name,
here flat
Walter Bislin.
earthers?
Yes.
Why do people come in here like that? Yes, we are. Hi, how are you? Who said that, by the way?
Might have ran off. He wasn't actually prepared to talk to an actual flat earther.
It might be Jesse, because like I see he's still lighting up green, but you should reconnect. Do you hear us, Jesse?
Weird question to ask without a follow-up question. Anyway, I hope all is well with everybody.
Oh yeah. So when it comes to this refraction thing that we're talking about, the old arguments used to be, okay, how come we can see the Canigoo Mountains that should be like a mile below the Earth curvature, yet we can see the mountain, right? And then the retort was, well, you can't see the very, very bottom of the mountain. So refraction is able to bring to you an entirety of the mountain except the very, very bottom, because the very, very bottom is for some reason still obstructed by Earth curvature, even though the rest of the light made it around the curve. It's like, so refraction seems to be unable to bring you the bottom, but it can bring you everything else for some reason. That's very interesting when you think about it, because if the path of light can be arced, then it should be the case that sometimes at great distances, even with your dumbass refraction claim, that you should see the entirety of the object all the way to the bottom. There should be no reason why the bottom would be occluded whatsoever.
And then you get to the
Not
end.
consistently.
Yeah, but then you get to the end and then you find out that light rays are just imaginary.
Yeah, there is no light race. You know, that's just a model, and it's only valid for like certain situations. There's actually some limitations to it, even when making a camera.
And what would a camera based on emission theory look like?
I don't know. I know if the aperture, if you make a camera right, you can model it as rays, but then if the aperture is like 2 times what they call the Fresnel distance away from the center, I know that sounds complicated. You have to model it as a wave, because then you get diffraction or whatever on the sensor. And that ray model stops working.
So do you think it's possible that the conception of ray tracing when it comes to light rays is probably not necessarily the correct way?
I think, oh yeah. Look, play a video game. Look at ray tracing, right? You can tell it's
Yeah.
fake. You never been like looked at any ray tracing was like, yeah, that looks absolutely real.
Because even like the subject matter experts, right? So people like Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, they use ray tracing conceptual models to try to come up with their ideas of sinking refraction, looming, steeping, standard atmospheric refraction. That's all based off of ray tracing. Do you think that it's possible that those conceptions aren't even correct from their like basis?
I think they're using that word because it's an employed technology in graphics rendering. But so ray tracing in a graphics rendering program, essentially just makes floating point lines continuously as rays, because that's what a ray is, a continuous line, right? And that's how they know the light source is, so you have a light source here, you have an object here. It's all math in the game, so it creates an array between the two, and then it can put a shadow or a lighting change on the source over here, right? Now, when people like Andrew Thomas Young and all those other retards talk about ray tracing, what they mean is tracing a path, not a ray, Like in the real ray tracing, they mean tracing a path of a ray of light, which is no longer a ray, but rather a curve, right? So they just say if I start here at one end of the maze and I end up here at the other end of the maze, right, and I just trace back my finger, this is the path that the light took. So yeah, they're being a little disingenuous with using that term ray tracing.
Right, because most of their modeling shows like an arcing ray going from point A to point B, when in reality they have no idea the deviation that takes place and when it takes place from point A to point B. It could be a completely like straight line path, and I don't think light travels in straight rays. I think it emanates in all directions from the source, similar to if you wanted to model it out, it would be more analogous to Wi-Fi signal, right? We get the Wi-Fi signal where we draw these little arcs coming from the point of the Wi-Fi signal, right? You know, the little thing that we have on our phone.
Yeah. That would be. Yeah, that's one way to model it. It's called a model as a phase front, right? So you have the wave front. You have the actual wave front of the wave, and like these continuous smooth curves that they model it as. That's not nowhere near accurate. That's because first of all, the air's not like that. The air has pockets and bubbles and discontinuities, right? So when you use a ray model, if you did as a ray, the ray would fucking squiggle, right? It would actually squiggle through all these pockets of inhomogeneities. That's a big word. Inhomogeneities. So it would squiggle through it. So if you do like a wavefront, like so we like like you were just saying, the Wi-Fi signal, the little icon has like the perfectly curved, evenly concentric things. Those curved lines would be like squiggles. They'd be squiggled lines. They'd be, you know what I mean? They'd they wouldn't be circles. They would be interrupted phases of electromagnetic radiation.
Right, and when it comes into some sort of like interruption that's going to cause a deviation, that deviation is going to move it in a slightly different direction.
Yes,
but the problem
exactly.
is that they take point A to point B and say, well, we know that it emanated from point A, and we know that it's hitting point B, so we'll just draw the path of least resistance from point A to point B, right? And the path in which this light ray is traveling, but they have no actual substantiated evidence to prove that that's the case, right? That light is traveling in rays from point A to point B, going in this arcing pattern. We just know that it gets from point A to point B, and there is a deviation somewhere within the pattern, but where is that deviation taking place? Why, you know what I'm saying?
Well, we also know which angle it's arriving at point B.
Well, so I wanted to. That's actually what I was going to bring up. So there was one surveyor. His name was Frederick K. Bruner, and surveying had their technique of using like this, this ray model, this ray refraction model, this whatever, right? Lapse rate and all that shit. He wanted to use a completely different model called the vertical angle of arrival. So that's what he wanted to do to quantify it, was actually measure the actual angle of arrival, the difference. Unfortunately, he was around like in the 70s and early 80s, and there was really no technology to actually implement it back then. Like, how do I tell like the difference between you need like two frequencies or whatever, because you need to be able to compare two rays, right, and measure the difference and between which like one frequency arrives versus another frequency. So say one arrives at like 1 degree off the optical axis and the other one arrives at 1.2 degree off the optical axis. I know one is this wavelength, the other one's that wavelength. I can calculate the dispersion, and then I can calculate how much refraction there was in between point A and point B based upon this angle of arrival. So he wanted to do this. It didn't exactly work out. I mean, they've invented something in the surveying called a dispersometer, but it doesn't actually work very well. It's just a tough technology. Like this, the air doesn't do what we want it to do. It's very uncooperative for quantification, I guess you'd say. I mean, we all know predicting the weather sucks, man. Nothing's changed. But I should also say a dispersometer uses radar, doesn't use light waves. I'm not even totally on board with perspective as being, there's a saying, all models are wrong, but some are useful. I think perspective is a useful model of vision, but I don't think it's 100% correct. I think it's a useful approximation of reality, but I think there are issues with it.
When do you think it happens that things that are getting farther don't get smaller?
No, I don't think I don't think it has the exact mathematical relationship of, double the distance, half the size. I think that
I
is
see.
approximately true, but I don't think it's exactly true.
Oh yeah, well that's based on ideal rays, right? So lines, not rays as in rays of light, but lines, ideal lines, right? So like, most people understand perspective through the idea of artist perspective or one point drawing, right? Where everything recedes to this single point. But, in reality, there's an infinite amount of points. Not only that, but light has compound nature to it, where at ranges you have different levels of diffraction, right? So it's not a consistent rate of change. So it can't be expressed in ideal rays. It just can't be done. It's approximate out to a certain range, but after that, it completely goes to crap rather quickly.
Yeah, and I think about like this. I think of the art I've seen, right? That is the most realistic to what I see with my eyes, right out there, and it wasn't made mathematically, right? And if you made art just strictly mathematically using formulas, it wouldn't look like reality. It would look close, but it wouldn't be like, damn, that's as real as hell. You'd be able to tell right away that was contrived.
Do you think it's plausible that there's some type of like hyperbolic geometry increasing towards what we would call like the horizon, right, or the vanishing point, that it gets
Yeah, I've always expressed it.
Like an
I've always
asymptote,
expressed
right?
it as hyperbolic and exponential simultaneously.
Yeah, so it's kind of like almost like the conception of an asymptote. Matthew, you're a mathematics professor. Do you understand the concept of an asymptote?
Yeah, for example, y equals 1 over x.
Right, so it's like nearing towards a point and exponentially getting closer, but never actually reaching it, kind of idea, right?
Yeah.
Well, dude, even if you go to
sounds like a bad night
at
at the club.
If you go watch physics lectures, specifically from MIT, which are open source, free, well, to access. One of them, Walter Lewin, is talking about the nature of the angular resolution and how it occurs that you lose things. And he explains it that it starts off at a very, essentially linear rate, right? And then as it gets towards a certain limit, it immediately takes off. Like it's getting less and less and less and less and less, and then all of a sudden it just snaps out of existence. It's not like it just continues like an asymptote where it just keeps approaching zero. No, it goes down to approaching zero at a consistent rate, right? And then when it gets to a certain range, it jumps to nothing, like instantaneously. It has to do with like the two converging bell curves or something like that. The rate of, kind of like a scissors. When you close the scissors,
Yeah. Like it
the angle
that limit and then
decreases
immediately.
faster. Yeah. Because there is a hard
I'll
limit.
post that too, man. I'll post that vid. I love that video. It's fucking awesome. It's a short act.
Guys, I don't have Advil. I'm fucked.
So Walter Lewin's like the best, right? And I love when people. I love it when people come at you and they're like, "Oh, what did you learn that shit on YouTube?" It's like, fuck yeah, I learned it on YouTube because you've got guys like Walter Lewin who are putting their MIT, lectures out onto YouTube, so you can learn things in the way that people that are sitting in a classroom at MIT can actually learn things.
Yeah, you can literally do the homework, man. Each one of those open MIT courseware, you can go onto their website and they actually have the homework. You can actually do the homework if you wanted to. So you're not just watching the lectures, you can actually do the course itself for nothing. And they have multiple optics courses, by the way. They're from multiple years.
Hit on the bed.
Have you read your hot mic and whoever you are, Jockey, your hot mic? Have you read Thomas Reed on his conceptions of like whatever visuals based on common sense? I can't remember the.
Yeah. There's an audiobook. I've listened to it about 30 freaking times or something. A lot of times.
Yeah.
Because it's like the shit he says is kind of like, they're very perceptive back then. It blows me away. How perceptive they were to like just how stuff is. And being able to describe it like kind of like without complication. Maybe it was his particular talent, but it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, a lot of what he put forth in that book, right? Like visuals was only like one portion of it. Like how we see the world was only one portion of what he was putting forth. But everything he came at was from a very like common sense approach, right? Like very basic. This is what it is. Let me just break it down to its most basic level that every layperson can comprehend and put it out in a way that is like, I don't know, it's almost poetic, but simplistic and complex all in one.
But I like his like he takes like these like little jibes at like Descartes and like all these other people with their fanciful nothing's real shit, dude. He's like
basically philosophical,
exactly like basically says what is it? He's talking about like it wasn't Descartes, it was like someone that comes after him and like basically it's like the subjectivist, right? You can't really know anything. And he's like, well, if you guys really believe that, like, why'd you even write your book in the first place? Like, right? Like, why are you even doing this? Why are you even philosophizing if nothing matters? Like, what's the point? You don't actually believe it. And that was his argument against, like, that school of thinking, like the Descartes school, Hume, that we can't actually know anything.
How can you have philosophical solipsism when you don't think that anything exists, right? With any certainty.
Yeah, you don't actually believe it because you bothered to write a book, basically. I gotta run around and tell everybody else that nothing matters, like it matters.
But I feel like in modern day solipsists only fall back on that when they feel like they're cornered into not being able to properly articulate an argument. Then they just basically cop out with like, well, nothing's really for certain to begin with. So there's that.
Yes, my truth. Let me tell you my truth. to me, that's mental illness, man. Like, we used to lock people up in rubber rooms and put them in straitjackets, and they would sit there and rock in the corner and talk about their truth, okay? Like, now they're, like, running around free for some reason.
Yeah, the only thing that I can keep, like, you guys keep making me think of how the way that we see light is kind of subjective, kind of follows our line of vision, especially like you can notice it on a rainy day when you're driving. All the lights are directed, like the reflection of them on the wet pavement, they're angled at you. So you're seeing them and they stay angled at you as they're moving closer. So you kind of have like this subjectivity to how you perceive light, especially the lights in the sky. Just like when you're at the beach and you see the reflection of the sun coming straight on the water to your feet. And
Yeah.
somebody that would be like 10 miles down at the beach would see the same light reflected straight to their feet. That's just the way that
Yeah.
we see it. And it's
Could
pretty
could
awesome.
there be? Yeah. Could there be a possibility of like it's not necessarily subjective but objective to a specific individual? Is
Yeah,
there a
yeah. 'Cause,
possibility of that kind of like third option?
well, yeah, if you make a good case for a third option, yeah.
I think that would fall in the category of, like, personal anecdote. A personal anecdote isn't necessarily not objective, but it's not a particularly, like, strong form of evidence to convince other people. You know what I mean? It's like because only you experienced it. That's like doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Well, yeah, it's
Just
an
means it's
objective observation of how we all perceive light,
yeah.
like
Right.
in own perception, the way that we do.
Everybody's going to objectively see it the same within the
Yeah,
specific position, but it's
because it's an apparent look.
relevant only to that specific individual. So it's objective overall, but specific to an individual. So I feel like that's like, yeah, like almost a third category kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Dude, every image that's formed with an optic is an instance. It exists in that moment, at that time, in that position, for that optic alone. Period. It can never be duplicated again for any reason whatsoever. Now, it can be slightly matched similarly, but just like a snowflake, it'll be different enough to make it unique.
Right,
That's
but
why they're called instances.
yeah, and it's objective, right? Meaning it's not subject to the thought process of the individual, but is relative to the individual's perspective. I don't know how to properly articulate what I'm trying to say.
It's entirely subjective, but the information would be objective.
Yeah. Yeah. Does somebody have a better way to articulate? Like, I think you guys probably understand what I'm saying, but is there a better way to articulate that, or is there some type of phraseology or verbiage that would go
Any
best with that?
optics, any optics, even with a camera, you're going to see the same effect where the light would be, it's an objective. It just happens to the observer and whatever optics too.
It's like your interpretation is always going to be objective. It can't be a subjective or interpretation of the reality in which you're experiencing in a way that somebody could be like, well, tonight was horrible, right? Like we all experienced tonight and we all were in a similar situation. There was objective things that took place, but then people put their subjective opinions about it, meaning like, well, I came into the situation thinking it was going to be horrible, so I didn't like the way that this person spoke to me, so therefore I made it a horrible night, right? Like you have this subjective opinion about what took place, but objectively something else was taking place. So I feel like when you're talking about a snapshot or light or a picture of something that's taking place. It's relevant to that certain subject in that position at that point in time, but what's taking place is objectively not. You don't have the ability to subjectively interpret what's taking place with that snapshot. Does that make sense? Fuck. I'm having a hard time trying to figure out how to articulate this.
I think that it's okay to say that it's subjective to the observer, but it's still something that objectively happens because we can all, see that that's the case.
Well, the easiest way to validate that is just to transpose your mind space into another person's sentient perception and experience it firsthand. Good luck.
No. It's cash only.
Hey Timbo, you hot micing.
Sorry.
Oh, dude, don't worry about it. It's the most action we had for a few minutes.
Stations.
Yeah, I think that moon thing is a fairly strong argument that the Earth isn't flat.
Anything is a good argument, right?
I suppose I could think of some bad arguments, but I think this one's pretty good.
Well, it's like arguing for God, right? Like anything you see will be evidence that God exists, right?
No, I don't think it's. I don't
Really?
I think. Yeah, I mean, there's circular arguments like, "Oh, the Bible says that the Bible is true, therefore the Bible is true." That's a bad argument, for example. But there are good arguments for the existence of God, like the fine-tuning argument, or you know, the cosmological argument.
So if someone says, well, we know that Earth is a ball because gravity makes balls.
That's consistent, but that's not a good argument for it.
Well, it's not consistent because where do we see gravity make balls?
In weightless environments like the Vomit Comet or the ISS. Also, you can model it mathematically.
Got a demonstration of that.
Hold up. So you're saying in the Vomit Comet, things coalescing into balls has something to do with gravity when isn't it
It's mostly surface
the,
tension.
the proper understanding of that would be that there's actually no forces acting on those objects, that those things would be in what would be considered free fall, and that technically the ground would be accelerating upwards towards it, so there wouldn't actually be any forces acting on those objects, including gravity.
Yeah, so free fall mimics a zero gravity environment, and it's with water droplets. It's mainly surface tension, which can kind of be analogous to gravity.
Got you. So your argument for gravity coalescing things into balls is having a gravity-free environment causing things to coalesce into balls?
No, I'm not arguing for it. And I'm just saying it's consistent. That's all.
Okay,
not
but when we
consistent,
replicate anywhere close, it's not very close, but still the best we can do here on Earth with a vacuum. We don't see anybody in suits just bouncing around in a vacuum that they're supposed to be doing that, in some place in suits. Where is that?
Oh yeah, you're right. That's nowhere. But Flatsy, what do you think about my argument about the size of the moon looking the same from everywhere on Earth? You think that's a forceful argument, or how would you dismiss it?
Just the way that we have some sort of apparent location with our own perceptions individually with those observations. There's no way for me to be able to tell you why it does what it does.
It's
so
just
I'm
a
not
good
talking about.
argument. Well, it's just a good argument for the moon not changing size that much, isn't it? Because the moon, I observe the moon not changing size that much. Therefore, it's a good argument for the moon not changing size that much.
No, it's a
Not a good argument for
argument
anything
for the
else.
moon being the same distance from both cities. Because the same size implies the same distance. Rule of perspective.
Well, it depends how far away it is.
No,
Or
it doesn't.
what
It
it
depends
is.
on the ratio of how far away it is, not the raw number.
So have you actually measured this?
No, I posted an image showing my argument about we're using a 30, 60, 90 triangle, and so nobody knows how far the moon is, but we know that the ratio should be quite a bit
So have
different.
you measured the moon size from one city to the other?
No, just the angular apparent size, not the
But
actual.
let me ask you a question though, Matthew. So even in your conceptual model, is anybody on the surface of the Earth the same distance to the moon at any point in time?
No, they're slightly different, but the difference
Okay,
is
slightly different, and they're slightly different to all the stars and everything in the
yeah.
celestial sky, but we don't see any deviation in the size of those objects. So why would you hold some sort of double standard to whether or not the surface is convex or flat? You're holding a double standard as to what the things in the sky would be doing based on distance.
Yeah, because the distances are very close. So, for example, 382,000 miles or kilometers versus 385. So, 382 to 385 is not a very large ratio difference, but 2 to 1 is a very large ratio difference, twice as big.
Yeah. So
yeah, so perspective works on ratios.
Yeah, what if we have a limit to our perspective, and that limit happens to be what you would conceptually call the radius of your celestial sphere, but actually you don't actually give a radius to your celestial sphere, do you?
That's why I picked something high enough in the sky that wouldn't take effect. So it doesn't go beyond our perspective limit because we actually see the moon.
A limit of perspective would mean that the typical rules of perspective would be applicable. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't see it due to perspective.
Yeah. So in both cases, from both cities we can see the moon, and it appears the same angular size.
Oh.
So it's just an interesting observation that sort of asks for a explanation, like why do we see this? It's an interesting question.
Right, it's very simple. Like we have a limit to our perspective, meaning things we can still see things outside of that limit of perspective, but our perspective is set at a specific limit due to the fact that it's an individual observer that's observing it, or an individual camera, whatever you want to call it, right? So when things get outside that limit of perspective, it doesn't mean that they cease to exist or disappear. It just means that they don't follow all the exact rules that apply within the limit of perspective.
So there's some distance beyond which the rules of perspective don't take effect. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, think of it this way: if I had lights inside, let's say we just made like a little dome of perspective, and you had one viewpoint within that dome of perspective, and we had lights inside of that dome. All those lights would follow one type of rule of perspective, and then you had lights that were much further away but are only interacting with the limit of that perspective, not necessarily interacting with you in the same way that the lights inside of that dome would be interacting. Then you would see things that could be further away and closer, or not that far away, but not acting under the same rules of perspective. I mean, is that a hard concept for you to grasp?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying in terms of stars, because they're sort of like point sources, and that's why I was using the moon for my argument, because it seems big enough that it isn't yet at that point. It's close enough to see details.
Right. But just think of, and this is purely conceptual, or an analogy, and analogies only go so far, right? So if I'm laying on the ground and I'm observing small things like whatever, gnats or flies or whatever moving around in front of me, above me, right? I'm laying down on the ground, I'm looking up, and I'm just seeing these gnats and these flies moving around in front of me. Like I can say, okay, I can measure an angle to this, and it looks a little bit smaller when it gets further away there, or blah, blah, blah. But then I take an object like, let's say I have an extremely large sheet right? And somebody moves that extremely large feet across my field of view. That extremely large feet is not necessarily going to give me indications in the same way that those small objects that are closer to me would give me an indication. It's just going to look like my sky turns white
you
for
guys
a
know
long
how
period of time.
you guys know how I know the Earth is round? I'll glow. It's actually
Do you know how I know that you're an inconsiderate person when you completely cut somebody off to say something that has
whatever.
no relevance to the
You guys,
conversation?
half your fucking use.
Yeah, VX, we're in the middle of a conversation. You're welcome to join at some point, but maybe hang out for 10 or more seconds to determine if there's a lull in the conversation, then feel free to join.
Yeah, like I can bow out, but do you understand kind of what I'm saying there, Matthew? So let's say I take a huge yoga ball and I just have that moved across my field of view when I'm laying down on the ground and I'm just looking straight up and I'm not moving my eyes. That big yoga ball would just kind of look like the same size and would cross across me, whatever. Whereas these smaller objects, when that gnat is really close to my eye, it's going to look really big, and then it gets further away. But then I have a yoga ball that comes across, and I'm like, well, that just came across, but it looked the same size the whole entire way that it moved across my field of view.
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
so
Why wouldn't it look that way? Like what?
yeah, so gnats and flies are like they're kind of like point sources, kind of like stars or something, and we're not really seeing different sizes. But I would
No,
say
no,
the
no.
yoga ball it would
No,
get
no, no.
smaller.
You would see different size. If the gnat is like landing on my eye, it's going to
Are you
look big.
talking about moving towards you, so it has a perspective change in depth, of course?
Right. So I
Inverse
think the
square
yoga
law.
ball would change size as it gets closer and farther.
It wouldn't,
Right,
because
right.
it's
Like
moving
Matthew.
horizontal to its field of view.
So it just moves across my field of view and it's very large and it's going to look the same size on the left side as it does on the right
It
side.
should look that way.
And it's going to look the same in the middle. It's like I said, this is just an analogy and analogies only go so far, but can you
Yeah, no, I
understand
understand.
that
That's fine.
concept? Whereas that
Yeah, if it's the
gnat, as
same
it's
if
getting
it's the same
closer and further
distance, yeah.
away and moving around, right? Like it's going to have this perspective change that I can notice, that I can measure or whatever. But no matter what, that yoga ball, if it was like I couldn't actually get to it, I had no way to change my perspective. That yoga ball, as it passes by, I'd be like, well, this thing must be something completely different because it seems to be the same size as it goes by. So it must be, X, Y, and Z
How
far
have
away,
you
blah, blah, blah.
repeated this like 10 times, like over in succession? That's crazy. Oh, okay. You're saying things
So
that are obvious truths. Like, what do we do with this?
let's put
A
some
ball
numbers on it. Let's
moving
say
across your field of view doesn't change depth, so there shouldn't be any depth change of perception. And a fly flying around changing depth gives you depth perception of change of
yeah, let
size.
me put some numbers here. What if you're lying on the ground, the yoga ball is 10 feet straight above you, and then it moves like 20 feet away
I don't
over
want.
to the
Well,
side.
it's not moving that distance. And like I said, this is an analogy, not something to apply numbers to, and then try to tell me that my analogy isn't applicable.
I'm just
What
saying
did
that
I
if the
just
yoga ball
listen to,
changes
bro?
distance, we would expect it to change size. That's all.
So is it a different? Well, let's say that it is a very similar distance from when it enters the left field frame, right? The left side of your field of view, and when it's directly above you, and when it exits.
Yeah, if it's a similar distance, then we'd expect it to be the similar size. That's right.
Yeah, is there a possibility that things could do that? Or is there a possibility that your perception of reality as far as perspective is concerned has a limitation to it? So things outside of that limitation get set into a specific presentation to you that is never going to deviate in the way that the laws of perspective would apply with something that's inside your limit of perspective.
Okay, so do you see the image that I just posted?
like I said before, how do you know that the straight trig is applicable to the object you're trying to apply it to?
I guess it comes with an assumption that the moon is a physical object that should obey the laws of perspective.
So let's say it's outside of that. We'll just take my try.
It's big enough to see the details, so I don't think it's outside of that. I mean, according to my diagram, if it's a physical object, then it literally would be twice as far from Montevideo as it is from Guatemala City. So we don't know how far it is, but we know the ratio is twice as far because it's a simple 30, 60, 90 triangle.
Like I said before, it's outside of these perspective ratios. That's what I'm trying to say, where when you're going to try to lay math to it, you're going to try to lay perspective math to something that I'm saying is not applicable. So never mind.
Okay, fair enough. To me, it seems like it should be within the distance that it should be applicable. But if you're saying you don't think it is, then that would explain my question.
So that triangle, that's on a vertical plane, right?
That's on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, it seems like there would be times where the moon would be twice as far from one city as it is from another city. That's the point
No,
of that diagram.
I'm saying that the triangle, it exists on a vertical plane. Like when you
Yes.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Right. So would you be surprised if I told you that when we lay that down horizontally, that's how they measure distances on Earth?
So they use triangles in surveying mountains and surveying. Yes.
Okay. And the only way that triangle works is if all the lines are straight, correct?
Yeah. So these are just talk about 3 points, and they're not actual lines in space. Of course, they're just a line from Montevideo to the moon, and from Guatemala City to the moon, or the center of the moon, or whatever. But do you see what I'm saying? That it seems like the moon should be twice as far from one city as it is the other.
Yeah, the sky does weird things. Like what we see, it looks definitely. It definitely fucks with your mind.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is that even though it's twice as far from one city, it appears the same size in the sky from both places.
Yeah. So where does your imagination go to after you figure that out?
Then I think that this diagram must be wrong.
Right. But then when you see how they measure distances between points on Earth, where does your mind go to there?
Yeah, I think it works on Earth, especially on the smaller scales when you're doing surveying and trying to find the heights of mountains, the distances between hills, and that type of stuff.
Okay. You said on a small scale. What does that mean? Exactly.
Oh, I just mean smaller than the moon, like, talking about a couple miles, or when you're doing terrestrial surveying, measuring roads and buildings and that stuff. I didn't have a specific number in mind.
Yeah, no one ever really does. What is the distance between Guatemala City and Montevideo?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I want to say 4,000 miles, something like that. I'm going to look it up right now on Google Maps. Yeah, I was right. About 4,000 miles. 4,100, somewhere in there.
And that's the shortest possible distance.
Yeah, it's the distance you get on Google Maps.
Okay. So that's a straight line?
Well, I don't think it is, but you might.
Well, if it's the shortest possible distance, then it is, right?
Shortest distance across the surface. How about I put it that way?
Well,
might be
the surface goes. Yeah.
It might be shorter to tunnel through the Earth somehow, but I would say shortest distance across the surface, or shortest distance as the crow flies, or as the plane flies, or whatever you want to say.
Would you be surprised if you found out that that's a straight horizontal distance?
Yeah, I would be surprised. I think it's a great circle route. I think that's the distance that they use on Google Maps.
So are those statute miles or are they nautical miles?
Statute miles.
Oh,
It
so
also
they're
has,
straight.
it also
Yeah.
has kilometers here, 6,593 kilometers.
So the shortest distance between 2 points of equal elevation between those two cities, would you say that's a straight line?
No, I don't think it is. I think
Really?
it's a great circle route.
So there's no straight lines then.
Yeah, there are straight lines, but I'm talking about straight lines along the surface of the Earth.
Along the surface. Well, the surface goes up and down, right, from horizontal. So the actual horizontal distance would be the shortest possible distance.
It would if the surface were flat. I don't think the surface is flat. That's why I'm saying I think there's a difference, because I don't think the surface is flat.
Well, it's not flat, but the shortest distance would be horizontal. I mean, horizontal is how we know that the Earth isn't flat, because you measure up and down from whatever horizontal you've established.
Well, I don't think the horizontal in Guatemala City is the same as horizontal in Montevideo. Or another way to say it is the direction of down in those two cities isn't parallel, in my opinion.
So would the horizontals angle up and meet up in the air?
No, they would. From those two different cities, they would meet somewhere far above the Earth.
Well, you know that you could just make a triangle with that. You just make a line from one point to the other, and you'd still have a shorter distance than what you think it is.
Yeah, so if you want to make a point at Guatemala City and another point in Montevideo, and just say the shortest possible line between those two cities, that would be a perfectly straight line. And I would say it goes through the middle, through it would be a chord on a sphere.
Would that line be horizontal?
No, it wouldn't be horizontal anywhere except for at the midpoint.
Hmm.
But I mean, if you think the Earth is flat, then the answers to those questions would be different. You would say, oh yeah, horizontal is the same in those two cities. And it's just a horizontal line from one city to another. So it's going to depend on what you think the shape of the surface is.
What if we already have a way to know, and we don't need to think about models? What if reality is just what it is, and we don't need a conception of what horizontals do?
Well, I mean, obviously, reality is what it is. What we're talking about is trying to figure out what it is. What that reality is.
You
Yeah,
are.
obviously, us talking about it's not going to change anything. So the question is, hey, let's see if we can figure out what it is.
Are you trying to figure it out?
I think I have it figured out.
So what about the definition of horizontal doesn't work with your conception of reality?
Well, I think it works fine. The thing is that I think that the direction of horizontal changes as you move position.
So they tilt?
So where I am right now at this location on Earth, I could define a horizontal and go out infinitely in any direction I want to, and that would be one level, one horizontal, one plane. But if I go 100 miles away, and I do the horizontal thing again, I'm saying I think it would be a different plane, and they would not be parallel. So as you move, you come across different horizontals.
Right. So you'd have tilting horizontals.
So from my perspective, where you are, the horizontal will be tilted, but wherever I am, the horizontal where I am would never be tilted, and by definition.
Perspective, then. Well, see, like the thing about straight lines is it needs 2 points, not just one. So perspective would be defined from only 1 point. So can you have a horizontal line?
I was talking about a plane. So if you, wherever you are, if you draw a line straight down using a plumb bob or whatever, that's straight down. And a plane would be something that is perpendicular to that. So a plane is a two-dimensional flat thing, you know, and any line along that plane would be a horizontal or a horizontal.
And all parallels to that would be horizontal, right?
Anything that's parallel to that would be horizontal from my perspective. Yeah. I mean, different altitudes, same thing.
So you can have horizontals that go through the earth.
Yes.
Right. So the distance between Montevideo and Guatemala City, that could be a horizontal chord line.
It
according.
could be.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
All right.
I think that what Google gives is not the horizontal chord distance, but instead the great circle route distance along the curve of the surface. That's where I mean, you'd have to ask them, but I think that's where they're getting that number. But my argument about the moon thing doesn't have anything to do with the raw distance. It's more about the ratio. The moon is twice as far from one city as it is from the other city.
Yeah, that's why I just kind of stick with the ground or basic geometry, horizontals and straight lines and logic.
Yeah. That my argument's about the ground too. It's about the angles from the ground, like figuring out if the ground is tilting by looking at angles to a fixed object. I mean, assuming the moon is a fixed object at a moment in time, and that if two people are looking at the moon from different cities, they're looking at the same thing, and it's a physical object, that kind of stuff. I recognize not everybody agrees with those assumptions, though.
It's interesting that you said that the horizontals go up and then they would meet, you know, like you somewhere and then somebody else like 50 miles away. The horizontals would go up and intersect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Up above the surface. I mean, just think of if you take two index cards and slap them on a basketball, or even like two pieces of cardboard and put them on a basketball. Different parts of the basketball, like the places where they would meet, is up above the basketball. It's a similar idea.
Yeah. And you're saying that you can't make a triangle with those two lines. You wouldn't be able to add a third line and get a triangle there.
No, you could. Between two cities, you could make, the two horizontals and a chord line in between the two cities. That would be that would be a triangle. Sort of a weird triangle. I don't know what you would use it for. But yeah, any 3 points could define a triangle.
So you would have 3 different horizontal lines.
Yes.
And they would all intersect.
Yeah, there would be 3 different planes that would intersect in different spots. Again, I don't know what that would be useful for.
Well, it seems to be useful for explaining the moon.
Oh, my diagrams are just about straight lines. It's not talking about these planes. It's mainly meant to ask a question about the distance to the moon. Like, why is the moon the same size when it's twice as far from one city as another city? Or are you saying that you think the moon is the same distance away from everywhere? Because the observation is that everybody on Earth sees the moon the same size.
Well, the only claims I make about the sky is if you want to change what you see in the sky as far as like the orientation of the moon or the star trails or whatever, you need to change your position horizontally.
Yeah, that's why I'm talking about just the raw size. The angular size of the moon is about half a degree, and it doesn't matter what orientation you look at it. If you're hanging upside down for monkey bars, it doesn't matter where you are on Earth. If you can see the moon, it appears about the same size from everywhere on Earth. And I think that the only explanation for that is because the moon is the same distance from everywhere on Earth.
And you solve this by having a contradiction, right?
No, by saying they're the same distance or close enough to the same distance.
Well, your contradiction is that horizontals slope.
No, an individual horizontal plane doesn't curve and doesn't slope. It's just that there are different horizontals at different locations. Again, I'm talking about the size of the moon is the main thing.
Well, yeah, that's the only way that this works is if you imagine somewhere out there that a horizontal is sloped relative to your horizontal.
You don't even have to talk about horizontals at all. I'm just saying something simple that the moon appears the same size from everywhere on Earth. Therefore, it's about the same distance from everywhere on Earth. Size and distance are related with the rule of perspective. Things get smaller if they're farther away.
Right, and so how do you square that?
By saying that the moon actually is about the same distance away.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the ground?
It seems hard to reconcile with the ground being flat because it would be hard to see how the moon could be the same distance away from a flat plane.
Right, so you say, well, if I allow myself to say that horizontals intersect, then boom, I have an explanation. Correct?
No, I'm pointing out the irrationality of saying that the Earth is flat given this observation. So, I don't even have to say what could explain it better. I'm just pointing out that it doesn't work on a flat plane. That's the main point.
Well, if in reality horizontals do not slope, yet we have this observation, what do you throw out? Do you throw out reality to be able to explain it? Or do you just say, I don't know how the sky works? I'm going to stick with what I can prove, which is that horizontals do not intersect.
Yeah, I would throw out the idea that the horizontals are parallel in those two cities. In one city, horizontal is horizontal. Another city, horizontal is horizontal, but they're different in different cities. Simple explanation.
I smell a straw man. Yeah, that's what I smell.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that the moon appears the same size from everywhere on Earth, and questioning how that could be possible if the Earth is flat.
I would say assuming that the moon does something that you want to assume it does.
No, it's not doing anything. It's just appearing to be about half a degree everywhere on the planet. And I'm wondering.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not a planet that would it would need to
Sorry.
be curving on the surface.
So everywhere where people look up and see the moon, and if the moon is visible from that point on Earth, everywhere where people are looking at the moon at the same time, it appears the same angular size. That's the observation. And the question is, how is that possible?
Yeah, the question is how is it possible that no one's measured the curvature between your
Sure. If you want to like ignore that question and move to a different question, we could.
No, this is the begging the question. The Earth needs to be a sphere in the paradigm that you're trying to portray to people.
No, I'm trying to portray the irrationality of flat Earth. I'm not saying. I mean, I'm happy to give an alternative explanation that does work. But first, I'm saying, hey, look, this observation doesn't work if the Earth is flat.
So you're just ignoring the fact that we need globe proof.
Yes,
want
I'm pointing out the problems with the flat Earth first, and ignoring anything about the globe. Not bringing up the globe in this case.
Yeah, that's great, but you know, when it comes down to it, we just need to see the globe. Where's that?
Well, I just need to see an explanation for this moon observation. If the Earth is flat, where's that?
I don't have to explain the things going on in the sky to falsify the globe.
And I don't have to explain the globe to falsify the flat Earth explanation. You see how it's working? I mean, it's easier to
a nice
falsify something
reverse. It's yeah,
than to
laying
provide
down
an
the reverse.
alternative
I
explanation.
get it.
I think that the answer is pretty simple. That the moon appears the same angular size from everywhere on Earth because it's the same distance from everywhere on Earth. And I'm saying with an asterisk, like within 2% or something like that.
So in that distance, where's the curvature? Where's that
Oh
at?
no, that's irrelevant. I'm talking about the size of the moon in the sky.
Yeah, I don't care. I want to know where the curvature of the Earth has been measured.
No, I see that you are well versed in the tactics of ignoring this hard question and just like going straight
Because
to
you're
another question.
assuming what the moon is and how it
No.
should appear to anyone at any given time. If you know that specifically to be something for globe, then just prove the globe.
No, I'm not saying something for the globe. I'm just saying the moon is a physical object in the sky that
Yeah, well,
obeys the
that's
rules of
what you're in
perspective.
here insinuating. So
Right.
if you want to insinuate the globe, then why don't you just show us that? That
No,
would be the one thing that would just shut us all up.
well, I don't think it would. That's why I'm attacking the flat Earths directly rather than talking
See,
about the globe.
there you go.
A
Now you
straw
know.
man. That's a
How is it a
straw man.
straw man? I'm saying the Earth is flat. That's all I'm
Because
saying.
nobody made a claim to what the moon is and how it should appear at any given time in any given place. We wouldn't be saying anything like that.
No, that's so good. That's probably wise to ignore the moon because it's not easy to
The
explain
moon
in your
is
paradigm.
very mysterious. We can all agree to that.
Yep, that's a great tactic, actually.
It's not a tactic. It's just
Yeah, it
me
is.
being honest.
Yeah, but to Matthew, it's about winning. See?
No,
Yeah, well,
it's just about asking questions to get you to think. Like, make your make your paradigm more robust. It's good to like look at the hard questions, right?
okay, so we don't apply a
That'd
story.
be great if you were able to do that too, though. I mean, then I might
Oh,
be able to do it.
yeah, I do it all the time, right?
Very good.
Good grief.
Good grief, yeah. How much did they pay you?
$10.
Nothing.
$10.
I wish I paid more.
Not enough. Not as much as the globe is.
Have you ever signed a non-disclosure agreement? Oh, that's what I thought.
Yes, I have.
There you go. There's your answer.
Oh wait, Adam says that I'm not attacking. I'm simply showing that even a teacher is a trash liar for something he can never prove. Huh. I thought I was just asking a simple question about how do we explain this observation. I wasn't trying to lie about something.
Well, I wasn't going to go all that, Matthew. I was
You're a
there.
toilet paper dude. You're a knife sharpener.
A knife sharpener. Well, that's a burn there. Oh, ooh. That sounds threatening there. Usually, you're doing something right when people start assaulting your intelligence, or they start assaulting you in another way besides with the argument.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I would actually encourage everyone to like do their own research, get a telescope, go look at the moon, look at the stars, you know, do your own observations.
Well,
See what you see.
the question is, how many contradictions am I willing to take on in order to explain the sky? And the answer is zero.
Yeah, I
I mean,
agree.
some
Don't
things
take
are
on any.
good. So, how many do you take on?
Oh, for this specific observation, I say that the moon is the same size, about the same size, because it's about the same distance. So that I don't have any contradictions for that observation.
So you just basically take information and just make comments about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
common sense observations. That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Well, the contradiction comes into play when you start trying to come up with explanations for it. So, do you have an explanation that doesn't contain any inherent contradiction?
Yes, the moon appears the same size because it's about the same distance.
Okay.
Say it one more time.
That's
You got to
my
say it three
explanation.
times or you don't get paid, remember.
No, he was asking the same question. I mean, I've said the explanation several times.
Would you say this is a proof of anything except for the like what it is?
Oh, I
Is it
don't.
a
Yeah, I
proof
don't
of-
think this is proof. Like observations aren't proof; they're just observations, and then we're trying to figure out what can explain those observations.
And how do you explain it?
I've said it 3 times already.
So your question has nothing to do with the Earth.
Right.
Your
It has to do with
explanation.
this specific observation has to do with questions about the distance to the moon
Okay.
from different
who cares
places
then?
on the Earth. So I mean, it's related to the Earth because different places on the Earth observe the same angular size.
Again, the best way to prove that this is happening on a globe would be to, give us the proof of the globe.
Yeah, if I were making a claim that it's happening on a globe, I'm making a claim that the moon is the same distance.
Yeah, still not proving the globe. Gotcha.
Right. Right. It's showing a problem with the flat Earth, not proving the globe.
Matthew, you crack me up, dude.
No, not a problem with your own idea that you wanted to build up and, burn down your straw man. No, not that.
It wasn't a
It
straw
was
man. It's just a basic triangle.
definitely not proof of a globe, so that's a problem because we still haven't got.
Basic triangle.
Right, 30, 60, 90 triangle.
Yeah, and you already said that the baseline of that triangle is horizontal. So, what's the problem?
I'm not saying it is this way. I'm saying if it were
It's all
this
the sun
way,
curve
here's the
distance.
triangle.
Well, that's the only way to get a distance is with straight lines.
Right.
Right.
So I drew a 30, 60, 90 triangle on a flat Earth, and I'm showing that it doesn't work with the observations. So it's my way of showing that the flat Earth explanation is insufficient for this simple observation. That's all.
So you use the straight lines, and now you're saying that the straight lines don't work.
Yeah,
but
I'm
they work to get a
assuming.
distance.
Yeah, I'm assuming flat Earth and then showing a contradiction with that assumption,
No.
thereby falsifying the assumption.
No, the baseline was straight, right?
Yes, the baseline is straight
And
on
that's
flat Earth.
no, but in reality, that's how you got the distance, correct?
No, there's no distances, just ratios.
Just ratios. So how would you get a distance?
A separate topic, but there's lots of surveying equipment. I don't, celestial navigation, 60 nautical miles times angle, that type of stuff. But that's complicating the question. I'm just looking at something simple, which is the ratio of
Earth is not flat.
Right.
Yeah, we're just looking for something simple too, like the proof of the globe to begin with.
Oh, I'm
Because
starting with the
like
falsification of the flat Earth first.
yeah, well, I want to start with the fact that you still haven't presented any evidence for the globe.
Yeah, but falsifying
You can
the
use
flat
your
Earth is a
eyes.
good
That
start.
usually works.
Yeah, well, you could also just start off with just presenting evidence of the globe. That would be nice.
There's plenty of evidence of the globe.
But
Yeah,
then he
well,
would lose the argument, don't you see?
why don't you just go ahead and put your money where your mouth is?
I mean, you have Google. You can do that yourself. What?
Yeah, don't you think I've remedial Googled your curated search engine?
Ma'am, I think you just look at too many memes on Facebook and you think the Earth is flat.
Have a
That's not
face,
nice to say, is it?
genius.
Huh?
I don't
Oh,
have
was
a
it the
face,
music guys? Is that
genius.
what it was?
I don't know what you guys
He's
are saying.
muted. He's.
Yeah, it's not nice to make fun of a lady. But you guys don't really get raised properly by your mothers.
Making fun, bro. You guys are here like trying to convince people that the Earth is flat. Like, bro, what?
Okay, how
I
about
don't.
you convince me that the Earth is not flat? How about that?
I don't care to
That's what I've been
convince
doing the past 10
him
minutes.
Look,
anything.
listen. I'll tell you how the Earth isn't
No
flat,
proof
right?
presented.
Sure,
So
please.
I remember when I was a kid, right? And I went
Right.
went on a trip, and I was looking off into the ocean,
Phoenix
right?
Fall?
And you can I was watching a boat like
Mhm.
go into distance, and over time, the
Right.
boat
Here we go.
actually looked like it was like
Hold on.
going down, getting submerged in
No
water, but it
way,
wasn't. It was
really?
just traveling
So
downwards on a
sure.
curve,
So
That's
right?
after
pretty
some
cool.
sort of hold on. So after some sort of distance, you shouldn't be able to see the boat anymore, correct?
No. Well, no, that's too much distance. Like that's not something you'd be able to see with the human eye because the curve isn't like it's a fucking big ass curve. Like it's
What do you
going at
mean?
like
Why didn't you see it?
So
Why didn't you see it?
hold on. So we can't see it with our eyes.
you
What
can
if we
see
use
it
a
ever
device?
so slightly. Like you can see a slight. It looks like it's
What
slightly
if?
submerged when it's like super far away, right?
Sure. What if I use the camera? Can I see it with the camera?
See what?
The boat. So if it disappears through the eyes of a human, right? So you watch it, it slowly disappears. You can't see it anymore. If I use
You're
a
not
camera,
gonna
should I
be
be able
able
to
to
see
see
it?
it, fam. For it to
It's a
completely
simple question.
disappear,
Can I see it with a camera?
dog. You're just like talking over me because you know the Earth isn't
I
fucking flat, and
apologize.
you've
Yeah,
invested
like,
too much time into this.
By the
okay,
way, I
I
just want to,
apologize.
Bro, you
besides the
can't tell them
zooming,
that. They're gonna mute you.
besides the zooming thing, right? Dude, you realize that if there's actually a curve, and the water is curved, the water would flow in a curve, because we know that water flows to the lowest point where it finds its level. And if it doesn't find its level, it keeps flowing down.
So wait, what do you mean it would? What do you mean it would flow to
If
the
it's
curve?
curved, okay, water is level, right? The sea is level. You
Yeah,
don't. It's not like a waterfall, right?
yeah.
Okay. Who said why? Who's trolling
So
about
which way
stop
does
LARPing? Like, what's wrong with this
does
person?
the Earth curve? How do
Yeah.
you
So
explain that
if it's
that
curved,
ship thing?
the water would have to flow in a certain direction, like downwards. But we know it doesn't do that in the ocean.
Well, the thing is, gravity pushes on all points of a sphere towards the center, not. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but have you
push
ever
like
heard of a river
down
though?
on the sphere downwards. Like I don't.
Have you ever
That's
heard of
not
a
how that
river?
works, bro. Of a
So So why do rivers flow then?
Why do rivers flow? Fam, you're
Yeah.
asking me why the water on the ocean doesn't fall off like a waterfall?
No.
Why do
You said that
that's
the
not a
Earth
big
curves
enough
down.
body of water, and that's not how
Not
that
big
works.
enough, huh? Really?
No.
So like the Nile River, that's not big enough.
Dog, you literally just don't
300
understand
miles
how
is a line.
gravity works.
I mean, I get it. It's a tough question, you know.
It's not a tough question because, like, listen,
Sure it
fam.
is. You said Earth curves down. That's why the ships disappear. But when we look at a river, when the Earth curves down, the water flows. But the water doesn't
Dog,
flow
it curves
in
in
the ocean.
it curves in 360 degrees. It's a sphere. It doesn't curve down. It's just whichever way it's traveling, right? Whichever way the
Okay,
boat's
so there's no
traveling.
drop then, right? So there's no drop.
Like if the Earth was flat, there's like a cliff you can fall off of. No, there's no drop.
Right. So there's no drop from horizontal. Is what I'm saying, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I think we all agree. Everyone in here agrees. There's no drop. Okay. Next.
What
this
point
man
did
just
you just prove by that?
no, he's a
No one
fam. He
backs
just
up what you said.
Well, if there's no drop from horizontal, then where's the curve?
Like,
didn't I just tell? Man said, "Where's the curve?"
Yeah,
Fam, there's
does
no
it
like.
curve down or up from your position?
Man
Where
said,
you're looking
does it
at the
curve
boat.
up or down? Fam, it's a sphere. Which way does a sphere curve? The sphere has curves all over it, right?
Depends which way
It's
you
a
look at
sphere.
it from, no?
We're talking about the ship on the ocean. Is it going down?
Which, like south, north, east, west? That depends where you are.
Those are all horizontal lines. So when you're looking out at the ship, is the ship going down?
Depends
Or is
where
it
you
not?
are, and what do you mean by down? It depends what you mean by down and your general location. It's a sphere. You're not understanding.
Right. Okay.
Dog,
I'm
you
not
can keep
understanding.
laughing. You're not.
Oh, I
You think
will.
the Earth is flat.
No, it's not flat. See, because it curves up and down from horizontal, right? But water doesn't do that, does it? The water flows high to low. So
Fam,
if
how
Earth
many
does drop,
Facebook memes did you see for this to convince, like, for you to get convinced that the Earth is flat?
well, it's just a straight line, dude. I mean, no memes are gonna change what a straight horizontal line is, are they?
And so like NASA and all that, that's like all those videos. Those are all fake, right?
You better change the subject. Good
Nah.
idea. Look, dude, if you think that the ground is a ball because you saw some internet videos of a ISS live stream or a couple of memes on the internet, go ahead. But nobody here thinks that, so
Nobody,
sounds like you
you
might be
just sound
projecting.
crazy, right?
He comes
I
in here
think
ranting about Facebook memes and then he defers to memes for his globe proof. Cool stuff.
What meme did I defer to? I just told you how
Fucking
gravity
NASA
works.
pics, you idiot. That's what.
NASA pics are memes.
It's a
Kid, you
bunch of
don't even
memes
know
and cartoons on
you
a
don't even know
screen.
how a sphere
Bunch
works. You're asking me, oh, which direction is it? Left, right, up, or down? Like it's not a
Yeah,
sphere.
the
And
ship.
it
that
doesn't
wasn't
depend on
him.
your
That
direction.
wasn't him.
I don't know
when
how
you
a
came
sphere
in
works.
here,
That was his boy, though, and they both
Sorry,
think the
go
Earth
ahead,
is
Jerry.
flat.
well, I was going to say, when he came in here, he said that the ship goes down from your perspective.
No, you see it getting submerged in water from your perspective, even though it's not.
Oh.
Okay, so so it's not going down, right?
It's traveling on a curve, and the curve's going downwards from your general direction.
Down, right? Right, and my
Hang on.
point
What
was when
about when
Earth
you look left
does
to
curve
right?
down.
How come it's not curving down on the left and right? I mean,
Well, this was Jerry's point, was that there would be a drop from horizontal. That's what this guy's claiming, and when Jerry said it to him, he's like, huh?
Yeah, your head just exploded.
Drop from horizontal, sure, from your position, but not from
Yeah.
my general.
Yeah, that's what a curve would be in that case, a drop from horizontal. That would be your claim.
Right, but the thing is, what you're not understanding is,
I'll tell you the thing. I'll tell you the thing. The thing
Okay,
is,
tell me.
in reality, when there is a drop from horizontal, the water flows. And that's why I brought it up.
Okay. And what, you're saying the water in the ocean isn't flowing, or what?
It's definitely not flowing, is it?
Huh.
So there's no
All
drop.
right, man.
Yeah, we falsified the radius of the
Nah,
Earth.
bro. Yeah, the water in the ocean is just completely still at all times, bro, for sure.
The
Well,
claimed
there's no
radius
curve of the horizontal, is there? I mean, that'd be just hot.
falsified.
Because
Well, I mean,
there's waves,
it
that
kind
means
of
it's
is
curved.
falsifying the radius of the Earth, though, because it's not flat.
Wow.
Where's your
Not flat,
So
therefore
where's your?
falsifying the
Can you show
radius.
me some proof that it's flat? Like, can you just explain to me then, and maybe I'll believe it.
That's
Drop
what
a
he's been
link or
doing. He's
something.
been telling you that water level is horizontal when it's at rest.
Use the compass, bro. Just use a compass. It tells you
said that-
everything.
All he said was a bunch of nonsense.
No, there's no drop from horizontal, is what he said. And if there were, there would be a geometric horizon in that picture that Flatsy just posted in the text chat. Check it.
In the text chat. Okay, how do I take a look at that? Let's see.
Yeah. Horizon would have to be at a set distance if it is dropping like that. So just take a
Okay,
look.
so all I'm seeing is like schizophrenic lines and different colored font. Like what?
Oh, sounds like a you problem. Can you read?
I can. What is this like ghetto ass infographic you're trying to prove
Well,
to me?
modus tollens. So that's just a basic logical format. Can you read beyond that? If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Yeah, good.
Go show him.
Should I read it to you? Or you got
You
this?
should read it. You should read it.
I'm reading it. This is a picture.
Okay.
It proves nothing.
Bro, I don't know why this guy's like
Oh, yeah.
speaking in like a condescending tone just for a Discord chat. Like, it's not
'Cause
that deep.
Fam, they're
Bro,
like
I
hella
know,
like
brother. 'cause
old
I
and they
just
think
sit
they
and
know what they're
listen.
talking about.
Okay, so why
It's
are
not
we
even
wrong with
that.
this
Like,
argument?
you can
Condescending is an understatement.
like it's
So-
okay to have an opinion. Like,
Well, yeah, just tell us where we're wrong with this
Why'd you
argument.
mute him?
Yeah, just go ahead and tell us where we're wrong. It's nonsense and whatever. Okay, so refute it for us. Just go ahead. Well, first of all, why don't you just tell us what the argument
Refuted. This
actually
is just a
is?
picture. You can't tell like shit from one picture.
So you don't know what the argument is, eh?
Yeah,
I
where's
do
What
know.
argument is that?
I
What
read it.
argument is that picture supporting? You should probably know that before you declare it to be nonsense.
It's support. You think that this means the Earth is flat?
Well, why? What's the actual argument? The logical syllogism is given there. So what's the problem with it? You've read it, right? You said you did the reading. I can read
Yeah.
it to you if you want me to.
Nah, I read it.
Yeah, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then the
You're saying that
geometric
the
horizon. Well, listen, if you talk through me, you're not going to get it. So then you're not going to
Listen,
know
you're
what your
saying
argument
the
is.
observer height should be different from it being 3 miles further down.
No,
Bam. You
no,
can't tell shit from
no,
3 miles
no,
further down.
no, that's not
Okay,
it.
no. No, then what is it?
Yeah, you should just let me give you the argument instead of talk through
Okay,
it
go
and then
ahead.
say something stupid, right? Okay, so
Okay. Bet.
right, if it is a sphere with the radius given of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. To make that simple, they just have an observer height here of 1 foot. So that simplifies the math to a 1.2 mile geometric horizon distance if the horizon is that thing that you're saying it is with the curved water level and all that. Well, you've got the demarcators there of the rigs of known distances, the furthest one being at 9.4 miles, and you can see the horizon further than that. So therefore, it is further than that 1.2 mile distance, and there's no indication that that ocean curves at all.
Okay, and yeah, that's what I just said, by the way, so maybe you're the one who has a listening problem type
No,
shit.
you said some bullshit about 3 miles.
Wow.
And it just didn't mean
Yeah,
anything.
because
I
the
didn't
distance
expect that.
is the distance between the two of them not approximately 3 miles, yes or no?
Yeah, those two rigs,
Okay,
sure.
yeah, that
yeah.
no, 3 miles is not enough distance for the
No,
curve to be
that's
noticeable.
see, that's completely irrelevant, you fool. Where is the geometric horizon supposed to be on the sphere?
That's completely fam. You're crazy.
Why?
You're crazy.
Why? What's the problem with what I just said,
That's
dude?
completely irrelevant.
Yeah,
You
it
can't wait
is.
until the day he
Geometry
realizes
bowl is
he's
real.
Where's
wrong,
the
and he has to
geometric
come back and think
horizon?
of
I can't give you the exact location of the geometric
Oh, for
horizon, but you
fuck's
should
sake,
know
dude.
that no curve's going to be
Dude,
noticeable for
dude.
3
Hold
miles.
on.
Like what?
Dude, it's supposed to be at 1 mile, 1.2 to be specific. That's what I just
And this is
told
like
you.
some bullshit math that you just saw on the internet. Can you verify this
No,
yourself?
yes, it's in every
Okay.
single Earth curve calculator. You can Google it yourself. So if you start
Earth
arguing with
curve
that, now you're
calculator. And where'd
arguing
you
with your
find that
own
on
claim. No, you
flatearthbelievers.com,
fucking
fam? Like
idiot.
what?
It's globe math, you fucking moron. It's
Fam, I'm an
derived from
idiot.
your
You think the
radius.
Earth is flat? Like you're
Yes, you are
actually
an idiot.
slow. Like you
Yeah,
actually eat like crayons, bro.
that's actually an ad hom, and you have nothing of value to bring to
Maybe
this
this is being
forum.
streamed.
You're a fucking idiot, dude. Because if you
I
weren't, you
hope
would
this
have
is
an
being
actual
streamed
argument of
because
any
this guy's
substance.
foaming out his mouth right now. For what reason?
Yeah.
Why'd you
So
mute me?
because you're retarded, and it was
I'm
just
retarded.
stupid to listen to.
Again, you
Yes,
think the
yes.
Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's an ad hom, and that's another
Yeah,
retarded comment.
you just
Yeah,
ad homed
well,
him.
if
Bailing out, man.
No,
yeah,
I
if you
didn't.
An
No, no,
ad
no, no.
hom?
He
What
is.
is that?
Called him
Like,
retarded.
Well, that's when you
like
no, that's not an ad hom, Mez, you fucking idiot. That's not an ad hom
imagine
either.
foaming
An
over.
ad hom
You
would
said
Imagine
be
what's
where
an
I
ad
use.
someone
hom?
foaming up
Fam,
on
this is
over
how I
his
know
face.
you're fucking
I can tell
crazy.
you if you
My
morons will
speech is
shut up.
probably like not really that like clear to you.
All right, so an ad hom is when you use the insult as the argument. I didn't do that. I gave the argument, then I added an insult. So not an ad hom. Try again, boys. Okay, so anyway, Dismas
So
is
it is an
really
ad hom because
triggered
you're
and really
discrediting what he's
lost.
saying by calling him retarded.
No, I refuted his fucking argument directly, you tool. And yours too, so that wasn't ad hom either. Oh, he's gone. Oh, well, he'll never learn.
Yeah, when someone insults you, that's an exit. It's over.
No,
Like you made the argument, then he said, "Yeah, but you think that the Earth is flat." That's an
yeah,
exit.
yeah, I mean, they just seem to not understand anything you say and then try to use that as an argument against what you said. Okay, so Dismiss, you're back. Okay, so let me do this really slow, get out the crayons for you because you seem to be having a really tough time with the information. So if the ocean curves like you said it does, right, with the boats going over the horizon and all that, then that horizon, given the math that we've been given for the globe, has to be at 1 mile. Let's just say 1. It's 1.2, but that's, that might be one too many decimal places and you might get confused. So let's just say 1 mile. That's where that horizon's supposed to be. We have the rigs with the known distance, the furthest one being at 9.4 miles. The distance between the two rigs, completely irrelevant to this argument. Furthest rig being at 9.4 miles, the horizon being seen beyond it shows it's definitely further than 1 mile, which shows there's no curve of that ocean. This is the second time I'm saying all this to you. What say you now?
Okay, wait. So you're saying that you shouldn't be able to see the horizon? Is that what you're saying? Because I wasn't really listening to you.
Yeah, you should try to listen before you argue so
So
that you
wait,
know
so
what
so,
you're
so
going to
you
argue
shouldn't be
with.
able to see the horizon?
No, that's not what I said either. Now I'll have to do it a third time. You should be able to see the horizon at 1.2 miles. We know it's further than 9.4 because it's further than that rig at 9.4.
What? And that's based off this bogus math that you have here? All right,
It
bro. I
is.
already told
Well,
you why, like, what you're saying is wrong, so I'm gonna just end it off with, yeah, bro, you're like schizophrenic or some shit. I don't know.
that's a really good argument. Very good
Yeah.
defense of the globe. So it's bogus math, you said, and that would be globe
You know
math.
what's
So okay.
my proof from how?
Yeah. So it's bogus math, you said, and I'll agree with that because it's globe math. It's derived from the globe. It is bogus, and that's what we're showing here. So sounds like we all agree everything's good.
he bailed again.
Of course he did.
That's too bad
Facts,
because this
man.
is the best conversation we've had all day.
Was it though?
No. He's pretty bottom of the barrel.
No, I'm kidding, but I'm saying, at least it was funny. I was laughing through that whole thing. I had to keep muting myself so you didn't hear me laugh.
Yeah. That was sure stupid. Like, listen, bro, the distance between the rigs is 3 fucking miles. If you think the Earth's flat, you're retarded. Man, the scary part is like what's been done to these people's minds. Like, I keep thinking that we need to just like shelve the globe arguments for now and like just focus on logic with these people. Like, their thinking is so broken that like it doesn't matter what logic you give them. Like, they can't do anything with it.
Well, that's what I
There,
try to do, but they always start
Exactly.
talking about their model, or this is how it would work on a globe, or how else would you explain blah blah blah. It's like there's no escape from a broken mind.
Yeah.
yeah, it's logically bankrupt because you have to reconcile everything to the fact that the Earth isn't a globe. It's just not.
I mean, you've heard Matthew Learns' quote unquote arguments. They all start with, "How do you explain?" That's
Yeah.
not an argument.
As proof is a bunch of questions and interrogations
Yeah,
about
it's
things you don't have claims for.
yeah, it's because we've falsified the radius, and they have to attack us from every angle but that one.
Well, he's like, I got an explanation if we just assume the world's a ball. Yeah, but we checked and it isn't, so.
Exactly.
Like, no, I don't know everything about everything that goes on everywhere, but I can check the ground to see if it's, dropping or not.
I don't understand why it doesn't always go back to this point that the Earth is not curving anywhere.
Well, with that moon argument, he wasn't even necessarily going there. It just seemed like his whole thing was, well, I think it's an object of about the same distance regardless of where you are. It's like, well, okay.
It's a straw man. Like, we're not going to claim that the moon is going to do anything with that kind of distance and its apparent size.
Yeah,
Probably.
I'm just saying I didn't even really hear him try to even tie it back to the globe.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, well, if you're trying to say that this is happening on a globe, then you're just going to have to show the globe.
Yeah, I just heard him say it. I think it's about the same distance away no matter where you are. It was just like, all right then.
I don't care. I don't care about that. I care about.
Sure, sounds good. I mean, maybe it's an effect, not an object. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to sit here and be like, the moon should do this at this point in time in this place, and we're not doing that.
You know what's funny is that guy's probably gonna go to like his buddies and say, "Dude, I got kicked out of the flat Earth server because they couldn't handle my arguments."
Yeah, he will. And he won't have
Right,
any
Dad.
clue what his argument was.
Yeah, it wasn't because you're being a dickhead. It's because you're flawless logic. Okay.
No,
Well,
we're
Yeah, we
never
can't.
that. Come on.
Couldn't withstand it. It was too much.
well, when your conclusion is in your premise and you don't even realize it when you're coming into the conversation, I mean, where do you expect it's going to go downhill because you're going to have to tear apart their whole argument right there from the get go?
Hello?
Yeah, can I help you?
Hello?
Yeah, can I help you?
Yeah, I need help. What are you doing? I need help.
Help, can we help?
I have a flat earth question. The question is...
I think you need other types of help if it's this hard to ask a question, my friend.
Sorry, I have to read it off of my notes.
Your scripts. Yeah, you got to have your script. We know. But I bet you I know your script better than you do.
What is my question gonna be?
Who knows? You tell us.
Well, he says he knew. He says he knows.
You gonna ask
I
or
said
not,
I know
man?
the
Come
script. I
on.
didn't say I know where you're going to start from. I just said I know the script.
Okay.
It was supposed to
Why?
be funny, bro. You're the one that made the joke about it. If you can't hang, then I
I
don't know
didn't
what to
make
say.
a joke. I didn't make a joke. What are you talking about?
This is off to a
Bro,
good
ask a
start.
question. Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I forgot the question.
I
That's
guarantee
okay.
you it was if the earth was flat, insert logical fallacy.
Or something like, where does the sun go when it gets dark?
The sun goes to the other hemisphere, doesn't it? For flat Earth.
None of us
Yeah,
ever
but that's
saw
your
the sun at
question.
night, so we can tell you.
I've seen it.
You saw the sun at night?
Yep.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, one time.
Are you high?
No. I saw a picture of the sun at night.
I got that drunk one time.
You started hallucinating? You're so drunk?
No, I saw the sunlight in the dark.
I saw the sun in the dark.
Isn't that what I just said?
You said you saw the sunlight.
Okay,
Are you drunk
and
right now? Are you drunk right now?
No, the question is, are you the one that has the glow proof, buddy? Do you have that?
Yeah, I have the globe proof.
All right, let's let's see the globe. 'Cause we don't.
NASA said.
Nah, I said that.
wait, repeat that. What'd you say? NASA what?
NASA said that the Earth was a globe, and why would they lie?
I wonder. I can think of 76 billion reasons.
Can we go through them?
Why would you even want? Wouldn't you
I
want
don't think
the?
do you really want to count to 76 billion? Okay, go ahead. Knock yourself out.
1,
It's gonna
2,
take a long
3,
time.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Can you spare us, please?
17, 18, 19, 20.
Oh, let him get to about 500 before you unmute him.
God.
22,
Or
23,
at least yeah, there you go. Let us hear give us every 5 seconds to see where he's at.
32, 33.
Well, nice. He's really going for it, isn't he? Wow. I wonder how many
43, 44.
I wonder how many teenage
Oh, you're
kids are
counting
in the
slow.
room with him
I
right
got to
now.
47 in my head.
9, 50, 51, 50.
That's a lot of reasons, ain't it?
Hey man,
Uh,
my
well,
brother.
I'll just take a measurement of the curvature if you want to
Let's take
prove.
bets on how far he counts before he stops.
93, 94.
Oh, good grief!
And he thinks I'm loaded. Oh my god.
Hundred and 121.
Oh my God!
130, 134, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 140,
You're pretty good, bro.
141.
Maybe it's that new dope
Did
they got.
I miss 139?
Oh, you're gonna have to start again.
Yeah, you had to start
Okay.
over. You can't stop, bro.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh,
You're pretty good
God.
at this.
I must admit, as much as this is irritating, it is entertaining me quite well.
33, 34, 35.
Can we get one
Oh,
of
bro.
those with some
See, if
hyper?
all the anti-flat earthers were like this, I would probably enjoy talking to them.
I just want some hyper specificity. I don't want just him to count.
I want to find out what he's smoking so I can get some.
2, 63, 64,
You still going?
Let's just leave him muted, please.
Thank
Time
you.
to stop, time to stop counting, though. Keep counting.
Mute.
D. 354. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it didn't get muted. To 14, 215, 216, 218, 200. Four, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75,
At least when you can count,
76,
right?
77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 89, 90, 91.
Please shut up. Please shut up.
Really, you're all are just gonna stay quiet?
Nope. I don't really get it. Mez was about to say some stupid stuff, and nobody took him up on it.
Oh, did I miss it?
Was I? Oh.
I don't know. A guy started counting, and everybody wanted to go with that instead.
Let's hear it, Mez.
What do you want to know?
I don't know. What do you want to say?
Nothing right now. What was the last thing we were talking about?
Numbers?
It's just a shame that nobody can produce any evidence for the globe.
Maybe one day.
Hmm. At this point, it's wishful thinking.
I think it's hopeful, not wishful.
So quiet.
Quiet is good. I get to work on my report without any distractions.
When are you done with this report?
I'm having an issue with it. I'm supposed to have a 1,000-word limit, but I've surpassed it significantly. It's due in 6 days now to start my next assignment. Unfortunately.
Just delete stuff.
What am I meant to delete? Everything in here is what I need.
Well, obviously not. If it's over the limit.
You're the kind of writer that can't doesn't shut up and just like writes and can't get a
No,
point out.
I'm putting in everything. Like, I mean, they've requested a freaking
Right, go through it, right, young man.
plethora
Go
of
through it and get rid of all of the unnecessary
Did you call me a little man?
stitches in a sentence. That'll save you a few hundred words.
What did he call me, little man?
Young man.
Bit better.
He's only 1 year younger than you, dude. Just delete your whole conclusion.
Delete what?
Your conclusion.
Does it look like we've gotten that far, woman?
I don't know, dude, what the heck you're writing.
We're gonna find out.
If it's that
Is it a
mumbo
work
jumbo.
report or a school report?
School report.
What did you say, sorry?
School report.
Okay then. Well, you know, as a master of being educated myself.
I'm sure you're educated.
Yeah, I just cut out words like long sentences, make more brief sentences, and cut out bits of information that were kind of unnecessary. As long as your case is in the report is put through, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm sure you know better than my lecturers, bro. And I just
Yeah.
listen to you next time. Sack my
Yes.
cases.
Well, if they have a word count, then they know that that there should be so far that you should be going with your word with what's in your report, right?
Huh?
If there's a word count, there's one of two ways you can address it. Either cut down the amount of words in the report or cut down the amount of information in the report. You can pick one. There's only
I'm
two
good, bro.
ways you could do it, regardless of who you are.
They said you can have a 10% cushion. So I'm at 10,000 words and I need a conclusion and a market analysis and a reference. More than 100 words.
No.
They can
I've
lick
never
my
seen
balls,
anyone
bro.
write a 1,000 word paper before. That's insane.
Like, what do you mean?
When I was at
It's
school,
not. It's just a report
about what? Is it like
based off a model I created, like hypothetical development model. There's a lot of
anyway?
data in it, so I have to like reference everything.
Sounds boring.
Well, references don't usually get references don't usually get they don't get counted in your word count, do they?
No, they shouldn't.
I mean, the reference is like 50 words, right? I'm still like 300 words over. Sack, they're gonna put up with it, aren't they?
Well, 350 words isn't actually that bad.
Nah, it's not. I can't guess. I might be over. You know what?
You know, usually I think that they say word count
Oh.
is a rough guide, right? Don't they?
Yeah, but I mean, they're not gonna like turn me away from like 300 words over, right?
No.
But it says length 1,000 words plus 10% at most.
Oh, then I don't know. I mean, usually they don't really count it, so I don't know.
There's a word count at the bottom, bro.
No, you do electronic submissions, okay?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Britnett, do you study?
I got a master's degree, bro.
In what?
It's in geopolitics. I did cyber warfare.
So you're a flop, is what I'm hearing.
No, it's actually not called geopolitics. I just didn't know if you'd know what it would be called. So I'm just going to call it that.
So what's it called?
IR, I did philosophy in my undergrad.
So why do you stop at the master?
Well, COVID was going on at the time. So I thought I'd just continue on, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
So you never took a break?
No.
Are you in debt? How much did your degree cost you?
Aren't you also British? You sound British.
Aussie.
Oh, okay, my degree cost me, let's say, something around 70,000. But like the way that our debt works is that it's
Bachelor or
like
master?
you get like a free loan basically.
The way our debt works is based off
Student debt isn't
inflation
real
rate.
debt.
It's not?
You get it's like a graduate
No.
tax. That's what you pay, a graduate tax.
Why not?
Well, I'm like 40 grand in debt due to my degree. I haven't paid back a penny.
You work?
Why haven't you paid
Yeah.
back a penny? What do you mean?
What do you do for
Well,
work?
because I'm lazy and I haven't earned enough over like the
He's under
threshold
the filter.
to pay back
So
anything.
it's real debt, but you're a fat flop that doesn't actually want to pay back.
Yeah.
To be fair, they didn't actually take that much out of your wage, right? I think it's what, like 20 pounds off my masters and then £5 off my undergrad each wage.
You got
it's
you
a
got
pretty
scammed,
small
bro.
amount anyway.
You got freaking scammed.
Don't you get interest incurring?
Here they charge you based off inflation rate. If the inflation rate's 5%, that's how much you pay.
Well, I'm pretty sure graduate degrees are protected by inflation from inflation.
That's some. I mean, no, there's no
I
interest
think
rate.
it's a
There's
fixed
inflation rate.
rate of like 2% or something. I don't know, something like that.
I wish. Our inflation rate was like 7% last year, so it cost a fortune. But like usually it's around 2% inflation rate.
Well, they're government loans, right? So they're fixed rates.
Back the government.
Well, I'll take it rather than paying like, I don't know, 20% back of my fucking degree or paying it all up front, right? I don't mind a
When are you
graduate
gonna
tax.
pay?
I'll take it.
Thank graduate tax.
And it gets
Well, the
forgiven
other thing
after
is like
30
after
years.
so many years, it gets wiped.
Yeah, I think it's 30
It gets
years.
wiped?
But you're still going to be like 50,
Yeah.
bro. So don't get too excited.
30 years, man. Again, why not just pay it off?
Yeah. Well, you could, but if it's going to get paid
Oh,
off,
you
it's going to
couldn't.
get paid. It's going to get, if it gets forgiven, it gets forgiven.
I think
Yeah.
I'm.
Would
as
you
long
rather
as your
pay 30
income.
quid, 30 quid a month for 30 years, or would you rather pay 70 grand at once?
I'd
I know
rather
which
pay
one I'd
nothing and
pick.
just stay under the threshold. Shit. I think there's the way out of it here. If you stay under the threshold, if you're self-employed, you just never pay anything.
I see.
Oh, I need to finish this fat Nick report. I'm gonna be way over.
What did you do your degree in, Mr. Mez?
I did it in animation and visual effects.
Zero.
You like anime that much that you decided to study animation? That's
I did.
crazy.
Why did you do that to yourself?
It was fun, and I'm good at it.
No, it wasn't. Who are you lying to?
I feel like do you work in your what you did your degree in or no?
I do. I do a bit of freelance work.
Okay. Well, there was a conversation last night. I think AI was kind of like giving me an early life crisis because he was saying that once you finish your degree, a quarter of your life's already over, right? Which is kind of making me panic. But he was right about one thing, which is that sometimes people don't actually do anything related to their degree. Because I graduated when I was 23, I spent the first 2 years just doing an unrelated job, and then I've only just decided to work in my actual field, right, which is so he was kind of right about that.
AI works in a freaking kitchen, bro. I don't want to hear it.
Who works in the kitchen?
Like, this is not me talking shit, but AI works in construction. The guy, like, is a laborer. So, you heard that, AI?
AI told me he had a degree, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he has a degree.
Last time I spoke to
But
AI, he was tiling a
he might work
bathroom.
in construction as well.
He was tiling a bathroom the last time I spoke to him.
Dude, construction guys make a lot of money.
Love to see it.
Yeah. Whatever you say, I believe it.
What, you don't think they make a lot of money?
No, I know that. I know they make a lot of money.
Oh.
Well,
I'm making a
depending
lot
on
of
what
money.
kind of depending on what kind of construction you do. I mean, some don't. Depends on the.
God, I love being rich.
You love being rich.
Yeah.
Do you even work?
Nope.
No, right. So you love your mum's money, then I guess, right?
Honestly, if I had like parents' wealth, I would not be studying, and I would not be. Hold on, what did I do here? If I had like generational wealth, I wouldn't be here. I'd be out on a boat.
On a boat,
Honestly.
fuck you, cunt.
You wouldn't be on a boat?
No.
Yeah, you would. Don't like yourself.
Dude, aren't you from Saudi?
Saudi.
I do
Like,
have generational wealth. However, it's been stolen through the generation, so it is what it is.
Like, don't you guys get money just flowing?
I actually have to work. Unfortunately, the money stopped flowing when my grandparents freaking robbed each other. I've never seen a penny of that shit. Like, but they were like billionaires. It's crazy.
Your grandparents are billionaires. Are you single, by the way? I'm crazy.
My great grandparents were related to the minister of Ibn Saud of Saudi. So
Okay,
there
I
is.
see. What? You're an Arab?
I am Arab. Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
What do you
You
think,
got
Jesus Christ? You love.
that oil money, man.
I wish they would. I mean, if Arabs were better people, I'd be on a boat right now on Discord with these
You
dipshits.
probably have your toilet seats made of gold or something. Don't lie.
I have my own money. I don't have like financial wealth. Like I've got decent money, just not like that Saudi money. If you know what I mean.
Oh, so then you're part of the commoners, huh?
I wouldn't say commoner.
If you don't have
Well, I
that
found
Saudi
out
money, it's the same.
I found out I was related to I did ancestry a while back when I was in my I'm a Chad Aryan Anglo-Saxon phase, and I found out I was related to King Edward III, right? And I was like, where the fuck did all that money go?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, he was my 20th great grandparent, you know.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Send us some dough, you filthy little scavengers.
Mez,
So back
are you from
to
the south,
flat
Mez?
Earth.
I'm from like Midlands,
Oh,
Lincolnshire.
okay, west or east?
None of your business, mate.
Right, you live in the field, right? Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
I live in a shithole.
Yeah.
No, I reckon you live in a good
There's
place.
not much to do around here. That's why I argue with flat earthers all day.
Yeah.
Do you work, Miz?
I told you he works, retard.
I don't want to hear it, bro. I'm half focused, half. Oh shit! Why is there a big dildo on your Instagram?
I've been enjoying it. I've been
I
living
made
it
that.
up. I've been living it up big leagues, right? Because I've been I'm off work
You
for
made
like
that?
2 weeks.
Yeah, I made everything on there.
Brenda, he has something for you. You heard that, British nationalist?
What did I hear? Sorry.
He's got something for you.
What has he got for me? What you got for me, Mez?
Give it to him, Mez.
Then give it to me.
Oh, you want me to send that to Britnett?
No, I want you to give it to him.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's
Well, our
right.
DMs have been getting pretty hot and heavy, so it's bound to happen at some point.
Don't expose me like this. What the fuck, Miz?
Yeah, I'm exposing me too. I told my girlfriend about that, and she was not happy.
You know,
What I do
Mez was just sitting. Mez informed me mid debate that he had his finger in his bum. Just saying.
Guys, keep it PG, please.
Oh yes, it's
Nah, we're good though.
My apologies.
What is this, bro? I said summarizing a short paragraph gives me an essay. I'm gonna be so far over. I can't do this anymore, man. I'm gonna email my professor.
Email your professor.
Yeah.
But how old are you? I am correct, if you don't mind my asking.
None of your business. What are you asking?
Well, because you said I didn't take a break, which implies that you did take a break, right?
Of course I
You were
did.
asking like, okay. I was just wondering if
I'm
you
20.
were a
I'm 23.
late starter. Okay. Are you going to go to work after you graduate, or are you going further in
I already
education?
work. I've been working since I was 16.
You've
I
been
dropped
sending
out
me
of school
mixed
early.
messages, correct? I thought you said you didn't work.
I do work. I was lying to you.
Oh, okay, I don't believe anything you say now.
No, I dropped out when I was 17. Worked for about a year. But before I dropped out, I had an offer to study, so I did my bachelor, fast tracked it. Then I did a diploma, a grad cert, cert 4. Then I also did a bachelor. Then I started my master's this year.
Oh, having a master's is good because it's like
Dog shit.
a perpetual ego boost, no matter what happens, right? You know,
Yeah,
you could
legit.
be,
I'm better than
you
all
could
of
work
you.
as a bin man until you die, but at the end of the day, you can always say you got your masters, right?
You know what? I'm trying to. So in New South Wales, no one has a doctorate in property development. That is what I'm aiming to achieve, so I can have a bigger cock than everyone around me.
All right. Let's see.
Would like to be referred to as doctor, thanks.
I want Crit to come online so he can tell me what globalists do, so I can
Crit's weird.
get
Wow.
updated about what my behavior is like. You know?
Crit's such a weirdo. Crit, you there? Does Lulu?
Yeah, what?
Does Crit DM you memes all the time?
He does it to me as well.
He does it to everyone. He just spams
Got
over
like 10
meme.
notifications. I've not opened the DMs in a week.
I get 100 memes a day from the guy. I'm like, Crit, what is this?
He never DMs me
No, he
anything.
doesn't.
He just mutes me. I don't think he likes me.
He likes everyone except black people.
Well, what would that mean in your worldview, Mez?
Well,
Hmm?
hey,
What would that
hey.
mean in your worldview?
Cut it out, guys. You could only talk about him when he's here. That's not
He's
fair.
here.
Presently here, not just like AFK. He's usually comes on like
Why are you defending
at
him?
odd
He's a grown
hours.
man. He can do it himself.
What?
Why are you defending the guy? He can defend himself.
No, I'm not defending him. I'm just saying you can talk shiznit behind his back. It's not cool.
It's not behind his
Yeah, I
back. He's
think
literally
assuming Crit
here.
doesn't like me by the amount of memes he sends me is that's affirming the consequent. I shouldn't do that.
That's what I'm saying. Oh shit! This is the wrong house.
Oh, I
I
never
don't want to
get
do
any
this.
DMs from Crit. Oh, I'm
Because he
sad.
doesn't like you, dumbass.
Doesn't. I am saddened by this news.
Yeah, stay sad. Shit. Oh, I'm definitely gonna be way over on this report. What is wrong with these scumbags? Why not put a description on the property? Come on, man.
I thought you were a flat earther, correct? What happened?
What made you think I'm not?
Well, I looked at your role, right? First of all, this is how I came to this conclusion. I looked at your role, and I can see you're a politics icon, right? So
Oh yeah.
that was the first thing that gave me a clue that you probably were here before 24/7 Flat Earth, right? And then as I came to know you longer, even though you were on the pro Flat Earth side, you kind of give me different vibes, right? Like than maybe like a
Yeah.
Flat Earth would.
I was forced to take this role. I did not actually earn it, so it is what
No.
legendary Brett Nat, politics veteran. Sounds like you're a
Yeah,
nerd to me.
don't call me out like that. I don't.
Sounds like you're a nerd to me, mister.
I'm not a nerd. I just knew the owner. That's all. You know,
Which owner?
I've got mates race. You know, that's what.
Mate, which one?
A doobie.
So, you know who's the real owner? You've been here for a while, right?
Who?
You've been here for a while?
Yeah.
How long?
I've known Doobie since I was 18. By the way, I'm 25 now. So.
You're Sack Doobie, the original owner. You know him?
Who? Sorry.
The original? That's us. Pinkman.
Yeah, I remember that, Sass.
Oh, what a beautiful man.
Although I don't think I was really interested in the politics server until like 2 years ago. Like before that, I was in other
Honestly,
servers.
it was way better before. With that sass in control, no gays, no rainbow flags, no Jews. It was so good.
Hey.
I'm done.
Wow, I'm learning so
You're
many
on
different
thin
sides to
line.
you. Correct.
You're on thin ice for getting muted, Oliver.
Get it, yeah. I did nothing wrong. What do you think, British nationalists? How do I
Well,
reword this?
I kind of agree with you on one of those points, but I am gay, so I can't really make a claim about the other point.
You're one of those guys.
Let's bring it back to flat Earth.
It was never at Flat Earth.
Exactly. Bring it back, please, guys.
You
You
don't want
guys
to talk
are
about gay
treading
people. You got an issue about
some
them.
things we don't want to go into.
How do I, like... I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this.
Just delete your whole damn report and start over.
I'm sick of your negative attitude.
Oh no.
I'm sick of your complaining. Just delete stuff. It's easy, man.
Delete you. Stop speaking. Seriously.
Bro's having a crisis.
That's what I'm saying. And she's just like, delete things, delete things. Yeah, bro, you're so helpful.
Delete all the verbs.
I didn't delete you from listening to me. Yo, this is old, man. Actually, this is quite nice.
Let's see who else is here. Who is this Woes character? Oh, it's the same guy. Does anybody have globe proof? Any globe proof?
You don't want to see what I got.
Oh, hold on. We got a new person. How do you say that? Quadre? Hello, sir, ma'am. Can you speak? Quadre.
You say it as Quadre.
Quadre, are you black?
Hello.
Yeah, mixed.
Yeah, I can tell.
Welcome.
Do people even use their real pictures on here?
It depends. Are you actually black?
Some
Wait,
of
is that
them.
Nicki
Yeah,
Minaj, bro?
Oliver's using,
Okay,
or
I'm
I am
done. Stop.
correct, is using his real picture.
Yeah, that's me.
Quadre, how do you? I'm sorry. What are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
Same size as
I
her ass.
think it's round. I mean, NASA would never really tell us like what's actually out there. and who knows why. You know,
So
I don't
it's,
have much knowledge on the topic. Like, I'm open to being
you know what you just said?
like, yeah, I just feel like it's round. I don't
Listen
know.
to yourself. You said it's round because even if it wasn't, NASA wouldn't tell us. Therefore, round. Are you hearing yourself, woman?
Yeah,
The Earth is a sphere.
Your head's a
it is
sphere, bro.
weird. I think.
You think? You
Yeah,
shouldn't think too much. You might hurt yourself.
pardon?
Don't
I said
listen to
nothing.
him. He
Whoa.
likes to just talk. So
He's having a
um
crisis.
Yeah.
yeah.
He's
Not a
stressed
good
But
one either.
Don't worry about him.
Really?
um
No, I'm good. Ignore these retards.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm really open to hearing the debate that you guys have going on. I
okay.
just feel like it's round specifically because
Why
even if
not?
it was flat or round, NASA wouldn't tell us because of whatever reasons they have. Like, we don't even know what's out there. And I was pricing things the other day, and I saw that to actually go out to space with Virgin, I think it's Virgin Galactic, it's like $75 million.
Damn,
So
that's crazy,
not a
bro.
lot.
yeah, how many people could afford that?
Probably Oliver can, but
Hey, what's your
so
mouth, woman?
I think if we all pull together, we can get it. I can put in a
Yeah,
tenner.
but
I got a 10 now. What
Quaidre,
do you reckon?
yeah.
Quaidre, quick question. Oliver made a unfortunately, I have to agree with him. He did make a good point as to you said that you don't really trust NASA, but you're still willing to accept that it's round. If you don't believe NASA, then what is your main reasoning for thinking it's round or a sphere?
That's a good
Science.
question. That's so good. Um, I would think that there's a lot of things in the world that doesn't make sense. Like, not everything makes sense that was created. So I think that that's one of my main reasons. Cause like sometimes we go around the world and we see things and we're like, what? How? How is this possible? But I think that the earth could be one of them and the moon. Like, how does Earth have one moon? But supposedly they say that other planets have multiple moons. So where are those moons?
Gravity.
Like,
We
why
haven't
can't
seen
we?
anything. Just talk. It's all
Right, right.
bullshit.
Go ahead.
Jupiter has
Finish
16
your
moons. Yeah, my bullseye.
finish your
It
thoughts,
does.
Quaidre.
Yeah, so I think that you go around the world. I travel a lot. So when I go around like the world and I travel and I see different cultures and different things, like natural things like springs and nature and stuff, some of it doesn't make sense like to our human eye. So it only gets me guessing like what if the earth is actually round and how? Cuz Cause okay, it could be round, but like, how is the ocean kept like, why aren't we
Gravity.
floating around? Yeah, those are things that I question. But like when you go around the world, like you see some crazy things, like natural crazy things that were created way before we even existed. And it's like, what? How is this possible?
What?
And it just gets me guessing, like, man, probably the earth is round. I don't know. Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
just my thoughts.
Have you seen a photo of the Earth?
Okay. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, by the way.
Thank you for hearing them out.
Anyways, have you seen a photo of the Earth? Wait, Jure.
Huh?
Have you seen a
Where?
photo of the Earth? How do I
Hold up.
pronounce your name?
It's Quaid Ray.
The
It's
actual
fully
name?
Quaid Raymer, but I just say Quaid Ray because it sounds cooler, I guess.
Or I call you Q?
Yeah, Q is good.
Okay, Q. Have you seen a photo of the Earth?
Off. Sorry, you're breaking a little.
The Earth. Have you seen a photo of
The
the
Earth?
Earth?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have. I have seen a photo of.
Where do you usually go to find photos of the Earth?
I would usually go on Google or Chat
Mm.
GPT. Well, I'm obviously alternating to what they're giving us, so I can't really. Hence, I said I'm here to also learn. You know, I'm here to like be open, and it's just my curiosity. I've always been curious about things, so I would always go to Google. But if you look at ancient maps, it obviously differs. It looks flat in ancient maps.
That's because
What
we're
would be like
stupid. They
your
need
what? Ignore this right there. What would be a standard of proof? Like, what would you need to be told or shown to be convinced that there's no curve? Like, would a photo be good? Would a
Yeah,
measurement? What do you need?
like a measurement, a photo, something, some form of evidence or facts.
What do you mean by
we can measure the diameter of the Earth and the radius
Yeah,
How do you do
and the
that?
curvature.
Yeah, how do you
yeah.
do that?
Or like some form of facts, you guys, you know?
Yeah, how do you do that, King?
Like
How to measure it?
Yeah,
pardon?
King. Can you measure the curve for me, King?
Yeah, I can measure it for you.
Yeah, go on.
There's a formula for it.
Yeah, apply the formula and then show me.
Let me post it for you. Let me put it in the chat.
Not formula, measurement. Point-to-point measurement.
Yep.
Where's the server?
The formula would require the measurements, though.
I'll tag you. Oh wait, do you have access to it? Yeah, you should be able to. It's the little bubble. Ugh.
Nice one, bro. Oh my god.
Do you see it, King?
Back.
I have to switch it to my computer.
Whatever you like, bro.
You hear me?
Nope.
Yeah.
So what happened to the flat Earth discussion? Like, it completely collapsed within 5 minutes.
No, we're
Hold up.
waiting for proof.
Britton,
Chill
that your
out, Brit.
best friend King said he has a direct measurement of the curve. We're about to see it.
Oh my lord!
We're about to
Finally,
shut
right
the
here.
whole thing
today's the
down.
day.
If we
Yep.
want to be educated and not be fucking retards, we would actually look at stuff that people have done. These are
Yeah.
scientifically.
Just
So let's scrutinize it. I posted it in the chat. Let's read it. Let's read it. Let's read it together.
Yeah, sure.
So
Do you read? We listen.
All right, perfect.
summarize it though. We don't want to.
No,
We don't
read the
want
whole
to spend the
thing.
whole day. Hell no, dude.
Read the whole
Just
thing. Ignore the woman.
shut up.
Ignore the woman. Read the whole thing. And you have to explain to me because I don't really know what this formula means. Okay, go on.
Okay.
Go do your homework,
Let me
dude.
hold on.
So how do you find the arc length, Mr. King?
Hold on. Let me find the next one I'm looking at.
No, we're gonna look at this one you
There
posted.
are two links that they go hand in hand. So the first one is the first link I posted is calculating the curvature of the Earth using arc length. Do you know what that is?
No, what is it?
That's our issue. That's our first issue. First issue
How come
spotted.
it doesn't say Earth in the
Second,
whole page?
hold on. The
How come-
second link is
Wait, hold
measuring.
on. How come it doesn't show Earth in the whole page?
It's calculating how to measure curvature, not just the Earth. It's curvature.
Oh, the
It applies
curvature,
to
not Earth.
any spherical thing. You can use this formula to calculate.
So this is
And we
just a
can apply that.
theoretical measurement of curvature, right?
We can
How do you
apply
get an
this.
arc length?
Let me
How do you
talk.
get an arc length?
Let me talk. Let me talk. The formula is presented in the first article or the first link. Shows us how to calculate the arc length of any given curvature. It can be a tennis ball, a basketball, or it can be the Earth. The second link tells us how to measure the Earth using the Aristotelian method. If you want to learn more about that, you can go to that link. These are both ways are mathematical methods that have been used to calculate and measure the curvature of the Earth. Why flat earthers do not believe this, I will never understand.
So who measured the Earth? We got the
The first
calculation. Great. Who measured
the first guy was
the curvature?
I can't pronounce his name, Eratosthenes or something.
Eratosthenes. Yeah.
He's a Greek astronomer. He's the first guy who did it and published it. And you can
How'd
read
he
his
do
work
it?
in the second link.
How'd he do it?
How do you
How'd he
do it?
do it? Go on. No, how did Eratosthenes do it?
Yeah, so you can first there are materials you need, right? The first material it's in the article.
Stick in a
If you want to read
string.
along with me,
No,
if
no,
you want
no.
to read
Tell us the
along with me,
method. No, we want to
Stick
do
in
it,
a
right?
stick
We
in
want
the
to do it.
ground, bro.
I'm gonna go do it
Nice
right now.
one.
Tell me how to do it. How to
yeah,
do it.
let's read
Get a
along. All
stick
right,
in a string and poke into the ground.
Gotcha.
let's read along. You need a meter stick, string or
And what's
twine,
that?
and an accurate protractor.
Mm-hmm.
Now, step by step. The first step is to. This is literally in the article. You want to read along. The first step is to contact each teacher.
What happened? You cut out. Or did I cut out?
No, he cut out.
Yeah, so the first thing you have to do is ask a friend that lives across the world from you. Poke a
Should've
stick
just
in the
At
canned
least
ground.
Dracula's
500
argument.
miles. Come back, King. Come back.
This guy came in so hot, heavy, and sweaty, and now he's already dipped. It's already over. He's already
I'm
given up.
going back to writing this freaking report. What a waste of time. Put stick in ground equal globe. Nice one, bro. You got me.
I'm just gonna let the other guys take this. The Globers should just take him down.
Yeah, bro. Put stick in ground, Lulu. I'm definitely gonna show a curve. Like an Aristophanes, nigga. I'm gonna ask.
King, are you
During
back?
that, your globe, what do you think about this argument?
Well, the Eratosthenes argument.
Yeah.
Well,
the one with the stick over
if
the
someone
string. Right?
just talks about what Eratosthenes did, I think it's garbage, right? I mean, and, like, it's not persuasive at all. But if you do a take on Eratosthenes, like Manufactotum does, I think it's a bit better.
All he did was post an article saying how Eratosthenes was the first man to measure the size of the Earth accurately. His method was very simple. He put a stick in the ground and measured the shadow. I'm like, nigga, what?
My favorite.
I think it's incomplete. I think if you keep going with it, you
My
got something.
favorite thing to do with Eratosthenes is just to say,
Hello?
if I put a few sticks on my table and try to torch over it, does that mean my table's suddenly a sphere? I think it's so funny when people say that.
Oh, we got King back. All right, yeah, we can hear
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right.
He
So,
dropped out.
my bad. So the method used by Aristophanes when he calculated the circumference of the Earth is by placing two sticks. He first used the first stick in Alexandria, and the second one from Syene, or where we pronounce that Syene, Scene. And the distance is exactly 800 kilometers. So he then multiplied 800 kilometers by 50, which calculates the circumference of the Earth.
How many
By placing
kilometers?
these 800 kilometers.
Oh, 800. Okay,
Is that
go
the
ahead.
circumference of the Earth?
No, the circumference is 40,000 kilometers.
40,000 kilometers. And what's the radius?
I don't know at the top of my head. I'm not reading that right now.
Have you read this before? Or is this the first time we're reading this together?
I'm reading another article. I'm on an article. I'm not even on that anymore.
I thought that was your whole argument.
The article?
Yeah. Wasn't that your entire argument? Aristophanes put a
No,
stick in the ground before God?
that's just one source. There are multiple sources about this.
Did Aristophanes do this multiple times in different ways?
Well, that's the only one I read, but this has been replicated before, yes.
Okay, can you show me a replication of it?
Sure, yeah.
Post the bike video.
You want a video?
You mean the black
There's a
swan?
video
You
with two.
retard man.
No, the bike video. The two guys on bikes. They did it.
Yeah, help them out, guys. Come on.
Actually, I think only one of them had a bike.
There was a bike guy though. Yeah, only one.
Oh shit.
So, King, if I put two sticks on my table and I try and torch over them and I measure those angles, is my table a sphere, King?
Well, no, because the measurements you would get from your table will not represent a sphere. Your table's flat. But the measurements you got from what Aristophanes did proves the Earth is round because they did not align with what a flat Earth would
Can
have.
you riddle me how my table isn't round all of a sudden?
What if the
my
sun's a
God,
lot closer than we think?
this is the issue. Okay, first off, what he did was to find the circumference of the earth. What he did found the circumference of the earth. If you put two sticks on a table, the results you will get proves your table is flat. If you put two sticks on different parts of the earth, it'll prove the earth is round. You're kind of like saying the results dictate, or
Someone post it.
you're saying
Post the GIF of the sticks on a table.
Yeah, I'm bored.
no, you're flipping it, right? This is not how science works.
look in
You're
chat.
flipping it.
Well, this is a case of geometry, bro. I don't know why you're talking about science, but
Science and geometry goes together. What are you talking about?
What is science?
Scientific. Yeah, what is science? That's a good question.
Is it related to math?
Science has math, yes.
I'm writing this down.
No, sunshine. Science is dealing with cause and effect relationships. Tell me, can you tell me what the
Are you
hypothesis
autistic?
is?
Are you actually
Can you tell me
autistic,
what
my brother?
Eratosthenes'
Are you actually
hypothesis
slow
is?
in the head?
Can you tell me what Eratosthenes' hypothesis is, sunshine?
Jesus Christ,
I'm
bro.
gonna let Jedi listen to this.
You're actually so. Oh my God! It's just bad arguments after bad arguments. First
Dude,
off, let's address.
okay. I'm not
Hold on.
gonna
Let's
spoil
address
it
the
for
first
him.
part. Let's address the first part of what he said. First, he's saying that if you put two sticks on a table, it proves the table is flat or is round. The issue with that, he is using the shape of the table to come to a conclusion. That's not how science works. Science says we don't know what the answer is.
What did
Can I finish?
Aristophanes presume? No, you can't. You've talked long enough. What did Aristophanes presume about the shape of the Earth and other things? But when he was making his experiment,
Like his hypothesis.
yeah, what was the presumptions? What did he already presume the Earth was and the light source?
I don't know that.
Oh,
Well,
right.
you
You
should.
don't know anything about what you're talking about. I see. All right. So you're trying to tell us how science works in a question of geometry. You don't even know
Well,
what
if
the presumptions
you're
were.
asking what
In
Aristophanes
fact,
thought
calling them
about,
presumptions are generous. They are assumptions, right? You don't even know
if
what
you
assumptions he made to come to his hypothesis, if you could even say he had one.
no, okay. So first off, if you're asking what Aristophanes had, the hypothesis he
You don't
had
know
about the
anything about
shape.
what
Hold
Eratosthenes
on.
did, bro.
If Aristophanes, are you asking if Aristophanes had an idea or a hypothesis? Can you let me talk, please, for the love of God? If you're asking if Eratosthenes had a hypothesis related to the shape of the Earth, I don't know. What I do know is why he actually did this experiment.
Well, you're not doing science here, are you, bro? Now,
What do you mean
what
you're not doing
assumptions, bro,
science?
did he make? What Google? Yeah, I'll give you time to Google it. Find out the assumptions Eratosthenes made.
He didn't make an assumption pertaining to the Earth, the shape of the Earth. That's not what he was testing for or
That's
measuring.
irrelevant. That's not what I'm asking for.
That's not what we're discussing. That's what we're discussing. We're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Well, do you not think? Oh, okay, think about how he did it, right? And think about if
Yeah,
the
what
only
he
way
did.
that he
What
ascertained.
objects were used in creating this measurement?
What he did was relating to the assumptions he made relating to Scene being the Tropic of Cancer and how far Alexandria was due north of Scene. That's what he was measuring. He didn't say anything about the shape of the Earth. If that's what you're asking for, he was measuring two completely different things, and what he did incidentally led to the measuring of the curvature of the Earth or the circumference of the Earth. So when you pose a question, think about what you're asking for. I perfectly answered your question, but you're too stupid to understand that I did.
King, what objects did Eratosthenes use to create his measurements?
Well, he used his friend who was in Scene, and then he had two sticks placed in Scene and Alexandria, and then using the shadow and the as well assumptions that he made, he was able to come to a conclusion that the circumference was 40,000 kilometers, about thereabout, using what he had at the time.
So we had two sticks, a friend, and
What do you mean?
Googling, my friend.
What else?
Come
What
on,
else do you need to make this measurement?
King. Think this
I need
through.
some strings, apparently.
Apparently.
No, not the strings.
And
Yeah,
What else?
I listed all you needed, bro.
How'd you get a shadow?
Well, you obviously need light, dumbass. Like he had light.
Ooh.
Everyone has light.
Where's that light coming from?
The sun
Where's the sun?
in space.
What did he assume about that slide?
Okay. Well, how far away is it?
What's the point? The sun's 93 million miles. He didn't need the sun to do this.
What did he assume about the
He didn't need
light?
to know.
What did he assume about the light, King? What did he assume about the light from the sun?
Why does that matter with what the results he got?
What?
Regardless of what he assumes, he's still getting the same results.
Because we're talking about shadows, retard. Talking about shadows.
Okay, so what's okay? The
So we
shadows
need
is
to know
seen
what
here
he's
and
assuming
then.
about the light that's hitting his
Okay,
sticks.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If you assume the sun is in the dome of the earth, does that change the fact that shadows act the same way they do, regardless of where the sun is? You
Shadows
fucking
would act
imbecile.
differently on a different surface. Maybe you don't realize this.
But it doesn't matter what he assumes about the sun. The fact is he got results that we can analyze. Who cares? Who gives a shit about what he assumes?
What if the sun's a lot closer
You're asking
than we think?
stupid questions. Okay, it doesn't matter. If the
Will
sun
that
is
change the
closer,
shadows?
maybe
you get the same
maybe a
thing.
GIF
Holy
will
shit.
explain it better.
Hold on. Did he assume that the surface was flat or curved?
He didn't make an
doesn't
assumption about
matter.
the shape of the earth.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's flat or curved. Yeah, it does if you're claiming it's a ball.
For the calculation, no, it doesn't. But the sun.
Yeah, so he made an assumption about the surface being flat or curved.
He didn't make an assumption. That's a fact. He never made an assumption about the shape of the earth.
So he wasn't
That
assuming
wasn't what
that
he
the
was.
surface was
He
curved.
wasn't measuring that. It's like
Yeah,
the
you don't
Cavendish
know what you're
experiment.
talking about, bro.
It's like the Cavendish experiment. He was never measuring for gravity. He just happened to discover that, oh yeah, gravity does exist, guys. Look.
Yeah, bro, you haven't understood what you've googled for 5 minutes.
All right, I'm changing
Okay,
sides now. Cyclone,
show
you're
me-
wrong.
show
It doesn't
me-
matter what
okay,
you assume
show
about the
me-
shape of the Earth.
Show me where he made
What
an
matters is
assumption.
how far away the sun is.
No,
It doesn't,
he makes both
because
assumptions.
whatever calculation you do will tell you whether the Earth is flat or curved.
No, you can get the same result on a flat surface or a curved surface, depends on what you assume about the sun.
Right, but you'll get, depending on how far away the sun is, you'll get different results depending on whether the Earth is curved or flat. If the Earth is, if we assume the Earth is in one position, if we assume the Earth is 90 whatever million miles away, then the calculation you do will tell you whether the Earth is curved or flat. So it doesn't matter whether you assume whether the Earth is curved or flat, because the calculation will tell you that. So what matters is knowing how far away the sun is, which Eratosthenes didn't know.
Yeah, of course he didn't. He didn't know it was a curved surface either, which is assumed in the
Yeah, but
claim.
that doesn't matter.
Well, it does, because they're assuming it's a globe because the results that he claimed assume a globe. And he's measuring for a circumference of a globe, which he assumed. So, yeah, the assumption of a curved surface and an infinitely far sun creating parallel light rays are his two fundamental assumptions, neither of which he had any evidence for. So it's retarded. So you globies are stuck in the Stone Age, as you like to call flat
Wait,
Earth.
hold on. Hold on. I'm not sure if I understood what you just said. You're saying he assumed that because the Earth or because the sun is far away, it causes parallel light rays, which then influences how he performs or how he interprets his results from his experiment. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Yes, that is the assumption. But you don't need to make an assumption about the shape of the Earth to do this experiment.
Okay, so you're saying parallel light rays is the result of a faraway sun. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
Assumed.
But
So
you can't prove that.
the light rays we have
Well,
on Earth,
Eratosthenes couldn't prove that.
they're not parallel, is what you're saying.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Well, do you see them being parallel?
We make no claims about anything whatsoever.
But we know they have to be parallel because light doesn't fucking curve.
How
Not
do
in
you
the
know
way
that?
that you think.
not-
Well, because
not-
light can't. The way you would have to get light to curve is to have a prism. Last I checked, Earth isn't covered by a fucking prism, so it doesn't curve.
Oh, is it not?
Get
I've been
in
told
the
about
chat
atmosphere.
and look at the
Does
video.
atmosphere not refract light?
What?
Go in the chat. Open the chat. 24/7 chat.
Were these two sticks vertical?
Oh, here we go. King, are those sticks vertical?
What?
Are those sticks vertical?
Yeah, were the two sticks vertical?
Yeah, I would say so.
Not,
I don't know. Yeah.
not tilted.
Well, they're straight, so yeah.
Well, vertical and straight aren't necessarily the same thing.
Well, depending on how you look at it, they're horizontal too. Like that's a bad question.
And there's the magic trick.
Just a fucking.
That question makes literally no sense.
Well, saying vertical can be horizontal makes no sense, but hey, you do you, pal.
That's not even a good question. What are you asking me?
The two sticks, are they vertical, perpendicular to
They are
horizontal?
they
Yes or
are
no?
straight up. They're going straight up into the air from the ground.
Are they vertical? Do you know what vertical means?
That's such a. What do you mean vertical? They're horizontal. What do you want me to say? Like vertical
Were they
in
perpendicular
relation
to
to.
horizontal?
They are perpendicular to the ground, to the earth. That's what I'm saying. They are perpendicular to the earth. How's that?
Perpendicular to horizontal, then, right? Because that's the definition of vertical, correct?
Yeah, let's go with yeah, exactly.
Right, and so
No, don't. Stop. Don't go
all
down this path.
perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel, right? All perpendiculars
What'd
to
you say?
horizontal.
Could you repeat that? Repeat that.
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. You realize that?
I can hear the cogs turning in his mind right
What?
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Well, when you say perpendicular or parallel, there has to be a relation to something. Perpendicular to
Yeah.
a plane is parallel to what?
Well, the two sticks are vertical. And vertical means perpendicular to horizontal. So horizontal would be the plane that they are perpendicular to. You agree with that, right?
The plane would be the what?
The plane that those two sticks are perpendicular to is
Right.
horizontal because they are vertical, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Right. So they are parallel, right?
The sticks are parallel to each other?
Yep.
No.
Why
That's not
not?
how parallels work.
Really? Tell me how parallel
Away
works.
with the retards.
Oi, oi, no ankle biting. Naughty.
Sorry.
So parallel lines work because they have to be equal distance to each other while they're going.
Right.
These sticks are not equal distance to each other.
Well, they are both perpendicular to the same straight line, that being horizontal.
Come on, King. I thought the flat earthers were the retards here. What's going on? They're awfully quiet.
I didn't even say anything. I didn't know what it was
You're
talking
allowed to
about.
do it.
Well,
What did he say?
I said all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. Now check out the verticals in the picture that Eratosthenes has.
Did you post it somewhere? I'm confused.
Have you ever seen the diagram?
The diagram of the experiment he did?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, there are no verticals on there.
Vertical what? Vertical lines?
Vertical sticks. The sticks.
In his experiment?
Well, the way that he depicted it, yeah.
In what way? I'm kind of confused. What are you talking about? In what way are they not
Because they're
vertical?
because they're not perpendicular to horizontal.
So you're saying that because the Earth is curving, or if we're alleging that the Earth is curving, then the plane they're on is not horizontal. Therefore, the sticks themselves are not vertical.
Correct. They are tilty.
But isn't your so again your argument is relating is like assuming the conclusion. That's a logical fallacy. You're assuming the Earth is flat, or
No.
you're assuming the Earth is curved to debunk his argument. Let's say we didn't know. Let's say we are two people who don't know how the shape of the Earth, right? We have no preconceived notions about the shape of the Earth, and you're presented with a diagram of Aristophanes' experiment.
Yeah, you would conclude that the light rays are divergent, not parallel, because we know that verticals are all perpendicular to horizontal, and thus parallel.
Repeat that. I'm replying to this guy.
Well,
Getting people feeding you information.
regardless of Earth shape, we know that verticals are always perpendicular to horizontal.
We know that parallels are perpendicular to horizontals.
Verticals are always perpendicular to horizontal. Are you starting to see what Eratosthenes had to assume about verticals?
No, I'll be completely honest. I was talking dustpan in the chat.
That's a shame.
Do you think it's polite to type to people while someone's speaking to you?
Well, no, dustpan was kind of confused as to what I said earlier, so I was clarifying it.
All perpendiculars to a point are parallel.
To a plane, not a point.
Okay, hold on. So
all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. You still don't get it.
Parallel to
Still
what? Parallel to what?
a simple
A plane,
repeat.
any plane.
Each other.
Hold on. So let's take a line, for example. A line that is perpendicular to another line is parallel to what?
Any line that will be perpendicular to the line that you made the first one perpendicular to.
What the hell does that even mean?
All right, here, listen. Make a straight line, okay? Now make a bunch of straight lines perpendicular to that first straight line.
You can only make so much. You can make 4. perpendicular lines to that straight line.
You can make as many as you want.
No, you can't. I mean, technically you
Sure.
can, but like that's just like a truism. Like, okay, what's the point?
They're all parallel, aren't they?
Well, the lines, yes, those would be parallel, yes.
Okay.
Not to the first line that was made, but to each other, to the subsequent perpendicular lines, to those ones.
Correct.
So, what is that? What's the point on that?
Well, if you have a bunch of verticals, they're all perpendicular to horizontal, right?
Yeah.
So they're parallel.
The vertical lines will be parallel, yes, but that doesn't have to do with the horizontal lines. They can be parallel without horizontal lines being there.
In a sense, but they are, like, by definition, they are perpendicular to that horizontal. Yeah. And
The
that
vertical.
horizontal. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me bring up this. Hold on. Grid. All right. Let me post it in the chat. All right. So here we have a bunch of vertical and horizontal lines. Each vertical line here is parallel to each other, and each horizontal line is parallel to each other. And each vertical line is perpendicular to some horizontal. Each vertical line is perpendicular to some horizontal line. What does that have to do with anything we're talking about? I'm asking politely. I want to know.
Both of his sticks were vertical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Perpendicular to horizontal, so they didn't diverge. They weren't tilted, were they?
See, this is where it gets tricky.
So the only way Eratosthenes' thing works is if he has tilty verticals, not perpendicular to horizontal. That's a problem.
The only way his thing works is what?
Is if he tilts the verticals. So he has to break geometry to make it work. Or you could say that the sun rays are divergent and not parallel.
Okay, I see. I think I see what you're saying. So, yeah. So this is my issue, though. Right? You're trying to discredit his work. Is that correct?
I'm just showing you a magic trick. I'm not trying to disprove anything. I'm showing you the trick.
So, what about his work is wrong? Is it wrong? Is he correct? What am I confused?
Well, he breaks geometry to say,
He doesn't
well, I
break
measured
anything.
the.
He
Yes,
took
he
two
does.
sticks and put it in the ground. He didn't break anything.
Well,
He
he has
didn't
two vertical
manipulate
sticks.
anything.
He has two
Okay,
vertical
so
sticks that aren't
you're assuming
parallel.
the sticks are vertical.
Well, either they are or they aren't. Are they?
Well, you're the one telling me this. You're saying the sticks are vertical. Yes or no?
Are they? I'm asking you.
Well, you're the one bringing this up. I want to know what's your position here. Are the sticks vertical?
Well, if they're perpendicular to horizontal, they are vertical.
Okay, and then are you saying they are or not? Or are they perpendicular to a vertical or to a horizontal? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the stakes in question here are perpendicular to the horizontal, which is the Earth here. Correct.
I rest my case. So we have divergent sun rays.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Okay. So the stakes in question have to be vertical. They are vertical. And the Earth, well, earlier you said that the Earth is the Earth cannot be horizontal because it curves, or that the sun rays are divergent. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Well, the sun rays would have to be divergent because verticals don't tilt.
feel like tilting here would have to be in reference to something.
It's reference to horizontal.
Yeah. So hold on. Let me find.
Now, there's a bigger point here, but if you want to take it slow, we can.
Oh, let me. I'm not sure if I can find this. All right, go ahead. What were you saying?
Well, the problem is horizontal. Now, do you know how to establish a horizontal in reality, regardless of Earth shape?
Yeah, that's what I was actually talking to you about. First, you said that the Earth was curved, so therefore couldn't be horizontal, which is assuming the Earth of the shape of the Earth, which is the first problem we have. But aside from that, if we're going to establish a horizontal, irregardless of the Earth shape, I would say like a ruler. You could place a ruler on like a table, for example.
How would
That
you
would be
know
horizontal.
how would you know whether the ruler was exactly horizontal or not? How would you do that?
Well, it would have to be in reference to a vertical line, right?
Not
Or a
necessarily.
plane, a plane to be.
Right. Do you know how to establish that plane?
No. How would you do that?
Water.
Why water?
Because water flows when it's not horizontal.
What? What?
Water flows if the surface it is on is not horizontal.
Okay, so you're saying okay, that's like a okay, I see what you're saying. So it how does that relate to the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't really, but it is a fact of reality.
Well, yeah, water will conform to the shape it's placed in. So if you place water on a flat plane, it won't move because there are no forces acting on it. Um, just because you place, if I go to space right now, let's assume space is exactly what NASA says it is, where there's no forces to act on anything. If I put water on a horizontal plane, it won't move. If I put water on a vertical plane, it still won't move. Water doesn't move because it's horizontal or not horizontal. It moves because there's something making it move.
Right. So if it's not horizontal, something will make it move. You agree?
Yes. Even if it is
Right.
horizontal, it still might move.
So would you say that gravity acts vertically?
I'll say gravity pulls everything towards the center or the center of mass that it's of the object. Yeah.
Vertically?
Yes. Depending on the situation.
Ooh, missed up.
So that's perpendicular to horizontal.
And what would be the point?
All right.
I didn't hear what you said. If you said something.
So gravity acts perpendicularly to water level, doesn't it?
No, gravity is its own thing. It acts independently of whether water is there or not.
Well, in reality, we could prove that a plumb line is a representation of gravity, which is vertical, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So if vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Yeah, but in this case, that's not how gravity works. For example, if we're taking the Earth, which is a sphere, it would pull everything towards the center, regardless of where everything is on that sphere. So, for example, if I'm standing in America and I dig a hole long enough to go to the core of the Earth and I drop something, it's going to be a straight line, which is vertical. That's still a vertical line going to the center of the Earth. The same way if I was in Australia and I did the same thing, it's still a vertical line going to the center of the Earth.
I see. But it's still perpendicular to horizontal, right? So if you have two verticals,
What's
they can-
horizontal here?
water level.
But water, if you're saying water flows when it's not horizontal, and I can show you that waves exist, then we're saying the Earth, the shape of the Earth is not horizontal.
Yeah, the shape of the Earth is not horizontal because there are hills and valleys.
Hills and valleys
And if
doesn't
we
make
want,
something not horizontal.
sure it does, because horizontal isn't
Okay, let me.
bumpy.
If I put a paper on a flat table, that paper is horizontal to the table. If I then place makeshift cones to represent mountains, that doesn't change the fact that the paper is still horizontal.
I agree. If the paper is horizontal, then it's going to stay horizontal.
Right. So in this case, if the Earth is round, and I dig a hole through the Earth to go to the core of the Earth, it's going to fall. Anything I pour in that hole is going to fall as if it's vertical, which it is, regardless of whether the Earth is quote unquote horizontal or not. And the fact that we have waves and water flowing on Earth proves that the Earth is not horizontal. And you claim to say that water stays in the static state when it's horizontal.
Well, I could prove it.
Prove that water stays in a horizontal state. Well, in a static state when it's horizontal.
Yeah, a body of water at rest establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
You brought up waves, so you can say that Burr gave an example of that not being true in your model. Now,
So
you're just repeating yourself.
when you say water stays still in a horizontal, the issue with that is water doesn't act in that way per se. Water simply conforms to the container that it's in. If I put water in a disfigured lake, that's a lake that doesn't have any defined shapes, and that it's like there are different bumps and crevices here and there. The water will act to fill those spaces up. If no forces act on the water will not move. It's going to stay in that lake until it evaporates, which is in itself a force, right? So the
Right.
lake, the bed of the lake, like the hole that makes up the lake, isn't horizontal, yet the water is still static. So I'm kind of confused with what you're getting at.
No, the water is horizontal because if it's not, do you know what you would have?
What would you have?
A river.
So the water is horizontal in the sense of what? Like the level of the surface of the water is horizontal?
The body of water at rest, at equilibrium. Both ends on either side of that body of water, when they're at equal elevation, that's a straight horizontal line.
Right. But that isn't that can happen regardless of what container it's in. I agree. Yeah, obviously that's a
Right.
truism.
Right.
So how does that then prove what you're claiming, if you're claiming anything?
I'm not really claiming anything. I'm just trying to figure out how you square these with a ball Earth.
Okay, so I'm sure you've seen what the Earth looks like. Gravity exists. Gravity pulls water towards the center of the Earth. Obviously, there's something we call a crust, which prevents water from going through the Earth. But that's just the basics of it. I don't see how this negates any of that fact or any of that.
Well, how do you have a straight horizontal line on a ball?
Let me show you.
Can you just say it's not straight? Keep on trying to describe something that's like a 90-degree angle. Which is why he's confused, because he's a retard.
See, that's the contradiction that I had to get rid of when I started talking about these things.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're saying, I think I get it. So you're saying that from what you can observe, water that is static and is staying is horizontal because that's what you can see. Let me tell you, my friend, the oceans we have, they're not straight, right? They're not straight. That's why we have this
I
thing.
agree.
This is where the. So are you saying the Earth is not flat? Because if the Earth is flat, from what I'm getting at, if the Earth is flat, we should have water that is leveled out throughout. But we don't. And you just agree with that. So the Earth is not flat. So what is it?
You're tired? Yeah. Okay, see, I'm tired too, man. I'm freaking burning. I'm gonna sleep today. Not flat.
Yeah, I wasn't arguing it. So I'm saying it's a sphere.
Well, how do you have a straight line on a sphere?
It's not straight.
Horizontal is straight. You realize that?
It's not perfect. It's curved. It's just really large, so you can't tell.
Right, that's
Horizontal
what
is
I'm getting
curved.
at. If that's what you're arguing,
Wait, so Jerry, like you're a grown-ass man. No one believes it's perfect straight. But on a radial field, if you zoom in enough, it will appear straight.
It's 2 points of equal elevation. 2 points establishes a straight line. You agree with that, right?
Seemingly equal elevation, sure.
Well, do you know how to
Actually,
tell? Do you know how you could tell if it's not?
enlighten me, Jerry.
Well, the water would flow, wouldn't it?
Not if it's okay. If a model creates a force that doesn't act on a horizontal, why would this thing not being on a horizontal cause it to flow?
If a model does what?
If a model predicts that water will flow based on something other than it being horizontal or not horizontal, why would it being horizontal matter? If it's flowing because it's moving closer towards the center, even if it's curved, if they're both equidistant from the center, there's no reason for flow to occur. The force acting on them would be equal under the model. There's no reason their lack of horizontalness would cause it to flow. That's retarded.
Well, it's just 2 points in space, right? So
No,
that
but
is a
that doesn't
straight line.
matter. There are 2 points in space that are moving because of acceleration, right? And if acceleration is equal, there should be no net movement, which means it's completely fine that they wouldn't flow.
So as long as I agree to your model, everything works, right?
As long as you agree to the model that is allowing the phone you are currently using to talk to me, if you assume that that model works of the universe, then yes, it leads to this conclusion. If you want to ignore the fact that radial fields do in fact exist, then sure about now how the fuck you'd be talking to me. Like everything in your life is built upon this model. To reject it because your caveman observations about the universe don't add up is genuinely retarded.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
Anything
That's
else?
not really. But yeah, if you accept the model, it still follows. That's all.
All right. Okay. See, I just stick with reality instead of models of it.
You're using your
Yeah.
phone, right?
Dude,
That's
that's
right.
a non sequitur. Okay, your
Electricity
phone's not.
flows through your phone. No, your phone uses electricity, right?
Yeah, it doesn't
We
come from
accept.
space,
Wait. Let me finish. And then we accept.
Dude, you're going on these completely irrelevant tangents. Okay, phones, cell phones. Okay, despite what a lot of globalists say, do not come from space. Okay, there's no satellite your cell phone's bouncing off of. These are all local towers. You can watch any crime show and see how many times they catch people busting their alibi because their phone pinged off local towers in places they said they were not.
You cut me off, correct? We just like randomly say I was like giving a non sequitur to go into skits or babble about mobile phone towers. Like, what's the point?
Okay, dude, you're just out of control right now. Okay, if you think cell phones are talking to satellites in space, you're disqualified from this conversation. Deadass. Deadass, you are simply disqualified.
Crit,
That-
Crit, let me ask you a question. Two questions actually. Let's assume that cell phones are not talking to space or satellites in space. Let me ask you this. The people who say that they do, what is their rationale as to why? Like in this case, why or how do cell phones talk to space? And two, if that's not true, how do cell phones work?
Yeah, didn't you hear I said they're based on cell phone towers?
Okay, then that leads to my next question. You didn't answer the first question.
I
So
didn't
you can
answer.
the
Okay,
next-
if I don't answer something, I authorize you to use any answer you want.
Okay, so let me ask my next question.
Well, you got your
So-
answer. Any answer you want.
Hold on. Let me just ask a question real quick.
Yeah, you got your answer. Dude, listen, if you keep asking questions after you have an answer, what is that? Is that
No, I don't
stupid or
have
is
an
that
answer.
smart?
I'm asking you.
Use any answer. You said I didn't answer, or I couldn't answer, I wouldn't answer.
No, I said you did. I didn't say you can't answer. I said you didn't answer, so I'm asking you
Okay,
again. So you can answer.
therefore, use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. Just make it up. You're doing it already. You already think that satellites or cell phones use satellites, and even if they did, it's
I
not even
didn't
a
say
problem.
that. I never said that.
You just
I'm
did.
asking you. I'm asking you. I said if they don't, I'm asking you. You claim that they don't, so I'm asking you, what is the rationale behind the people who say they do? Why would they say that? What's the technological reason behind it? And two, how do cell phones actually work? If they communicate to cell towers, how does that work? Tell me the science behind that. I'm asking you.
Yeah, and you said I didn't answer. So
Yeah, you
then
go ahead and answer. I'm asking you. Answer it
Yeah.
right now.
Okay, so since I didn't answer you, okay, I authorize you to use any answer you want. See, the problem is I have to break your broken worldview. Inside your broken worldview, there's answers, even if there's no answer.
I haven't even made a worldview. I'm asking you a simple question you can't answer.
Yeah.
Like, you just
Okay,
tell me the
there
answer
it is.
to the
Okay, there. Listen carefully. There it is. If I never gave you an answer, I authorize you, okay, to use any answer you want. Any answer. Okay.
Let's pretend that I'm a 2-year-old kid who is just curious about the world. Or let's
Yeah.
assume I've gone to school, right? I've gone to
You
school.
can
My
do
science
that.
teacher says, my science teacher, I'm
Okay.
a 10-year-old. I went to school science class. My science teacher says cell phones communicate with cell towers in the atmosphere or in space, and I'm like, I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. So I go to you at home, my father, and I ask you, Dad, how do phones work? What would you say?
Yeah, and then you don't listen to my answer and then just go about your life.
Okay, so you didn't. What's your answer? I'm asking you. What is
Yeah,
your
we
answer?
went through this already. We went through this already. Already went through this. What was my
And
answer
your
the first
answer.
time? What was my
Let me
answer the first?
clarify. Let me clarify. Your answer the first time was cell phones communicate with cell towers. Is that your answer?
Yeah, is that incorrect or is that correct?
I don't know. So I'm asking you. How does that
Okay.
work? How do
There
cell
it
phones
is.
connect to cell towers?
That's all you need to know.
So you don't know how cell phones connect to cell towers?
Okay, there it is. Use any answer you want. If the first
Oh
answer I
my
told you,
God.
if the first answer I told you is completely brain farted, you have no
No,
recollection.
I didn't say it was
Okay,
brain
what
fart.
do cell
I'm
phones
asking
communicate
you.
with? What do they communicate with? Satellites or towers?
You answered towers. How does that work?
Hey, whoever just
How does
asked
that
that
work?
question, whoever just asked that.
Dude, hold on a second. We gotta get to the bottom of this, okay? Otherwise, he'll keep resetting. If the first thing I said is completely brain farted to the point where answers are no longer answers,
I didn't say it was an answer.
You said it was not an answer. You said I did not answer.
I never said that. I never
Yes, you
said
did.
that.
You
I
said
asked you two questions.
there was no answer. You said there was no answer.
I asked you two questions.
Yeah,
You
and
didn't answer
said,
the first one. You answered the
okay,
second one.
There's no answer then. Since no
Oh my
answer was
God.
given, I authorize
For
you
the
to use
first one. That's not how this works,
Yes, it
Crit.
is. It's exactly how it
Oh my
works.
god. Oh, I'm not you. I can't answer for you. I'm asking you to tell me your rationale, your answer. What is your answer to this?
Okay, which one is it? A, towers, or B, satellites?
According to you, it's towers.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, now
So
let me
now
ask you. Let
you've
me ask you
got
this.
an answer. Okay, right?
Yeah, let me ask
There
you this.
is an answer.
Going off. Okay, hold on.
There
Going off
is
that
an
answer you
answer
just
on the
gave me.
table. Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Is there an
perfect, perfect.
Is there an answer
I
on the
agree with
table?
you. I perfectly.
Okay,
There is
so
an answer
now
on
we
the
have to
table.
look.
Now,
Why did you say answers were not answers? That's the next
Jesus
step.
Christ. Oh my
The
God.
next step
Oh
is to
my
try
God.
to evaluate
Oh my God.
how and
Stop
why.
trying. First off, stop trying to put words in my mouth I never said. Second off, stop
Okay,
trying to change the subject.
this is
Let me
why we
explain to
have
you
to
what
look.
happened.
Spiraling and
Let me
spreading
explain to
out
you what
then.
happened.
Okay, this is what we have to do. Okay, once we figured out that you did have an answer the whole time, the whole time at all, you had the answer. Now it's time to figure out why you thought you didn't have an answer when you had an answer. That's the next step. The next step isn't asking me more questions. The next step is figure out how the fuck did you hear the word tower and you walked away with no answer other from an answer. That's step two. Step two isn't asking more questions. That's not step two.
I don't think you understand what has been going on. I asked you two
Okay.
questions at the start.
Okay.
Can I talk now? You've talked. Let me talk.
No.
I asked
I'll
you
tell you which
two
way is the
questions.
okay. And you said you had no answer. We're able to finally get to a spot where that was incorrect. You were incorrect. There was an answer on the table. You just wanted to deny the answer. Okay? So now that we've got denialism, we've got you on record being a denialist. Now it's time to figure out why. Why are you a denialist? And the hard counter to this level of sophistry is to authorize you to use any answer you want. Because now it gets to troubleshoot what the problem is. Is the problem you or is the problem me? Because if you're using any answer you want, you'll have to boil down to you are the problem because you're denying your own answers. Once you've denied your own answer, then we can figure out why. Why are you in denial? All right, so now this is step two. All right, step
Can I
two
talk
isn't
now?
asking more questions.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, step two is not asking more questions. What is step two? Is
Crit.
step two
Crit.
asking more questions or step
Crit.
two
Let me
troubleshooting?
break down what happened. Right. I asked you two questions.
Yeah, we're
The
not going to
first
go meta.
I think it's very interesting of Crit to accuse people of engaging in sophistry.
Okay, so is that a DQ comment, Mez, or is that a qualifying comment? Do you know every time you talk about me, I'm just going to put you on mute. If you stay on topic, you can talk all night long. If
Okay,
you
I'll be quiet.
deflect,
I'll be quiet.
okay? No, if you deflect and start talking about drama, start talking about people, there's really no point in you being here. Because inside your worldview, you would leave. If all you get in here is sophistry, all that's here is a mod just muting you, you've never been able to do an internal critique of that. So try something else. Just try. Okay? Just try
What's
to
my
engage in the
worldview?
topic.
You're heading
Dude,
towards
oh, look, go ahead.
a mute, Mr. Mez, and we can see this coming.
Oh, I can feel it.
Yeah, do you want to get muted? Or do you
Don't.
want to talk?
Please don't.
Okay,
Please
so
don't
if
mute
you
me.
don't want to get muted, do you stay on topic or you just randomly make squawking blurts about people and just fill up the air to make it seem like you're better than everyone
Stand
else?
down, Mez. Mez, just stand down. Don't let him.
I will. I'll stand down. I'm kneeling.
Oh no!
Screw this. Let's try this. Okay, so if I'm a power tripping mod, would you have the ability to talk or not talk?
Don't answer. Don't answer.
Just a mute.
Don't
Hey, one
answer,
sec.
Plutus.
Wait. Pause. I even called him a power tripping mod. This nigga put words into my fucking mouth like shit.
Don't answer. Just be
Anyway.
quiet. Stand down, Plutus. Don't
What?
give in.
I wouldn't lose.
He's baiting you. He's baiting.
I wouldn't
you.
lose my ability to talk in a flat Earth VC.
No, he'll ban you.
No, it's not about
From a
getting,
VC?
losing the
What is
ability.
me?
It's about following your worldview, your
What
logic. Okay?
worldview? What worldview?
Yeah, if you're in a VC with a bunch of power tripping mods, would you have the ability
Bunch
to talk or
of?
not?
I thought you were the only mod here. And yeah, power tripping mods can allow people to talk. That's not rare.
Okay, and you
See,
think that's what's happening here, right?
I power trip in other servers and I allow niggas to speak. I don't. Power tripping mods can do this. I don't know what you're getting at.
Yeah, so that's what you think is happening here, right? Inside your worldview, you've
I
adjudicated.
think you were flexing your ability to mute that nigga to get off on some weird shit, yeah.
Okay. Dude, like, you can't say the N word either, man. Brett, this is the people you side with.
Yes, I do.
Oh, you have to take the rough with the smooth.
Very much on the side of the Globers.
Just dropping the N word, and then when he gets muted, it's the mod's fault.
Well, I think I was talking about before then, but who's keeping score?
This is how broken the worldview is. It's just that bad that it's somehow my fault if you say the N word.
Yep, that's what Globers think.
Call your mom if you're that upset. If you feel the need to use racial slurs,
I think
call your mom.
it's because it's only the hard R that's banned in this server. So as far as he's concerned, he's not broken a rule, right?
Yeah, the server, not this channel though. The channel has specifically either one is bannable.
Oh yeah, you could
Because
ban
it's hard to
you could
tell.
ban anyone for whatever reason in any room, but like no one's gonna know ahead of time when they come into a room what the unique rules of the room are they?
Well, he's a dopey little stoned white kid anyway, so we don't need to listen to that cringe.
The first time I've ever heard your voice normally. It's crazy.
Why don't you go back to speaking to the King Industry guy? He was at least trying to have a conversation now.
Yeah, it's hard to tell the difference between the two. So both of them are no thank you.
Right, well, I've unmuted King Industry if he wants to try again.
You still around, King? Did you think about it?
Hello?
Are answers or are answers not answers?
Crit. Oh my god. I'm gonna take a deep breath. All right. Let's analyze what actually happened in this conversation.
Yeah, we're not gonna go into meta. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not really interested in analyzing previous conversations. Let's just have the conversation about
Well,
the
that's
the
what I'm.
topic.
Okay, so I asked Crit 2 questions. Let's start again, fresh from scratch. Let's start again. Crit, you said something about cell towers and cell phones. Can you tell
No, I
me
didn't.
how?
Yeah, okay, if we're
What did
starting
you
back
say?
over again, let's be honest. That was the Pluto guy who said that flat earthers are completely stupid. There's something wrong with them mentally, their education level, because he's got a cell phone that communicates with space towers.
And then what did you say?
That was a
after that?
conversation, okay? And I told him that is a disqualifying comment. If you think your cell phone is talking to a space tower or a space satellite or whatever, because you saw a meme. You saw the meme of the guy talking on a cell phone. It says, look how stupid flat earthers are. They're using a phone that talks to space to complain that space is not real. If that's your logic, okay? Not you, I'm saying like a third person. If a person's coming into this room saying, how dare flat earthers use Discord? Discord comes from outer space. That is a disqualifying comment, okay? They're not part of the conversation.
Yeah, so let me understand your position. You're saying that saying that cell phones communicate with
No, let's try
satellite.
again. Okay. If you come into this room and your claim of the Globetard is that flat earthers should not be allowed to talk on Discord because Discord comes from outer space, that is a disqualifying comment. Okay, repeat back to me what you heard.
Why is that a disqualifying statement?
Holy shit. Okay.
It's a
All right.
question. I'm trying to get to know you.
Okay. Number one, if you think flat earthers should not be talking on Discord, do you join a channel to talk to flat earthers on Discord?
Mm-hmm.
You do. That's what you do you? Inside your worldview, if you think flat earth, okay, hold on. Inside your worldview, you believe that no flat earther should be allowed to talk on Discord. Do you?
I didn't say that.
No,
I didn't say that.
Okay, no, you did, because the guy who came in here, and that's what he said. Like Pluto, whatever his name was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you talk to people on Discord about a topic that you think they shouldn't be allowed to talk to you about, or B, do something other than that?
Well, I can't speak for Pluto, but for me personally,
or anybody,
I don't care. I don't care what
anybody.
you do. Right? I
Okay.
really don't give a shit.
Okay, good.
If you want to go on Discord and talk about flat
Yeah,
Earth all
and
day,
I don't give a
that's
shit what
your
you do either.
prerogative. Perfect. So we're on the same page on that.
Okay.
But you also said that. Where does the cell tower and cell phone come into play in this?
Okay, repeat back to me what I said. Because if you don't hear my answers, I'm going to authorize you to use any answer you want.
Come on,
Could you repeat your answer? Like, where does cell phone and cell tower come into play here?
Use any answer you want.
Okay, well, the point is, King Industry, using a phone does not tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball. Do you understand that?
Okay.
That's
So
the point,
that
and that was his claim.
Okay.
That's the point.
So
that's it.
That's what I'm getting at. So that would have to tie into like how cell phones work, because I'm guessing Pluto is saying that cell phones work by connecting to satellites in space. And Crit, not to put words in his mouth, but he's arguing.
And they don't, so it doesn't
No,
matter.
try again. Okay, Crit is saying one thing. Okay, Crit is saying one thing and one thing only. If you come into this channel
Poor man.
saying flat earthers should not be allowed to talk on the internet because the internet comes from space, okay, that is a disqualifying comment. Because number one, that's not how that shit works. Number two, if you really think that, you would not join this channel and talk to flat earthers. Okay, repeat back to me what I said.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. You are the worst human being to talk to.
Holy fuck, dude. Bye, Felicia.
Did he just bail as soon as he said that?
Yeah.
Oh, Crit, you know how to trigger them. It's something to behold.
It's triggering me watching.
Yeah, it's like the best part is
man.
because they think they can make me chase my tail by asking me the same question over and over and over again and accepting no answer. Dude, I'm not going to play that game. This is why I don't ask globalists anything. They don't know anything to begin with. Even if you authorize them to use any fucking answer they want, they can't even get to a point. Their point is
Hey,
really
Crit,
they
what's
got
with the
no
meta?
point.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is a DQ.
DQ.
Calm down, ladies.
Yeah, an instant spurg.
No, we can't do a meta. It's DQ.
Said who?
You.
Oh no, Mez, you done it.
Mez, that's not what I said. What did I say?
Let's pull the live stream. Let's find out.
Yeah,
exactly
when you start talking about people, drama, playbook, TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10, flat earthers, number one will surprise you. What does that happen? What happens next?
Don't answer, Mez.
I'll just stay quiet.
Okay, if you're going to stay quiet, then
No,
you don't need a mic.
answer, Mez, quick. He never said a
No,
chance.
it's to help him with his own worldview. It's not me who's muting you, man.
He
You
never
muted you.
stood a chance.
Instead of squawking, just act functionally normal. What's so hard about that? It shouldn't be hard to just act somewhat functionally normal. If you don't understand something, start there and say, I don't understand the framework you're laying out, Crit. It seems chaotic. It seems like you're being hypocritical. It seems like these things. I can break it down for you Big Bird and Barney style. It's easy, okay?
Okay,
Super easy.
Crit, I feel like you might be being hypocritical. I'd like you to break it down for me so I understand why Globus can't do meta, but you can.
Yeah, so I would say your malformed question. What meta are you even talking about? That would be the break, number one. That you've assigned some attribute to me that is objectively false.
Okay, what does meta mean?
Yeah, basically talking about the conversation.
And you didn't do that?
No.
Okay. Cyclone, can you verify this for me? Yeah, third opinion.
I wasn't listening. I'm working. What are you talking about?
Okay, never mind. Well, inside my worldview, you were not being hypocritical, Chris. There you go.
There, you got it.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's like analyzing the contradiction. So if I'm talking about the tactics that globalists use, they come in here, they blare music, they squawk, they make a bunch of noise, they try to constantly derail the conversation. Inside your worldview, you think that is normal. That is normal, everyday behavior. And I'm telling you, no, it highlights just how broken the globalist worldview is. They don't even want to have the conversation, and they want to have the conversation at the same time. Because really, at the end of the day, they just want to punch down. They identify the group of people they don't like. They don't like flat earthers for reasons they can't explain or take questions on. And then they deem them as some sort of enemy. Those group of people are the enemy, in the way Scientology does, too. A suppressive person. Flat earthers are suppressive, so it's okay to do anything you want to them. Fair game. In Scientology, they call it fair game.
You're blocking the globies thetons.
That's what I was going to say. Like, you want them to speak to some degree, because if you mute them all, we're just going to sit in silence, and then everyone's going to leave the channel, and it's dead, right?
No,
Well,
that's not what I said.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's what you said.
Okay. Yeah, some people would rather sit in complete silence and just hear people squawking and bitching all day long about how much I hate flat earthers. You got the rest of the internet to do that. You don't need to do it here.
I'm not sure that's what King Omez was saying.
Yeah, but Mez is the type of guy who's like seeking out therapy and going to the therapist and then just trying to talk shit to the therapist. That's kind of how Mez behaves. Because that's what you guys are doing, right? I mean,
Well,
showing up every day.
Mez says I won't say anything because I told him to stand down, and then he got muted anyway. So.
Okay, let's follow the worldview. If you're not going to say anything at all, right? You're just going to keep quiet and listen.
Yes.
Should you have a mic or no mic?
Well, he could mute himself, right?
Yeah, he could, but he can't because he's so triggered by this topic that he'll keep blurting random shit. And then when you try to confront him on that, he just says, you know what, I'm going to mute up. How about I just help you maintain your worldview? And if you don't like it, get the fuck out.
I think it's
or change it.
I think it's a catch-22, Crix. I think you would have muted him if he did continue talking, right?
Well,
Yeah, you
all of
think
this is examples of the ladies protesting too much, right? If any of you Globers were confident in the globe, you'd have came in here, listened for a little bit, and then thought, yep, Earth's still definitely a globe. I don't need to waste my time here. But they're here every single day. They can't stay away. They're upset when they can't engage, when they can't listen and talk. So, I mean, it's obvious that they're not confident that the Earth is a globe. If anything, they actually do know that it's not a globe, which is why they have to keep coming back here, clutching their pearls, protesting that the Earth is a globe. It's so definitely a globe because mobile phones.
Yes, they are protesting too much.
Yeah, so those ladies are just protesting. So
That's
what
why I
it is.
brought it up a lot to Matthew Learns. Like, everything is evidence of a globe. It's like a religious person. Everything to a religious person is evidence for God. Like, so, phones, the moon, stars, dropping things. It's all going to go right back to the globe of the gaps.
You know, I listened to this conversation, and when I recall his problem, it was not his problem that he really did not know that cell phones work via towers. And you didn't explain how they worked with towers. Wasn't that the problem?
No, the problem was that he came in here with a worldview that flat earthers should not be allowed to talk. Why? Why shouldn't flat earthers be allowed to talk? Because they're using technology that proves space is real. They should shut the fuck up, sit down, and let the adults explain to them how space and science works. And I'm like, no, thank you. You don't get it. Okay, you're completely bricked. That is not how cell phones work.
A lot of people just simply don't have the educational level to know that.
And then he starts dropping the N word.
But who?
Pluto.
Pluto. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about King though, right?
No, King's problem was he thought I was completely insufferable, unable to have a conversation with me, and he buyed Felicia.
I see.
King's issue is he had a worldview where there were answers and no answers at exactly the same time. And then when I tried to help him square that, he couldn't.
Well, what does that mean inside your worldview?
That you can use any answer you want for any purpose you need it for. Just make it up.
So inside your worldview, he could say whatever he wants and not get muted because he can make up any answer he wants.
He can use to drive on to whatever point he thinks he was going to make, which was going to be no point whatsoever. And this is what happened. He made no point whatsoever.
But inside your worldview, you don't need to make a point because you can say anything you want, right? What does that mean?
And then when you get there, you can say it twice.
Scotland the brave.
You got it, or are you still confused?
Well, I feel like conversation is dead now.
Okay, so you're going to reset. Got it.
Yes.
All right, okay, all right. I didn't even know I was undeafened. All right, hey, Crit, don't answer for the people, guys. Do you honestly think Crit abused his mod powers for having somebody state their own opinion
Well,
of a topic?
what would that mean inside your worldview? You say
Oh my! See, all right. When no, because I'm not gonna let that shit troll me, right? Because honestly, it's dumb as shit. But like, you're just gonna mute somebody after they give off their own opinion?
I'm just requesting they mute you. I'm not a mod or anything.
Nah, I'm talking about crit. You know what I mean?
Oh, you asked the question, I answered. I don't think so.
Well,
There,
the
double
thing
feedback. He got
thing
muted by
is,
someone else. So now inside his worldview, it's not just a me problem. Other people too. So now he's got double feedback. See,
feelings
it's good.
don't work well
I
here.
completely tapped out. I said, you know what? I'll just sit back, tilt my headset back and see what happens. And I'm like, oh, well, he suddenly went radio silent. Oh, he's muted, huh? So now let's analyze his worldview. So in his worldview, what was the feedback? Crit
In his
problem
worldview.
or him or his problem?
I think in his worldview, it's an everyone's problem.
Everyone but him.
Damn, how difficult is it to get some coherent globe discussion nowadays? It's
Yeah,
like
it's pretty hard this
these
hour.
people are incapable of just saying, hey,
They're bricks.
I believe the Earth is a spinning ball because I was told XYZ. What do you think about that? It's like impossible.
I completely agree, Sideline.
Let's see if Ruthless. Ruthless. Now I'm unmuting you, okay? So let's run this back through your worldview. You squawked, want to talk about me. Another mod muted you, and now I'm unmuting you. Let's see how you handle that. What does that do for your worldview?
So you probably do know, but none of us know if you server deafened me or if somebody else served me. That's besides the point, right? I just feel like, are you here to troll? Like, I'm no disrespect. I'm asking you, are you here to troll with this worldview shit? Because you've been on this for about 30 minutes now.
Okay, so how would it be a troll?
Are you here to troll?
Yeah,
Well,
let's
You've been at
break.
this for like, it gotta be funny as shit to you, right?
Let's break it down. If I'm here to troll, right? What would that look like to you?
There's different ways of trolling, bro. Just keep it honest. Keep it honest with you.
Okay, my worldview is that if something has nothing to do with you whatsoever at all, it can't be a troll for you because it doesn't include you to begin with. So you could say, "Hey, Crit, are you trolling me?" And I'm like, "Who the fuck are you? I haven't said anything about you. Anything I've referenced has nothing to do with you. The only way it could be a troll for you is if you insert yourself into the conversation for reasons you can't explain or take questions on, then play some victim status. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How about just take yourself out of the conversation? Therefore, there's no way you can be triggered by it. It had nothing to do with you to
Okay,
begin
so
with.
who says I can't hop into this conversation?
You can, but you can't say it's a troll to you because I'm not even talking about you.
No, because I can step in for somebody else. And is that like, can I? Can I step in for somebody else?
You can, but you can't be a troll now.
Right. If you want to have the conversation, you can have the conversation, but the conversation is Earth, not Crit. Right?
Okay, so look, if somebody I feel like is abusing their mod power, should I take it up
Then
to somebody
do
higher
not
up,
care.
or should I say it in
Do
here?
not care. We do not care about your opinions on the moderation. How is that? Is that sufficient for your understanding? Right? What Crit is doing, to give you an idea, it's more like he's giving the Globers an opportunity to troll themselves, which they'll frequently do. But that's of no consequence to what we're talking about here, which is the Earth. So if you want to discuss the Earth, we're happy to have a conversation with you about the Earth. But we're not going to talk about moderation, Crit. We don't care.
All right.
How's that?
Hey,
the logic is very simple. Okay, Ruthless, let me tell you.
No,
let me break it down
I'm
for
not
you.
arguing.
Okay?
I'm not arguing. I don't want to argue
I'm not
anymore.
going to argue. Okay, I'm going to tell
Okay.
you the very logic. Right, the easy, simple logic to follow. Not for you, but for everybody. Do not judge someone until you've walked a mile in their shoes. That's it. That's the only thing it really boils down to. So casting judgment on this mod or that person for what they're coming from, what they're saying, just don't do it because you don't even know anything about these people. You don't even know what side. I'm not saying you, okay? Anybody, okay? Anybody in the conversation to come in here and say that person is an X person. You don't know anything about them. You don't even know what size they're wearing. So just leave the personal subjective bias out of it and just stick to the topic. That's it. That's the only thing that can happen here.
Yeah, so if you've got any questions or comments about the Earth, the globe, flat Earth, feel free. But if it's about moderation, just keep it to yourself. Cool?
Understandable.
Cool.
Because it's all started. No, I'm just joking.
All right.
I'm waiting for the word view to come out.
So the floor is open. The floor is open for all the new people if they've got comments or questions about the Earth. Please bring us back to topic.
I want to know why they would lie.
I want to defeat Cyclone in a debate.
I don't even debate, bro. Can't debate reality. You know? This is why you guys love pretending to be flat earthers, because you realize how fun it is just to state obvious truth and have someone spaz out at you. Which is cool. I understand. It is fun.
Under no pressure. It's easy to be a flat earther.
Yeah, you're just being like, look, outside. Reality. And then, you know, you're met with, but I've got this video. I saw this video on YouTube. I have this cartoon. So, come on, Kings. You really didn't have anything to add about the Earth. It was literally just crit. That's all you want to talk about. We should do like a separate server for crit where people can just come in and leave their comments and feedback on crit. That would blow up.
That would be crazy.
You're a popular guy, crit.
I'll be the number one poster in that server.
Yeah, Crit. I was asking, why do you keep posting those memes, bro?
Which means?
The shit you DM everyone.
Oh, the news. Yeah. Okay.
Is that news?
This is basically why the cut to the chase, right? See, the main thing I see is that I'm globalist, right? They have this problem with flat Earth, but they can't even tell you what it is. They'll tell you they've debunked it. They've told you, and every day they keep coming back over and over and over again. So I used to post. I've been doing this for years. Okay, the headline with the GIF. I started off just looking up what day it was. Like it'd be the
This
national
doesn't
day.
sound very on topic.
Go ahead, man. The floor's yours.
Can I just have one thing just before we move on?
Mez got the floor. He decided to interrupt me, so let's go, Mez. What do you got?
Mez, say something. It'll get weird.
Meds, mate. He didn't mean to talk.
Please.
It was his dog, bro. It was his dog.
Yeah, Oliver, just give him a second. He wanted to say that this wasn't on topic, so bring it up. What you got, Mez?
I think he just messaged me. He said he had to go to the toilet real quick. He said he had to poo, I think.
Oh, yeah. I got that DM as well.
Yeah, just to add on to one thing. If you compared my DMs with Mez and my DMs with Crit, you'd think, it would, you know.
hey, all right. So let me ask you guys something real quick, right?
No, real quick. We're gonna go over finish this to the conclusion, right? So I, at the time, I would bring the globalists would come spazzing out, right? They'd hear flat earthers talking. They would just trigger, okay? They would just fucking trigger, and I would bring up whatever the topic of the national day or international day of X, like pie eating. Today's the day of pie eating. Today's the day of walk your dog. Today, like yesterday was Carl Sagan's day, and I installed an app that tells me what day it is each day, and I kind of went through and just picked one that's on the best conversation starter. And even that didn't work sometimes. They couldn't even drive the conversation, even if it was something like, the National Day of Reflect on Spaceflight. There's actually a national day of that. So I said, today's a day of reflect on spaceflight and what spaceflight means for humanity. And they still spurred all over flat Earth.
All
So then
right,
I
hey,
started thinking,
I
almost
have a
there,
question.
almost there,
All right,
Jake.
all right, all
Okay,
right.
almost there. Okay. So then I wrote up this thing about like what would it take for them to let go of flat Earth and just go live their life. And I did this little blurb. I rolled it up to be like, hey, there's other things in the world besides flat Earth. You can talk about these other topics. And then over time I perfected it where I got a program called Ground News. And Ground News breaks down which news stories are being reported by the left and reported by the right, and which news stories are being ignored by both sides. And I started to see a pattern that a lot of the science and space news is being ignored by both. Both right wing and left wing news sources generally aren't reporting very heavily on science and space news. So I'm like, I wonder if I start bringing that stuff up. If I highlight some of the science and space news and then pair it with a GIF, which I think is generally my take on what's going on here, will that start a conversation? And the feedback I got was twofold. Number one is they really don't care about flat Earth. They're here for entertainment purposes. And number two, they're here to educate flat earthers. So the main idea of the science and space news is the claim that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. So let's switch up the topic, right? Let's switch up what they think about entertainment. Here's a clearly clickbaity, a clickbait science article that's talking about something that they probably didn't know about, or maybe something that they thought was wrong, like the Earth is wobbling or whatever. So some really funny thing that isn't something that they had optics on. Or B, offer the globalists something other than flat Earth to ponder, to break the downward spiral they have about flat Earth. Like the article the last couple of days was how the moon was formed, or the one with how dinosaurs might have died out because of other reasons in an asteroid. So that's generally the take of what that is. It's people that I posted, like it's also too the science behind it is that I post on over 100 servers and I've got like 200 people I DM. And then you get all these different feedbacks where one person would say, "You're spamming me." Another person's like, "Dude, this news is hilarious. Post more." Or, "Hey, I got another server. I got this server I run with my buddy. If we make a section for you, will you post this news?" So you get a wide range of feedback, but every single person on the negative side of it think it's bad what I do. It's bannable. It's spam. That crit needs to be banned from Discord, and they want me to take responsibility for that. But they don't take responsibility for people who've actually made servers there's also people who've copied me, like Don and a couple other people. I'm trying to think of their names right now. They got their own versions of it now, and they post headlines with GIFs and stuff. So it's to really show that the globalist is inside a subjective mindset that they're not able to break out of,
Well,
even if
difference
they're
is
given.
the difference is, I guess, like if you had a server and you just pinged everyone, that's like not a lot of times one headline, one GIF at everyone. But you go through everyone's DMs, right? You go like posting one after the other to like one
No, not
individually.
everyone.
Well, a lot of people, right? Because I think there's a few people that get them. It must take a lot of time, Craig.
Yeah, it's generally people who I DM. They ask me to DM them, or they DM me first. Like a lot of times they'll DM me like, "Crit, you're a fucking f in bleeping, n word." I'm like, okay, well, sure. Let me send you the news and see what happens. Because if I'm that bad of a person, you wouldn't DM me at all. You just would block me or whatever. So let me send you the news and see how you respond. And even then, that doesn't break the spiral. They'll keep doing it. They'll just keep, create your blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, well, here's some more news for you. Are you able to snap the fuck out of it? No. Okay, let me try some more news. Let's switch it up. Let's try left wing news. Let's try right wing news. Let's try news that's being ignored. Let's try the topic of the day. Today is, reflect on space flight. And that's really what my goal is there, is to see if people, are they here, because my syllogism or my worldview is they're here to have a conversation and not have a conversation at the same time. It's a broken worldview. The globalist worldview is full of contradictions. So let's see. Let me test that. I want to test my hypothesis. I'm going to test my hypothesis by, is it flat Earth? Is a problem flat Earth? Is a topic just that triggering that there is no way to have a conversation with them? Or are they just generally assholes? And there's no way to have a conversation with them with anything at all.
All right,
Does that
so
make,
let's
make
get
sense
back
or not?
onto the flat Earth subject. All right, so
I think Oliver left during that. So
okay, let me ask you guys something, right? Because me and my friend had just we were talking about this earlier. You guys think flat is something that we've just made up?
what do you think about vanilla cupcakes?
What do you mean flat is something that's been made up? What are you talking about?
Like flat is something that's like two-dimensional, correct?
No.
All right, what's your definition of flat then?
Well, you could have a flat table. Is that 2D?
Okay, but the word flat is just something we've made up, correct?
Well, it describes the property of a surface, right? Having one side no higher than the other, being level, horizontal.
All right, so I'm trying to break this down, right? So like when you think of a flat table, right? It's not flat enough, right? So it's not flat.
What?
Okay, all right. A table is not flat.
I can't imagine the conversation you and your friend were having about this.
No, because a table is not flat.
Yeah, well, like flat is a very poorly defined word. There's many different definitions of what flat means. So maybe you should be more precise.
So
What are you talking about?
So flat is just a general. It's just a word that we use to describe something like a table, but it's not flat. It's just a simpler way to say that something's flat.
Right. What's the point? How does this relate to the Earth?
Because the Earth is flat.
Well, what do you
Correct?
mean by flat?
Do you think we landed on the moon? Let me ask you that question.
Do I think what?
Do you think we landed on the moon?
Who? The Americans in the 60s to
I
play
think that
golf?
shit is fake, bro.
Yeah, obviously. So where does that get us?
So I'm asking you, why should I trust astronomers that they say the Earth is not flat? When
When did
I
I
look
tell you? When did I tell you?
when I look across the fucking road, right? The shit is flat. My perception, the Earth is flat.
So why do you think so many people think they live on a spinning ball?
Because that's what we've been told to believe.
By who?
Society. We've been
How?
brainwashed to think that this Earth is not flat.
Well, what evidence do they give you that the Earth is a globe?
What do you mean by that? Like what evidence?
Yeah.
I mean, when I grew up, I was in school, fucking read textbooks. It was all in
Well,
textbooks.
so it was in the textbooks. Anything in reality?
No.
There you go. Yeah, we're interested in reality here, not what's claimed on paper or on a video.
So they're ruthless. Look at today is a Marine Corps' birthday, National Vanilla Cupcake Day, Sesame Street Day, Area Code Day. In Panama is their Independence Day, and it's also Forget Me Not Day.
Holy shit! What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, hold on. What did you ask me earlier about vanilla cupcake?
You see, are you able to have a conversation about something other than because you're being brain fucked over what the word flat means? It's impossible to have a conversation with you about anything at all. Or is it just not possible? Like
Dude,
there's no way
I
for you to talk about anything.
Dude, I am pretty fucked up right now, bro. I'm pretty fucking going right now, dude. I'm just
What do you
trying
think
to hold.
about?
I'm trying
Yeah,
to
what do
hold
you think
it
about vanilla cupcakes?
They're fucking sweet. I mean, they're kind of plain, bro.
Okay, well that's what they want. So the purpose of vanilla cupcake is to dispel the myth that vanilla is synonymous with boring.
Yo, who the fuck said Karuthish you got caught? What?
Some people think vanilla is synonymous with boring, but on National Cup Day, we dedicate to dispelling this myth. The very first cupcakes date back to the 18th century and took their name from small ramekins or cups in which they were baked. Who knew non-stick muffin tins weren't even available till the 1700s? We came a long way since the original cupcake. Cupcakes are miniature edible forms of art that are almost too pretty to eat. Well, almost. Die-hard chocoholics do do what you will on November 10th. The rest of us will be enjoying a vanilla cupcake with vanilla frosting. Try not to get any on your nose.
Go a cupcake right now.
Dude, what was your point of saying all that?
Are you able to have a conversation about anything at all? Anything? Or are you
Kinda?
just completely bricked? This topic has you so bricked, you can't even tell me what your take is on cupcakes.
Dude, bricked is hard. Like my dick is solid. That's brick.
No, bricked means your brain inside your head is really only worth of a paperweight. You can't use it for anything other than that. It's just basically like
Also fine.
Yeah, it's completely just like you're just gone. Okay, well, this is a very Jerry. You still around? Okay, well, Jerry was there for one of the most epic melt. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Remember when I got the guy got his fake for National Tipping Day, and
Yeah.
he just like had a thermonuclear meltdown. I'm like, dude, okay, sure, that's true. Flat earthers are X, Y, and Z. Now, what's your take on tipping? 5%, 10%, 15%? Do you tip based on how the service was? Are you are you a progressive tipper? Are you a progressive tipper? Tell me how do you tip? It just broke him. It just a conversation about tipping just sent him off into all kinds of batshit territory. And that's not the result I'm looking for. But it's interesting because that's kind of the result you get from globalists. They can't talk about anything at all. So they come in here and say flat earthers are the problem. Oh, really? Okay, the problem with what?
Half
There's
of
a
them
problem.
drunk.
Yeah, the problem with everything. Flat earthers are to blame for everything. Okay, well, sure. Let's change the topic, okay? Because I predict that you just have a problem with flat earthers, but you refuse to take responsibility for that. So let's just talk about something else. And a good way to frame that is a national day of what? What is a national day of? And just see if you're able to have functionally normal conversation like you would in the real world. Let's just say you're in the real world, you're at a bus stop, and someone sees a little sign pop up on their cell phone or the bus or whatever says, today is a National Vanilla Cupcake Day. And you just spark a conversation with the person waiting at the bus stop with you or on the train or at the water cooler. Because my take is that these anti-flat earthers are incapable of any level of conversation about any topic at any time for any reason. And I want other flat earthers to notice that. It's not your problem. They're just incapable of any of conversation. And generally, remember, I don't know if you guys are talking about why I think this is. I think it's number one, a high caloric, low nutrient diet. Their brain just isn't functioning normally. They just are constantly drinking soda, junk food, playing games. They got a sedentary lifestyle. They just aren't there, mentally, physically, or spiritually to be able to have a conversation. They're just completely plugged into the internet, and their brains aren't firing on all 8 cylinders. Like, drink some V8 for a little while. Let's get the juices flowing. Get some nutrients in your body so you can start thinking again.
It's an
And the other one
interesting
too.
hypothesis.
Oh, go ahead, Cyclone.
I was just going to say, yeah, it's an interesting hypothesis. Britt, could you confirm? Are you just eating Monster Munch and drinking Fanta all day? I'll take that as a yes. Carry on, Crit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you really would it'd be interesting, like, how you follow someone around, and just see what they would do. It's like a joke, like, hey, I would follow that guy into combat just out of sheer curiosity. I think it'd be hilarious to have, like, a camera where you could follow globalists around all day and just see what their life is like. It'd probably be funny as shit. Like, it'd be top G entertainment. Just to see them go through their life and just like, holy fuck. Like you think they're playing a gag, but no, that is their life. That's literally their life. So what do you think, Ruthless? What do you think of cupcakes?
Yo, you just explained the Truman Show, right? Where people will sit there and just watch your everyday move, right?
Well, the Truman Show is a little bit different than that, but I kind of get the point you're making.
I mean that was basically the Truman Show.
Good
Watch
choice.
your everyday movement. The Truman Show was a
Amy
solo.
wants to watch the globalists go about their day-to-day lives and try and figure out if their brain's in jars and all that.
Are globalists more brainwashed than we are?
Yeah, globalists are amazing form of what is wrong, everything wrong with humanity. They think this is one of the things that's funny. They all think they're special snowflakes, which they are, okay, inside science. Everyone's unique. There'll never be another you. At the same time, they think being a snowflake is something wrong with that. While at the same time, also accepting science. So they, so
I think
it's
they
like this.
prefer the term complicated rock to
Oh
snowflake.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Actually, I got something. I got something really to say. All right. So you guys know the Cetanese people, right? The people out in the Thailand Islands that are so like out of the modern society, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think those people think that this Earth is like flat?
Well, I can't imagine why they would assume it's a globe.
Holy shit!
You all right? Is your
Wait.
brain managing to stay in your skull?
Holy shit! Wait, that was dumb as fuck. Wait. So is there any way for
Your
them to think
question?
that is there any way for them to think that this Earth is not flat?
Well, what do you think that would be?
I mean, when they hold up, I'm trying to think. I don't know, man.
Well,
Maybe
presumably they're not
brains,
presumably they're not on YouTube watching NASA videos. So what
maybe
other
their
evidence do they
brains are
have for the
more
globe?
like, since they're less brainwashed than we are. Maybe they're more like, maybe they're healthier than we are, like mentally.
Yeah, maybe we should employ some of the North Sentinelese to psychologically help the globers.
Like, isn't there surgery out there where you can like actually pay to get your brain like reset?
You guys could try lobotomies. I don't know if it would improve anything.
Holy shit. Let's say society reset as one, right? And we just started all over. Let's forget the Bible existed. Let's forget religion existed. Let's forget everything existed. What if we started from scratch? You think we would have real proof of like what we know? Because technically,
You would
is this
still only experience a flat, motionless Earth. So you'd be left with what you experience every day.
I mean, let's be honest. The shit that we've been told, you know, what we've done research on and all that, 40% of that stuff is correct. So I think if we did a full reset, we will get some accurate adjustments of what we know.
Yeah, I don't really know what you're getting at.
No,
It's a little
you're
bit
not.
incoherent.
You're not comprehending. I'm saying if we reset our brains as a full society, and then got the knowledge from what we've seen and what we know,
What knowledge from seeing what?
we fucking go try to go into space. We do this, we do that.
Who's
Like
trying to go into space? You've tried to go into space.
not me.
So who?
Like scientists and people in
Oh, like
NSA and all
the people on TV.
that.
It was Louis Armstrong. A good man.
Do we have TVs in this reset world?
Honestly, we don't need TV.
Well, goodbye globe then.
Dude, the 50s was the starting point of just everything, dude. Like if we just didn't go through the 50s, we'd have no problem.
You should write a thesis on that. Let us know how it goes.
What do you mean? I'm 100% correct, bro. It's just factual. The 50s, it's the turning point of just the down spiral of this fucking world, man. Or at least this country.
What about all the world wars before that?
War is natural, man. War
Yeah,
is
so the world
something.
wars were fine, but the 50s? Wow.
The day the TV, color TV came out, which was when did color TV come out? During the 50s? Around during the 50s.
No.
Yes, it was. It was definitely.
No, they had color video long before that.
What?
Maybe not like widespread, but you know.
But the 50s was around the time where people were eyeballing like eye candy for a TV.
Well, yeah, TV consumption has increased since the 50s for sure.
So we're brainwashed because we monkey see, monkey do. You know what I mean? If I see something on TV that could be made up or bullshit, I might take it to real.
Yes, that's what a lot of people have done.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that
I
if
don't
we
even
had
know what he's talking about.
if we had a full reset, like let's say everybody brainwashed and got a full reset and troubleshooted the brain and forget everything we know right now, right? You think we would have an accurate adjustment of what we know about this world? Because we've been brainwashed from what we know in the past that 40% of that shit could be true.
So we lose all our knowledge, and now, like how we perceive things, or what do you mean?
We'll have a healthier mental thought stuff. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
so that's what you assume. We have a healthier mind now because we don't have any knowledge anymore.
No toxic knowledge. You know what I mean? Like
So we get rid of all toxic knowledge, but not the good knowledge.
like we reset to like a Neanderthal thought. You know, we get rid of social media, housing, and just live
You
like
know, the
cavemen.
Neanderthals, they were not our ancestors, the Homo sapiens.
Actually, their way of living was way different than ours.
Things that went cavemen, social media. These kids. All right, let's get back on topic. The topic is the Earth.
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 Fuck the Earth.
It's round.
Round. Like
So round isn't
like a
round
coin?
something we've just made up.
Kings, you need to chill. Kings, you need to chill. Pop yourself
It's
on
not-
mute for a wee bit.
It's not perfectly round, of course, but it's pretty round.
What do you mean by round?
Pretty round, like a ball.
Oh, like a sphere?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
I'm gonna say it again. That's just something we've made up, man. That is just
Bro,
100%.
Kings, I'm just gonna mute you
Bro.
if you're gonna interrupt.
I guess it's science.
So what specifically makes you think that the Earth's a ball?
Science.
What scientific experiment then?
Oh, is there another me in here? Okay.
Well, for example, if you, let's say you stand on the like on a beach, okay, and you look at a big ship, which is going, you know, straight in a straight line away from you, right? At one point, you will only see half of the ship, or you will not see it at all because it is disappearing behind the horizon, right? So the Earth has to be round.
How do you know that that obstruction is caused by curvature and not by some perspective phenomena?
Perspective phenomena.
Hmm.
Well, if you would describe what this perspective phenomena would be, if you have any answer for this, I would say let's debate or let's talk about it. But
Yeah, like in perspective, like if you do perspective drawing, like from art or whatever, you do the lines converging to a point in the distance.
like an illusion, right?
Well, not like an illusion, just how we see things. So, like, if
Yeah.
you're looking at some train tracks going off into the distance, they'll appear to meet together. Or if you're in a corridor that's very long, you'll see the ground appear to come up and the ceiling come down and the walls close in. So they all come to like a point, right?
Right, but they don't disappear, right? They get very small. If we look with a
Well, actually, that's what I'm saying, though, because if you say put your head down to the ground on one of these long corridors and have someone walk away from you across this long corridor, you will actually see that their feet start to disappear up to their knees and so on. It's the disappearance from the bottom up because of the angular resolution limit and the way perspective works. So that phenomena can be observed on flat surfaces as well. So when someone makes the claim, well, we see this occurring, that must mean it's a curved surface. That's because they've only been told about the possibility of it being a curved surface, and they've never actually been looked at how perspective works with a view very close to the ground with an object going far away from them. I mean, you can demonstrate this for yourself.
Okay, so I tried to bring up one thing. So another thing is if we have a what is it called? The moon eclipse. I think there's another word for it.
The lunar eclipse.
Lunar eclipse, right? The shape is round and not like a disc, right?
You mean the darkening on the moon?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
you'd be presuming that darkening that we see eclipsing the moon, you think that's Earth's shadow?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, what's your evidence for that?
Well, I guess there is evidence. I can't tell you any evidence. It's just what makes the
So
most.
why-
Not only
why-
makes the most sense. I think it is how it is, right? There is
Well, you're saying it makes the
probably
most sense, but you
proof
can't
for it.
say that if you can't provide any evidence for it being that.
There is evidence. I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you the
Well,
exact thing that is proof, right? I think we
well, if
know
that's
enough.
your argument, though, you would need to be able to present the evidence for it.
Well,
Otherwise,
what do
why would
you?
you?
Okay, then
Why would you
let me
believe it?
ask you. Okay, I can't provide any proof. What do you
Okay.
think is the shadow on the moon?
Well, see, I wouldn't make a claim as to what it is because I wouldn't be able to verify what it is. But I certainly
Yeah,
wouldn't say.
because you deny what most scientists are saying and
Well,
which
no, no,
they
no.
can
But
most
it's
likely
it's
prove,
it's not
right?
real. Well, it is a denial, but it's a denial because, like you've just demonstrated, they're not presenting evidence with the claim.
But
It's
they do.
just the claim. Okay, well,
I
what's
think
the
they do.
evidence?
Okay. Well, I have to, I have to make a lot of research and study all this. I'm pretty sure that there is evidence for this, right?
Okay. Well, when you find that evidence, come back and make the argument again.
And I'm not gonna do that. Okay, I'm not gonna waste my
Okay.
time on
Well, then it's
something like
just a
that.
belief, right? It's just a belief.
Okay, yeah, let's just
I don't share
believe.
that belief.
Mhm.
Okay. So what about something that you can actually present evidence for that would prove the Earth is a ball?
Okay. Let's say I don't have like proof right now. Okay. What is your proof that the Earth is flat?
Well, that's a long discussion, but in general, I could sum it up by saying there's no observation, measurement, or detection of any curvature of the surface. We only observe a flat surface. There's no detection or measurement of motion of the surface in terms of axial rotation or motion
Motion of
through
the
a
surface.
vacuum
What do you mean?
of motion of the surface of Earth being like a spinning, moving ball.
You mean motion in the sense of like our what is it called? Like the air would move because of Earth is turning or something like that?
Well, they're claiming the Earth is spinning, right,
Yeah.
on top of a number of other movements, right? But they can't, no one detects this or measures it, right? So the positive claim is actually on the globe side, saying that even though we don't see curve, it's curved, and even though we don't
Yeah.
detect motion, it's in motion. But those are positive claims that require to be substantiated from the globe side, which they haven't been.
But this is the reason why you don't see the curvature of Earth is because Earth is pretty fucking big, right? It's
Well, yeah,
very
that's the
big.
story. That's the story. But then you get to, okay, so how do you know it's curved at all then?
Well, it is right. It's not a proof, right? But the first natural response of seeing other objects in space, which are round, right? They appear to be round, like the sun, the moon, the Mars, which we have
Right, but
pictures
it's
of.
not right, but you can't really look at things in the sky and say that means that the ground beneath my feet is a certain thing, because they're
Exactly,
not the
but
same
why
thing.
would you assume that it's not? Why do you think our Earth is so special?
I'm
Like
not
we
making
don't
an
see
assumption
any other
about
object.
I'm not making an assumption about things seen in the sky as they relate to the ground. I'm just interested in the ground.
The
Is the
ground.
ground curved? Is the ground in motion? There is no evidence that it is either. So why would I believe that it is?
Do you think? Okay, another question. Do you think that like footage of the what is it called? This fucking space station.
The
Which one?
ISS.
There's two of them. There's a Con John, whatever it's called, and then the ISS.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah, the
Chinese one.
ISS, exactly. So they have a live stream, I think, right? So do you think this footage is like fake?
Well,
I
which
think
live
you could.
stream? Well, sorry, Cyclone. Yeah.
No, you go on, Kurt.
Yeah, they show two different things. You look at the Chinese one, it shows a flat Earth. You look at the ISS one, it shows some sort of curvature.
Okay,
So which one?
can you
Which one are
send
you
me
looking at?
the Chinese one?
No, I can't. You would have to do that yourself.
Okay, what is it called again?
Okay, I'll get you that the name of it. It's like hard to pronounce.
Okay, let's just take ISS. I mean, you
Here,
said that
here it is right here.
they show a flat Earth. Where is it?
There, Tiangong.
Tiangong
Yeah,
footage.
it's even higher than the ISS, and it shows a flat Earth.
Footage.
So which one are you going to use? You're going to use the one that shows your confirmation bias, or use both?
Wait. Tiangong. Earth. Or is there a live stream or what?
Yeah, so
Bro, okay,
I
I'm
wouldn't
on
look
the.
at a video on YouTube, whether it's claimed to be a live stream or not, and accept that as proof of what reality is.
Okay, look at this, right? I'm gonna post it. It's literally on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
It's from the spacetv.net, right? So this is
Language,
the
yeah.
actual footage of this, okay? Of the docking of Shenzhou 17 on the Tianyang or something like that. So
Right.
you see clearly that the Earth has a curvature. You see it there, right?
Is it possible that that video does not represent reality?
There's no conflict. Well, saying that
I'm saying,
means
is
it
it
is a
possible?
fake.
I mean, they make Hollywood movies about space, right?
Yeah.
So obviously it's possible to produce video that has the apparent appearance of space and the ball Earth, yeah?
Okay, so that implies that you assume that China and all other governments working
No,
together
I'm not
to
assuming
fool the
that.
world.
I'm just saying it's not proof to present a video of space and say that's proof of space, right?
No, it's not proof of space.
Right.
It's
So what we're
physical.
interested in
It is
is empirical
visual.
evidence.
It is visual proof of the the round shape of Earth,
No, it's
there's
not
the
proof of that either, because
sphere.
we've just explained you can present anything on a video and produce it. You could make
Yeah,
it
so
look
you're
like
saying
a
it is
diamond
fake, right?
if you
So
wanted to.
that's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying it's possible to fake videos, yes.
Yeah, no. The question is, do you think that this footage is fake? Not if
Well,
it's
it's
possible.
not
I know it's possible.
representing reality because Earth doesn't have
So it
curvature
has to
and
be
so
fake.
cannot be a ball, yeah.
So
Yeah.
it is fake. That's what you're saying. So
Yeah,
that
I don't
means,
believe it's real. Yeah.
yeah, that means, right, necessarily
Mm.
that governments who are actually very much not fighting but working against each other are on the same page of let's make people believe that the Earth is actually round instead of flat, right? But why would they do that again? Like, what's the mean? Like, what is
You're
what
asking
is the
why
reason behind that?
governments lie to their people?
Well, there always has to be a reason or interest behind that. Why would they lie about Earth being like
Well, for
round,
starters, they get a lot
flat?
of money. These organizations like NASA. Do you know
Okay,
how much money NASA make or get
but
every
that's not a
day?
reason. That's not a reason.
What do you
Money
mean?
might be
Money is a
a way.
motivator for a lot of things.
No, money might be a way of uh, of like it's just a way of payment.
I
That's
mean, let's
not
put
the
it this way,
interest.
dude. Let's put it this way, dude. Your inability to comprehend why a government would produce fake images and videos of what they're claiming to do in space is not evidence of Earth being a spinning ball, is it?
Well, you can. Well, I
It's
can.
not, though, is
All
it?
I'm
Let's
saying
just
is
be real.
that you're denying, you're basically
I
saying
am
this is
not
fake.
accepting. I'm
I
not
just take it.
accepting unverifiable videos as proof of reality. Correct.
I just accept it as what it is, right? I see it as
You accept
footage.
what you're shown on a screen. Yes, that's
Yeah.
fine. I don't.
To some degree, I do.
Yeah, well, I don't.
Well, they must be
do you
very good
accept?
at what they're
Do you
doing. Like,
accept it?
I don't know.
You accept? Well, yeah, they get a lot of money. They're a whole government
Yeah, but
organization, right?
why?
Would
You
you
didn't present
accept?
a
Would you
reason, the
accept
interest.
footage if I showed you footage of Bigfoot? Would you accept that?
No, because I know it is fake.
Ah, okay. How do you know it's fake?
Well, I don't know. I guess
You've
there's
just got the
like,
video. You've got a video of space. You've got a video of Bigfoot. Why is one
yeah,
real and one's fake?
it is possible that Bigfoot's footage is real if he really exists, right? I'm not saying it is
So
impossible. I'm
how
not
do you
saying.
determine what's real and what's fake when you've just got a video?
Oh my god, bro. Okay, so I admit that you can fake videos or alter them or whatever. But
Right.
what I'm asking you, and you didn't present me anything outside
Well,
of
I don't need
because
to.
of
I'm not
money,
here to
right?
explain
You didn't
government
say
to
what
you.
is the actual interest behind these actions, like the actual reason why they do it, not money, because money is just an exchange
Yeah, well,
tool.
you're actually right there. It's not really about the money, if you ask me. I mean, technically, I'm not these people. I'm not the ones creating these images and videos, so I'm not going to pretend that I'm in their brain. But I mean, it seems pretty obvious to me that if you can provide a society with a worldview that you construct, then that's a significant amount of power and control you have over that society.
Um,
I mean, that seems
but
pretty
what is the
basic to
benefit
me.
of telling people the Earth is round
Of
instead of flat?
controlling your entire worldview. What's the benefit of it to people who would like
No,
to
it's not
control
about
you?
entire worldview. It's
Well, it
about
is. They've
the Earth
given
being
you
flat or
they've
round.
given you the globe. They've given you space where globe is supposed to be. They've given you an origin story with the Big Bang, how you got here. They've given you all of that. That is your worldview if you accept the globe
It's not
model.
my no. Wait a second. It is not my worldview. It
So
is
you don't
how
believe
I
that the Earth
think.
is a ball in space.
Yes, I do. It's not my
Okay, then that's your
worldview.
worldview. That's your view of the
No, it's not.
world.
No, no,
How is
no,
it
it's
not?
not. It is one aspect of my worldview, and it's a very small one because
It's
I don't
fundamentally
really
what you
care
think.
about stuff like that too
It's
much.
fundamentally where you think you are. It's your environment. The thing you do everything in or on has
So,
been dictated to you
so
by these agencies and by this story.
okay. If I tell you, right, we could take something meaningless, even, right? Because in terms of how you behave on this planet, what you can do, what you're able to, these things don't even matter. So I could tell you, because I say this fucking teddy bear is not brown but pink when it's actually brown, it will change your worldview.
Right. So what if NASA came out tomorrow and said there's an asteroid coming towards Earth and we're certain it's going to hit on this date next year? What would you think about that?
Well, I would be very scared.
There you go. So they have the ability to put you into fear mode just like
Did
that
they ever
because
do that?
they've defined your worldview.
Okay, did they ever
So
do it?
what they're saying is now that they can go up and blow up these meteors or asteroids that might threaten Earth. So you guys who believe them have this view that they're some kind of base Earth defenders, and you'll be like, yeah, we should keep giving them money because they're going to make sure the asteroids don't
Did they
come and
ever do
blow
that?
us up. They've
They
claimed
don't do
to.
that. That's
Yeah, they've claimed to.
if that would be like the case, right?
That's within their power,
Then
according to your belief.
you could make these assumptions that they just want your money and they're simply lying, but they're not doing something like that, right? They're
But
not doing it.
they're not taking taxpayer dollars. Is that the case?
They do,
Well, there you go.
right, to a certain extent. Actually, a lot of these space whatever you call it companies, Tesla X or I don't know, CNSA, they're actually not only paid by taxpayers. They're
Yeah.
paid by, I don't know,
That's
like
fine. They can get
investors.
their money from wherever and do with it whatever they want, and you would have no idea what they're doing with that money, right? So, I mean, either way, it's understandable that you want to know why would they lie about this, but you've not even got into the evidence yet. You don't even know if they have lied. You've now skipped straight to why would they lie? You should start with, do we have evidence to support the claims that they make in reality, other than images and videos that none of us can verify? That should be where
Well,
you're starting if you're
yeah.
interested in understanding the truth here.
If you don't try to just disregard and deny every single piece of evidence, right, as I presented
We
to you
still
in the
haven't got
beginning,
you already confirmed that
by
you
coming
didn't
up with
have
any other
evidence.
solution, which
No,
is probably
remember,
untrue, right?
you
That
said you didn't have evidence for your
no, I
claims.
said I had evidence, but you came up with another
No. Remember, you
possibility.
did the ships going
No,
to
no, I
bottom up.
didn't. Yeah,
I explained
exactly.
that, and you
The
said
ship thing,
fine.
which is the
And
easiest way
then you
to
said
be certain
the
that the Earth is a
videos,
sphere.
not evidence. You said the shadow of the Earth on the moon for lunar eclipses. You said you don't have evidence for that. We're still waiting for the evidence that the Earth is a ball.
How do you think we can predict a lunar eclipse?
Well, eclipses are predicted by the Saros cycle. And it's not really a prediction, it's a pattern which was recognized thousands of years ago. And the Saros cycle is thousands of years old, made by flat earthers, the Babylonians. And they were simply noting down the observations of when the eclipses occurred and recognizing that there's a pattern to them. So it's simply pattern recognition. And this is on NASA's website, still what they use, the Saros cycle. It's nothing to do with assuming the Earth is a spinning, tilting, wobbling ball of water in a vacuum. So again, this is just a misconception that you have about the globe because you've only really been told high-level generalizations and stories about it in school and on TV.
Still, I don't see the
Still.
point. You said it is to control us, right? To control our minds.
Yeah,
Isn't there like
it's knowledge is
Do
power,
you
right?
want to hear what they gain from the globe? You want to hear what they gain?
Exactly. What do
They
they gain?
gain to disconnect you from your creator.
Oh, so it's like a religious
Because
thing.
you have been fed theories about randomness, about everything that the universe was created upon, like stardust, the Big Bang. All of these theories, they speak to a psychology of everything means nothing, of hedonism, of nihilism, of everything is based on randomness. Like we are just happy to be here because there was water and there was oxygen and everything was random and there wasn't an architect, there wasn't deliberate creation in the universe. What does the flat earth teach you? That it is the center of the universe, that there is a deliberate architect that designed us and engineered the universe that you're in. Is this a good enough answer to you, or are you going to keep repeating the same question like a dummy?
Yeah, but see, he's not going to understand
Well, no, it's not,
that.
because
He's
why
not
would
going to
NASA want to lie about
understand
that?
that. He's
Why
not going to
would a
understand
governmental institution gain with controlling your mind? Are you asking me that?
Well, yeah. Well, assuming they're human too,
Les,
their
we're not
creator is
talking to
also
you,
my
we're talking
creator.
to the new
Because
guy,
they have the
so-
monopoly
someone else
over.
jumped in, so I thought it would. everyone would jump in.
Because
Okay.
science for the past 200 years has had the monopoly over truth, and politicians and people of power want the power to truth in your mind, to have the perspective
not
that you have
science,
in reality, what you consider to be truth in reality. Why?
Right, but
Because
it's
they
not
control you
science.
that
We need
way.
to clarify that. It's not science that's been in control because, as we're hearing, what ad hominem thinks is the evidence for the globe is not science. It's claims about, I observe boats doing this in the distance. I assume what this darkening of the moon is, and I see videos from claimed space agencies. None of that is science. It's not, it barely even qualifies as pseudoscience. It's just baseless claims.
I'm not talking about science in the purest way of the scientific method. I'm talking about
No, I
science
know, but
as the
I'm clarifying that to
organized.
him because he's going to think
Yeah,
he's
okay.
going to think we're talking about religion over science when that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about reality, empirical empirical evidence. And what they have
That's not what
given
I'm
you
talking
is a
about.
new religion. The globe is the religion.
Anyway, any more dumb questions?
Chill, bro. He's trying.
They're like
You obviously
fucking
know.
children. You guys are like
No.
unironically like children.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's the
Bro,
same thing. It's the same thing that Catholic. Okay, I'm in the middle of a sentence.
I'm
I'll
not
come in.
claiming to be like very smart or a scientist.
Well, you're definitely
or I can
not.
prevent
Anyway.
every
Yeah.
fucking proof. But
Okay, thank you.
I
The same way you can. It
you
is
can
okay. You're still
disregard
talking.
this stuff, and you call me childish, bro. I call you childish for believing in something so ridiculous. It's just.
You talked for about you
ridiculous.
talked for 30 seconds and you didn't bring anything of productivity. Nobody learned anything. You were just like mobbing through the words. Like your sentence didn't bring anything to the conversation. Thank you anyway. It is
No,
it is
I
analogous.
started to provide
This wasn't your cue to keep talking. This wasn't your cue to keep
You threw it
talking.
out the window by
Yeah, I'm trying to make an example so you guys
Ridiculous.
understand better.
One at a
I
time.
have to spoon
One
food
at
it to
a
you
time.
guys because you have the child IQ, the child mentality. It's okay. So the same way science was like berated and instrumentalized by institutions like religion, like the Protestants, like the Christians for the longest time. If you don't know about this, then it's not even a matter of ignorance. It's a matter of you're not being willing to go through history and what different institutions that wanted to have the claim of monopoly of truth over people's mind did, utilizing different things like religion, like politics, like science. Science is just another way to sell you a fucking product. It's just marketing of ideas, okay? So when they come to you and they tell you, well, fucking cholesterol is good. No, cholesterol is bad. Well, like children from gay families, they are actually more intelligent and do better and achieve better in the education, in formal education. It's just fucking feeding you bullshit because they want to control your fucking ideas, dummy. It's just a new religion. And why do they do it to the flat earth? Because it instills the idea on you of nihilism. The fact that there is no purpose to be in this earth. The fact that there is no creator that put deliberate design into you, into the world surrounding you, into reality, into your material circumstances. None of that. That's what they gain. That's why they keep telling you that everything in the universe is fucking random. That everything, you just stardust, bruh.
Yeah, sure. So somebody posted this GIF, right?
So you're just gonna ignore everything that I said. Great.
Yeah. Can you like source the actual video of this?
So now that you got your fucking answer, right? Not just like instantly deflecting and moving on to the next subject. Are you actually interested in learning, or are you just like some sort of fucking
you didn't really give an
baboon?
answer. You just made some claims. There was no evidence provided.
Okay, what sort of evidence do you want me to like provide? What sort?
Any evidence of this
No,
creator?
what are you looking for?
Apparently lying about.
What would be enough?
That's not the
Well, you
topic.
claimed that there's a creator, and these governments are trying to separate us.
We're still waiting. No. You're not gonna straw man the argument into something else. Ad hominem, if he actually wants to understand what's being spoken about here, has to carry on with his attempts to evidence the globe that he believes in, so that he understands there's actually no evidence for it whatsoever, besides videos
why you
that he watched
trolling?
on YouTube.
Why are you trolling?
Who said that?
I said it.
Okay, thanks. Right, ad hominem. You still there? Did he bail? Well, Tom, if you come back, feel free to present some more evidence or any evidence.
Well, Pac made some claims about a creator, and government's trying to separate us from him or it. I'd like to see some evidence of that.
I guess my evidence would be take a walk outside.
Okay, I'm outside.
Okay, you don't see every piece of information, every piece of media, every piece of legislation pushed. You don't see everything turning in the direction of hedonism and nihilism.
I see things.
Okay, you see things.
Okay.
You don't see.
What's the evidence of this?
I'm guessing you're from the West, yeah?
Creator. Yeah.
Okay. So there's no such specific evidence that you're looking for. There is no such thing. It's more of a combined effort. It's a combined effort that comes from elites.
So there's no evidence.
I mean, you can laugh, but we can look at different things, and then, are you aware of what the World Economic Forum is and how it controls corporations and how these corporations lobby through legislation and all this? Do I need to treat you like a child, or
Sure,
are you asking me? Are you asking me for a document where there's government officials?
No, Pax. What you need to understand, Mez absolutely loves the mainstream narrative that he's been fed and will defend it. So you're really just wasting your time.
I have another question. What do you think about our sky? So, our sky is moving.
I want to
right?
go into this a
No,
little bit more.
no. That's okay, Mez. We're going back to the actual
Is it
topic.
an
And if you're going to interrupt,
illusion,
you're supposed to stick on mute.
or is it a hologram or something?
Where do you think
What was your question?
Where do you think the flat Earth denies the the universe or the outside stars? They don't.
Yeah, we all observe the same thing, ad hominem. The difference is how you're interpreting what you observe.
It's just a model, mate.
So you think we have different
models,
realities?
Models,
well, no.
dumbass.
We observe the same thing. Like ad hominem, you observe the sun, the moon, and the stars to move in the sky. Yeah.
Sorry, say again.
You observe the sun, the moon, the stars to move in the sky. Yeah.
Yes. No, they don't
I
move.
observe
They don't
that
move.
too. Oh,
they
don't move.
do move, but we see
they
them
don't move.
moving because our
they do
Earth
move.
is spinning and turning around
Right.
the
See,
sun.
this is it. This is it. So you have taken an interpretation that when you see those things
It's not
moving,
about interpretation.
it's
It is how it
actually the
is.
ground moving. Okay, so what's your proof that it's the ground moving?
What is your proof that the fucking Earth
No,
is
that's
flat
your
and
thing.
everything turns around
Don't
Earth?
spaz
Bro?
out. Don't
What
spaz
makes
out.
you think that?
We agree. We see the observation. The sun, moon, and stars move. You say that's because the ground's moving. I'm asking, what's your evidence the ground's moving?
Okay, so you assume that everything moves around
No, I'm just
us,
observing.
even fucking
we're just observing.
even
Calm
fucking
down.
galaxies
down.
far away turn
Calm
around
down.
us instead of we turning.
So we observe them moving. Yeah, we both agree.
Yeah.
But you said you observed that because the ground is moving. So I'm asking what your evidence is that the ground's the thing moving.
Bro, I think that's exactly the part where everything falls apart in your head, bro.
Because
you
don't
really
have any
believe
evidence
that
that the ground
everything is
moving?
moving around us instead we are moving.
Okay, so are you saying you don't actually have evidence that it's the ground moving?
No, what I'm asking you, are
Okay,
you
so what is
really
the evidence
assuming
for
that
it then?
everything actually moves around
No,
us
I'm
and
just
not the other way
observing.
around?
I'm just observing. I observe the sun,
Yeah, you're
moon, and stars
observing, yeah.
move as you agreed, but you're making a claim saying that it's the ground moving. So I'm asking what your evidence is for that.
So, right, if you would put up a camera, right, doing I don't know what's it's called in English. You take a picture every 10 seconds. You would see
time lapse.
Yeah, time lapse. You would
Yeah,
see
you see the stars moving.
You would see, yeah, they are not only moving; they are moving in a specific way, right?
So they move.
So
cool.
you can actually see if you would imagine that the Earth itself is spinning. It's
no, I
not
don't
that.
imagine that. I need evidence for that.
Okay,
What's the evidence? See, this is the part where the whole story
What's
falls
your
down.
evidence?
You were right there because you're realizing now that your whole worldview is based on an assumption of something you have no evidence for.
But
Pretty
bro,
simple.
your assumption is ridiculous. Why do you
No,
think?
it's your assumption.
Why do you think
You
that
have an
everything moves
observation.
around us and
No,
not the other way around?
Listen, you have the assumption. We have an observation.
What's
You
your
assume
observation?
the stars, the sun, and the moon move in the sky. That's the observation. It's your observation too. But then you have an assumption that the ground is the thing moving. And as demonstrated, you don't have any evidence for that.
Bro,
I know.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. So no evidence for the ground moving. Just an assumption.
But I provided evidence. You just
What was the
denied it.
evidence?
You're denying.
What was
So
the
you're
evidence
full
that the
of
ground was
denial.
moving? I just asked you 10 times. You didn't provide any.
I did.
What was
It's
the
as
evidence that the
simple
ground
as
was moving?
saying, look at the fucking horizon and watch the fucking ship disappear. It's disappearing.
Talking about the
Okay.
ground moving.
What?
You're talking about the ground moving. That's what you need evidence for.
No, I provided a simple
You didn't
fucking
provide any evidence for
experiment.
that.
Yes, I did.
No, no, no. We're talking about the
It's
stars
about
appearing to
observing
move.
observing
Yeah, we
something.
observe the sun, moon, and stars move. You're assuming that it's the ground moving. I asked for your evidence for that.
It's
You
not the
haven't given us
ground
any.
moving, it's the earth spinning around the sun.
Wait, so the ground isn't moving?
The earth is moving, not the fucking ground, bro. The ground is not moving.
So is the ground isn't the earth, part of the earth?
The earth. Let's talk about earth, not the ground. Okay? It's not ground, it's earth. Earth is spinning.
So the earth that you're standing on, yeah?
Yes.
Are you standing on the ground?
Yeah. The ground is not earth in its entirety.
You. Right. So what's your evidence that the earth / the ground is the thing moving?
It's by observing. Okay? It's observation. It's very simple. We have things like seasons, right? Why do you think there's seasons?
Well, no. We're still on how you get to the sun, moon, and stars are moving, and your assumption is it's because the ground is moving. What's your evidence for that?
Okay, bring a good solution for having seasons.
Right. So you don't have any evidence that the ground.
Okay, I don't
is the
have any
thing
evidence.
moving.
Bring a good reason why we have seasons.
Cool. I agree. So we observe the sun, moon, and stars moving, and that's all we have evidence for.
No,
yeah?
we don't observe them to be moving. We observe that we are
We
moving.
do observe them to be moving. What are you talking about?
No. We are
So
moving.
You don't observe the sun moving.
Well, the sun is moving in our galaxy to some degree,
But
we
observe it
move
moving
around
through
the sun.
sky.
Fucking retard.
So you don't observe the sun moving through the sky every day.
It's not moving. We are moving around the sun. It is moving in our galaxy.
So you do observe.
To,
So you do observe the sun move through the sky every day.
No. We move across around the sun, not the
And
other
does
way
that
around.
result in you seeing the sun moving through the sky every day?
It's not moving through the sky. We are moving.
So the sun doesn't go east to west.
No, it doesn't. We go east to west, or west to east in this instance.
So and that would make the sun appear to go east to west.
It's not appearing to go east to west. We are moving west to east in this
high level stuff.
This matter. Yeah.
So it does appear to go east to west.
No, it's not appearing to go east to west. We are. Okay, we are moving, not the sun.
Okay, well, I asked you your evidence for that. You didn't give us any.
Well, I ask you for any reason why to believe any
But it's your claim.
Anything
You're just
else?
making the claim. You've just made the claim. So what's your evidence?
You're making a claim too, and I provided evidence
No.
by
I
saying,
just said we
look
have
at
an
the
observation.
horizon and see the fucking ship disappearing.
No, that's not motion. That's not your claimed evidence of motion of the ground.
It's not about motion of the ground. It's just saying the Earth is round and not flat.
Oh, yeah,
Okay?
it is.
And then we can go on. Okay, if we are round,
the motion of the ground.
just as any other object that we can observe.
Right, but you're making that claim, but you haven't provided any evidence for it.
No, I don't make the claim. Since
You are making
every
the claim
other
right now.
object. Oh my god. Okay, it's a waste of time.
Hi, Felicia. Globies can't even get past basic observation of the sun. Bizarre. Does anyone else want to try and pick up where he was struggling?
Maybe Britt will.
Who?
Britnat?
Nah, I don't think he's in.
Oh, he ran too?
I think so.
That guy will be back.
I was just about to say that. He's definitely going to be back. He's probably going to be back in within 20 minutes. Because he's going to start thinking, like, damn, I actually don't have any evidence that the ground's the thing moving. And the sun does appear to move east to west. Why did I just say all that shit? Yeah, he's going to come back. Managed to maintain his composure for about half an hour or something. All right, Mez, I've taken you off mute since that guy's gone now.
Oh, thank you.
What's the point of thinking that the sun isn't moving? I mean, you see it move. Why think that that you're the one moving?
Brick.
Well, it's just trying to figure out why it does what it does.
Didn't sound like he was trying to figure anything out. It sounded like he was just making claims.
Well, sure.
But like, who cares? I mean, you
Look
see
at
it move. Who
Look
cares?
at Mez's back. Do you want to be here, Mez, or you don't want to be here?
I want to be here. But
Okay, so if you want to be
yeah, lots
here,
of people care.
do you just follow some very simple guidelines, or you just do the fuck you want to do? You back to no talking again?
Hmm.
It's like clockwork, dude. You're addicted to this place. I DC you and locked you out of the room for about 30 minutes, and right almost to the minute, you're back.
Yeah, I just saw I could see the room again. I don't know. It's fun being here.
It is fun. It's true.
Yeah, it
That's very
highlights
true.
just how popular this room is compared to all the other rooms.
That's one way of putting it.
Stats don't lie.
You know, we've all talked about atheism and politics and Israel and Palestine like 1,000 times over. This one's it's pretty new. I'm learning a lot.
We got anyone new in? Anyone who wants to ask a question? Present some evidence? KM Ekrabi? I just jumped. Doesn't look like.
Any good derp while it's gone?
I was pretty quiet. I assume you heard the discussion between the new guy and Cyclone.
Yeah. Yeah, I left
Yeah.
right after that.
Yeah, nothing since then.
He's like, Cyclone, so the sky moves. No. The earth moves. Well, how do you tell? Because the sky is moving. So the sky does move. No. It's the earth moving.
Well, when he looks at a cloud, does he think that the cloud is moving or the earth?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to be if you could get inside their worldview and find out what the fuck is going on. You know, you could like
Yeah, how would they square that? Do the clouds move or does the earth move or does the sun move? Like, what's what a mess.
Hey friends, how are you?
Was that Jazza?
Hi.
What up?
I got added in this chat. What's up with you guys?
Not too much, man. When you got added to the chat.
Oh, I
How many beers are you up to?
Is that Jazza? I can't tell.
way the
No,
fuck
no,
too
it's not.
many. Like way the fuck too many, man. Like I'm confused. Like why the fuck I got summoned? But
This is hilarious, man. This is like it's funny. It's Jazza's vernacular, but not really his voice.
oh shit.
Yeah, you're
Well,
like a American version of Jazzaconda.
again, friends. Like I'm not. Fuck, dude. Sorry. I'm. All right. Well, hi.
Welcome aboard.
So American Jazza, what do you think of vanilla cupcakes?
I think you fell over.
Is that me? Like you're what? Well, anyways, I'm not sure why I got fucking called up. Have a good night, you guys.
Yeah, take care, man.
That's crazy.
Was that Oliver?
Yes, sir.
You had me going to a story this morning about why I post the news and just left.
My bad, Brad. I was talking to my dad. Some people in here are just unbearable.
I call it they're insufferable.
Plus, sometimes the thing I've been DMing you about keeps joining and I have to ditch. Freaking disgusting. Oh. Who's here? Is Alpha here? Mr. Alpha?
Jerry, why'd you mute me, Jerry?
Because you're just talking shit, man. You're just like saying shit from the sidelines. You're not engaging. You're just being a prick, dude.
I was
That's it.
engaging. I was engaging.
Okay, what was
Let me
your what was
engage.
what
Let
was
me
the last thing you said
engage.
to me? What was the last thing you said to me?
I said, you not caring doesn't change whether or not things exist.
Me not caring doesn't change. Yeah. So what thing was uh, proposed to exist?
Well, I can't read the chat anymore, so who knows? Let's get into it. Come on.
What do you want to talk about?
Can't just run away.
Run away from what?
Whatever we were talking about.
Well, you weren't. The other guy was.
I was. I was talking.
Yeah, he said intellectual black hole. He said stop
Yeah.
with your word games. It's all chicken shit. There's, you know,
Those
it's
two things.
Yeah,
There
it's
was more
things
things than that
people
to be
say
said.
when they're. It's things people say when they're upset. So what do you want to get into?
We'll start there. Why is Mez upset?
Yeah, there's number one.
There's another flat Earth server, and I looked in it and I saw Fuseli talking, and I asked like, well, can you prove space? And he said, yeah, space is like the distance between objects. So I told him to fuck off with his word games.
That's not correct. That's not space.
It's not the space we're referring to, no.
Well, maybe
It's a
Which would be
deliberate
outer.
misunderstanding of the terminology being used.
Outer space.
It's
right?
intellectual dishonesty.
You think so?
Yes, I do.
Because you wanted to say outer space, but you're too much of a coward to say the word outer in front of it, so you just shorten it down to
Space,
space.
outer space, whatever. He knows what we're
But
talking
even-
about. He just chose
but
to
But even that, what does that
twist
mean?
words. What does it
Even-
mean?
Yeah, outer space. What does that mean?
Well, the space outside the atmosphere.
Right. So the sky.
The sky. No, I don't think the sky and outer space mean the same thing.
Yeah. See, people conflate these two things, and I say this all the time. But all that, like the balls in space, Earth as a ball going around the sun, the only place anyone has ever seen that is on TV. So that's why I just like to be clear about what you're talking about. So,
Well, I disagree on that point, but
so you've seen it somewhere else? Then
no, I haven't seen it. I
Okay.
believe that other people have seen it, not me.
Yeah, I know. All right. So, what is your beef with what I think space is? What's the problem?
Well, my beef wasn't with what you think space is. My beef in that moment was you twisting words.
Twisting. Okay.
Yes, because
Well,
you knew fully well what the guy was talking about.
No,
But
I really don't. It's an ambiguous
You,
thing. Like,
twisted
does
words.
space? But what does that even
I
mean?
don't think it was that ambiguous. I think it was pretty clear when the guy was talking about so space doesn't exist. He was talking about outer space.
Well, that I call
And
that.
you knew that.
I call that the sky.
Well, no,
Yeah, dude.
that's even that's wrong.
The whole
not the
space
sky?
is fake thing. I don't know what that even space is fake. I don't know what that means. Like the sky is real, I guess. Like Jupiter, Saturn, you could see them, right? The
See, you're
moon.
pretending to be dumb.
No.
You know what what globers are talking about when they refer to space in this context.
Tell me.
You disagreeing whether their model, if you want to call it that, is true, does not change that.
Yes, people have different.
I don't think unicorns are real. If someone refers to a unicorn, I know what they're talking about.
A rhino.
Okay, good.
Well, a rhino.
I don't need to think unicorns are real in order to talk about unicorns.
Yeah, I saw a rhino at the in California, the San Diego Zoo.
That's great. Good for you.
Yeah,
I know exactly what people are talking about when they talk about a unicorn.
The thing is like I would prefer not to talk about models because people have different word games that they use to kind of square up contradictions, like up and down being the same thing, or vertical and horizontal being the same thing, depending on perspective, frames of reference. So if we just stick with reality, we could cut through all the bullshit. And because I don't give a fuck about what model you believe in. I'll be glad to point out the contradictions.
But it's a model either way.
Yeah, but who cares?
You have a perception of what the globe or the Earth looks like in your mind. That's a model.
Well, I would just get a map. Yeah, sure.
No, see, you're doing it again. You're not.
What?
You're not really like engaging.
Okay,
with the
why do you
conversation
care,
here.
Mevs, then? Follow your worldview.
I'm a human being. I care about things.
Yeah, if someone's not engaging, what would you do next? Continue to
Well,
spaz
what I would
out,
do is what I'm doing now. Is I would
which
call
is
it
nothing
out.
at all.
I would criticize it.
And that in 25
It's what I'm
cents
doing
might
now.
get you a cup of coffee, which is nothing.
What do you mean it's nothing? It's something. I'm
You
doing something.
You just
I'm
repeating
talking.
some subjective understanding of some complete bullshit that you completely made up isn't doing anything at all.
Yeah, if I were to talk about a model of what I think the Earth is, then that would just be my opinion. Who cares about my opinion?
Lots of people
Exactly
care.
like Chris said. It's 25 cents and a cup of coffee. Well, why? Why do you care?
Because I'm human.